Hey there, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. We up in here. How are y'all doing today? Happy Thursday. Or, as I like to say, happy Friday Eve. Hopefully, you all had a fantastic night on yesterday. We had an interesting show yesterday. It had its ups, it had its downs, it had its highs, it had its lows. And we're gonna probably have the same thing again today. So welcome back, everybody. Appreciate y'all jumping in to the live chat. I see so many smiling faces already shouting them out, giving good mornings and such of that nature. So welcome back to One Charlie Annex, if you want to say that. We're gonna be looking at this YSL trial. My goodness of the morning, man. Why is this thing like this, man? Why is this case like this? Who heard it? Who heard this case? I don't know. But I know we're gonna be back and we're gonna look at it today. So hopefully you all had a great night. Welcome back, everybody. I see some great faces here in the chat. So we're gonna be jumping on it and such like that. Now, I'm gonna try 11 Alive today because I don't like long crimes. They got that tracker on the bottom. It takes up a lot of screen real estate. I don't like it. So I'm gonna see if 11 Alive, if they start on time. We might start with um long crime, but again, I just don't like that bug on the bottom. The tracker on the bottom is just entirely too big. It's just floating in the middle. So anyway, 11 Alive hasn't done that. So had not done that. Let me put it in the proper context. So we'll probably start with long crime, but if you notice, we jump over. And usually 11 Alive's audio is better, but they just don't start. They haven't been starting on time. So that's the part that kind of messes it up. But I mean, these are the technical things that, look, nobody needs to worry about or whatnot. But I just want to give you a heads up on it. If you notice the changes midstream or anything of that nature, yeah, long crime is already ready. Good gracious. They got theirs already populating. I hate that. Man, I wish Which would fix that. Anyway, need some insider baseball stuff. Speaking of that, tonight at 8 o'clock, I'm gonna be doing a members only live stream. We're gonna go over Woody's that video from Woody on his channel. I'm gonna go over and look at it. I haven't watched it. So I only watched a little bit that I shared with y'all yesterday. So we're gonna do that tonight at 8 o'clock. Hey there, Miss Love's disappointed father. I appreciate you sending out some memberships, getting the morning started, passing out the memberships to somebody. Whoever got it, please make sure you say thank you. Looks like Miss Ramirez is now a member. Outstanding. Thank you so very much, Miss Love's disappointed father. Matt, I'm just gonna go by Matt Rose. That name right there is the best, though. I'm gonna tell you. I love it. Oh my gosh. So all right. So yesterday, what did we learn yesterday? We learned that Judge Whitaker be having some hot mic moments. She's had several before, but yesterday, I'm sure she was like, oh my gosh, why did I not turn my mic off? So Judge Whitaker gave Attorney Brown, I want to say his first name is Heath, I think it is. Anyway, she gave Attorney Brown that work yesterday about uh presenting information, presenting photos in some kind of sequential order. That was a lot of mess. Uh, so we saw that. That was early too. We learned about Papa from Mr. Atkins. We also learned a lot about Nibin or Nabin, that none of us knew. We also learned that Jason does not know how um, evidence is captured and maintained. I never knew this stuff. After that, we learned that Adrian Love and the Fulton County DA's office has no friends at Kinko's. Nobody at the UPS store likes them because they could have put some of that information on a nice big poster board for that man to write instead of that man having to write on there yesterday. So that's one thing we learned. We also learned that Ashley Merchant has zero chill. I really think Ashley Merchant was the tough kid in elementary school. She was not bullied. Or maybe she was bullied and now she's like overcompensated. I don't know. But she wrote a letter to the court yesterday that literally had Judge Whitaker stop court early to deal with it. And she basically said, you're not going to call my client. She outlined and laid out all of the times that the Fulton County DA said, yeah, hurry up. Wait. Okay, hurry up. Okay, wait. As it relates to getting Martinez Arnold in. And it became pretty clear, shout out to Rome King as well as Miss Mandy. It's kind of clear their methodology in the Fulton County DA's office is to discombobulate you by calling you, having you sit there and wait for 2 days, take off time from work, be very inconvenienced, and then look at and reconsider what it is that's in your plea agreement. So the fact that Ashley Merchant wants to come in to be a part of Martinez Arnold's testimony and to be there for him is very problematic for this last second try to keep you, dare I say, trial by ambush DA's office. So, needless to say, Ashley demonstrated like I'm not here to play games with you, and she probably has messed up a lot of their intentions because I do believe that they they intended to ambush Mr. Arnold if he just came in and said, "Oh, I just gotta go and give my testimony. No problem. Just walk in there and keep it moving." They probably would have ambushed him. And we also learned that tomorrow, I hope it's going to be televised, is Antonio Sledge's probation revocation hearing. I don't know all the ins and outs. Hopefully, I'll find it out before the day's over. Let y'all know, and we can watch it tomorrow. Because if court in One Charlie's boring, we're going to jump over to Antonio Sledge and hear them try to explain why he needs to get thrown back in jail, which is very unfortunate. So, shout out to She Loves Fancy Tea. Y'all in these names. I love y'all. I did notice this, in my opinion, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah. In my opinion, Fulton County DA's office puts a lot of things in place that allows for deniable or reasonable deniability. What I mean by that is, why is if you go back over reading Ashley Merchant's letter, maybe we'll read it real quick, but if you read Ashley Merchant's letter, there's a lot of the investigator called, I text, my assistant emailed. There's a lot of who's doing what. Nobody is the champion. Nobody's taking ownership of a particular issue and say, "Hey, this is my responsibility. Martinez Arnold is my client. Is I gave him the plea agreement. I am going to make sure that he is here to testify before me about the plea agreement that he and I agreed to. I don't need the investigator so and so. I don't need clerk this and that. I am going to take responsibility for it." They don't do it. They don't do it, and they do it a lot. If you go back and read Antonio Sledges, there's a lot of that where the investigator did it. Now, sure, I do realize that these men and women are busy, and they can't just always do that. However, nobody's taking responsibility for it. So even if I tap, I am her, and say, I am her, clerk, I am her. Can you please reach out to defendant Bumblebee and tell defendant Bumblebee that he needs to be here to testify on October 18th at 9 a.m. Can you please make sure that and report back to me that you've done that and that he said he's going to be here so we can tell the court to be ready to have him come in at 9 o'clock? They're not taking responsibility for it, but they will easily, unequivocally blame, oh, well, I am her didn't do it. Investigator this and that didn't do it. Detective Bumblebee, well, they're not Bumblebee, Detective Caterpillar didn't do it. They're quick to do that, and they do this all the time. And sure, I'm certain, as sure as my name's Jason, this is not something that other places don't do. However, it seems like they put themselves in a position to fail. They put themselves in a position where they can't be amazing. They put themselves in a position where they just don't have all of the ins and outs. I can't imagine a professional basketball team not having a person that's responsible for the uniforms, right? You pick your favorite team. Is the player responsible for his or her, if you're a WNBA player, I mean, fan, are the players responsible for the uniforms? No, there is a person that's only job is to make sure the uniforms are clean, washed, hung up, or put where they need to be so that the player can put it on. That's it. They're not, you don't have to bring your own uniform. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. I don't think you do though. And there's not a champion in the Fulton County DA's office, I am the champion of making sure. Well, in this regard, they do have to make sure that their players are that their people are in place. But notice whenever there's a witness call, everybody's scrambling and scraping, looking, hey, do you got him? Do you know who he is? I don't know. Before Judge Whitaker really put down the hammer, they were all over the place, like looking under the desktops and looking behind the camera, doing crazy stuff, looking for a witness. Like, who's the champion? Why are you not championing your witness? Why are you not responsible for your witness? Why is your peer responsible for your witness? You were the one that prepped your witness. Why are you not? It's embarrassing. So back to the point that the question initially was, I think that Fulton County sets themselves up to fail. They set themselves up because they don't want to be amazing. They don't want to be excellent. They don't want to be phenomenal. They want to be mediocre. They want to be lackluster. Dare I say, half baked, shoes untied. They don't want to come. They don't want to step on the field, on the court, on the pitch, properly prepared to do this task. They want to be able to say, "Oh well, it was because attorney Ladybug didn't get my witness, or investigator alligator didn't do that." They want to blame everybody else, but they don't want to take responsibility and be amazing. They don't. Now, on the same note, I will say, if once finally the case is given over to the defense, if they do this, I will say the exact same thing. Shame on the defense for not having the witnesses. Shame on the defense for not having people lined up. Because by then, Paige Whitaker gonna be livid. She gonna let all of her vitriol show. So if y'all think she's been impatient with the defense up to this point, wait till it's the defense's actual case. It's gonna be a whole nother game. Now, prove me wrong, Paige. I'm fine with you proving me wrong. I will eat the crow. However, I'm not wrong. Once that happens, if they're like this, if Max Shard and Brian Steele and Adams and Matthews are scrambling around looking for clients and looking for witnesses under tabletops and stuff, I'll call them out. But at the moment, we see this, especially if we go back and look before. Let's go like 2 weeks ago. They were horrible with this. Now, Paige Whitaker got them scrambling and scraping. She got them moving, but it's a lot of whip cracking, a lot of hey, get your next witness. I mean, before the witness even gets out of the booth, Paige Whitaker is saying, "You got your next witness." Like, that's crazy. She's not playing games with them. They're playing games with this time though, because I don't see the time. It hasn't started yet. All right, camera hasn't come on yet. I'm waiting though. I'm over here waiting. Let me look on 11 Alive while I'm sitting there talking. They do not have it either. Okay. My point is, I don't think they want to be great. And I know that sounds weird. People don't want to actually be successful. I don't think they want to be successful. It started where? I'm looking, Red Bunny. I'm looking right here. Here, let me put it on so y'all can see I'm not crazy. Here, let me put it on the screen. There, it's right there. It's not there. I'm looking on 11 Alive. Now, granted, hey, they've been getting cracking. Once the once Page hits that mic, it's usually like it's going live, but they haven't started yet. A motto for my construction days. What'd you say? Because I know you probably said something smart. I like that. I like that. I don't see it. Put it back in there. Yeah, oh, okay. Kristen, I need you to shoot me an email about a video I saw about a tradition in Alaska. It was so wild. I was like, I can't. I'm so glad I know you. Kristen, if you can shoot me an email, I need to ask you about the car launch day. Please, please email me because I've got to know. Because I think the people need to know about this thing, but I got to know more about it. So please. Um, yeah, shout out to everybody. I see Monica in the building. Good to see you, friend. Grace and peace. Always good to see my friends. Good people in here. Let me look, make sure I ain't missing something. Y'all ain't trying to keep me from being great. I'm trying to be great. I'm trying to give y'all a great show every day. Every day we do this, we try to make it great. It is not on yet. I'm hitting the refresh. I think the cameraman's name is Maurice. They got Maurice. They probably over there stressing Maurice out this morning. Is it the 4th of July? I saw it might have been 4th of July, but is this yeah, the car launch. Oh, you know about it, Russell? Oh man, I saw that today. I'm like, what in the world is this? I got questions. How is court start? I'm looking, my guys. Where y'all seeing it? I really wish I could see that. I'm seeing it. I'm looking right here. All right, let me see. Let me go to Fox too, man. I'm trying them out. I'm literally looking on every channel. And y'all see me. See, I know I'm not playing. Yeah, Fox doesn't have it either. Here we go. Fire in the hole. Let's go.
Actually was gonna try to speak to Mr. Sharp before
Okay.
we started court, but I wasn't able to yet to let him know that there won't be any issues with that.
Thank
All
you.
right.
You're welcome.
I
Right.
appreciate that.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Steele, do you have that? I'm getting it to you.
By, I believe, Ms. Westmoreland, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Westmoreland. Almost there, Your Honor. No problem.
All right, let's see. Let me real quick.
Can you try rebooting the router? Sure. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yeah, and 11 Live hasn't even started theirs yet. Oh well.
Consult with Mr. Sharp on the time.
Okay. Check your email and make sure that's the most recent order. I'm going to send it to you right now. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
What place?
I see you with the dark suits today. I see it. All right. Mr. Stillwell in the building. I guess Mr. Shard is feeling better. I know he was wearing a mask most of it. Gotcha. I know he was wearing a mask earlier this week. Yeah, he's talking better now. So I don't know if he just had. I know it's my allergies have been pretty bad. So maybe it was his allergies were giving him some problems. Just wanted to be proactive. Thank you so much for the $5 super, Raymond. What is Raymond saying? Raymond said this: good enough is everywhere. It is what it is. An excuse people embrace because it is what you make it require too much effort. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're gonna see, we'll see when the state delivers the case over to the defense. Is the defense like that? Are
Your
they
Honor.
scrambling and scraping?
I sent over the order to Ms. Percival. I'm about to forward it to everyone, but I just wanted to get it to you as soon as possible. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know who is on today. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Somebody will put it in the chat, I'm sure. No, that's not Brian Steele's son. It's really not. Y'all love making that boy his son. Is not Brian Steele's child. It's not. It's a law student. I think the issue is we realize that a 22-year-old person looks that young. That's what it is. I think we would probably say the same thing if you're sitting next to Christian Atkins. I mean, he's a young guy. That's it. What is happening? Good to see y'all. Hey, thank you so much for the $2 super, Miss Bonner. She says, good morning, my beautiful people. Good morning to you. Oh, thank you so much. Mika Scott, she says that Dennis, Mr. Dennis is coming in. Oh, that's right. Remember, he was coming in yesterday and they sent him back out. Yep. He might have been sick from that cold courtroom. It's very possible.
It's going to take me a minute to read it all.
All right, so they're getting settled in and such like that. By the way, I did find the opening statement and I pulled up the opening statement from Miss Angela D. Williams, who is right here, sitting next to Ron Darius in the black and white coat. I thought it was very good. I thought it was good. And I did drop, I think I accidentally uploaded it yesterday. So some of y'all might already saw it, but I will put it up this afternoon. And it was actually really good, though. I thought it was good. And it was to the point. It's like 10 minutes long, tops. All right. And thank you so much, President Not Perfect, for the $2 super. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning to you. Man, who said this? All right, here we go right here. I don't know. I don't think there's any interns or shadowing going on in here, but can you imagine if you were stuck with this and you had to stay for the whole trial and you thought, it's going to only be a couple weeks? Man, people done graduated from school by now. You stuck over here. That would be terrible. Oh, that'd be horrible if you had to sit there next to Judge Whitaker. What if you started with Glanville and then you had to transition to Whitaker? Man, you would literally be in court. It's very possible you could be in court the whole time you're in law school. Yeah. All right. Looks like good stuff's going on. I have no idea what they're working on, though. Let's see. No idea. Why are they so quiet this early in the morning? All right, so we don't see Love, of course. We don't got no Love in the building yet. We got Ack. We got everybody else seems to be there. I don't know this young lady that's sitting behind Atkins. That's the only one I don't know.
Part
her
of
name.
this ruling.
If you look at the bottom of page 12,
Okay.
court's opinion, Your Honor, I think it's where there's some discussion how it goes into.
All right. Thanks.
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay, I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part.
Okay. I don't know. I guess maybe she is out of camera view, but there's not as much as she likes to do. I would think that there's only 2 tables. I'm sorry, there's only these 2 tables. That's weird if
Y'all
she's
could have
doing
maybe
that.
given me a heads up yesterday. I could have read this last night.
I
Since
don't
we
know
knew we would have Dennis on the stand this morning.
what's going on in Germany. Uh, okay, so whatever they're reading is applicable to Dennis today. I don't know what they were. Let me see. Let me just see real quick.
Since we knew we would have Dennis.
The bottom of page 12.
Okay.
Court's opinion, Your Honor, I think is where there's some discussion, how it goes into.
All right. Thanks.
See, right when we
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay. I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part.
okay, no, I didn't miss anything. I'm trying to see if I can find out exactly what it is that they're discussing. I don't see it. I'm gonna look back over yesterday's. Scrub through real quick. Okay, while they're doing study hall court, real quick. Tonight I'll be doing a members only at 8:00, going over Woody's interview that we watched, kind of a little highlight of yesterday. I'll be doing that. Tomorrow, Antonio Sledge is supposed to be doing, they're supposed to be hearing why Antonio a hearing for Antonio Sledge on the revocation of his probation. If that does come up and it is filmed or whatnot, I'm gonna probably want to look at that. So just give me a heads up. We might look at that tomorrow, and I'll keep you posted on it for sure. Mute your mic, Judge Witt. Mute your mic. I see this right here. Is there a particular problem going on? Somebody's settings are not turned on. I'm trying to see what the actual problem is. Hopefully we got it figured out, but let me know. Let me know.
That is that if there's a foundation objection or a 403 objection, I'll rule on it at that point in time when the objection's made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state want to be heard about it beyond that? Okay. All right, are we ready to get the jury in? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to go ahead and have, I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis, okay.
Former investigator Dennis.
Retired Detective Dennis, okay. Anyway, let's get the jury in.
Former investigative Dennis.
Morning. Did we swear you yesterday? I don't know if we ever got that far. And that was about it. Oh, okay. All right. Right. You've already, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath then. Okay.
Okay, now she's about to start at the podium. In my opinion, why don't they just all start at the podium and just stay there? There's a microphone there, it's dedicated. Why? To me, they just be doing the most, but we'll see. Oh, we ready. We know it's gonna be some objection tomfoolery. Well, wait. If Adrian Love is not up there at the front table, there's not gonna be a lot of objections. Because Hill and Atkins are not objection crazy. So it's all in his head. Jay Sneed is all in his head. It's safe in his mind. But why do the other ones not work at the podium? Hit that like button. Go ahead and hit that like button. Jump into the best live chat on the planet.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hill.
The witness mic,
The witness
Oh,
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh, Ms. Hill.
I don't know. I had to hit the button.
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams's driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015, I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor. Understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor, but we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what they...
Hearsay.
You're
Overruled.
Best evidence rule.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have,
I do.
all right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that death to snake N words page.
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
yes.
At this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter asserted, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But
The death to the snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, maybe approach, I think it might be a longer.
Stand by.
Okay. I don't get it. I understand what the defense is trying to do to some degree, but it's like it's 3 words in the midst of all. It was a death to snake. 4 words in the midst of all of this going on. I don't think it really matters. Maybe I could be wrong. I mean, I know that, but they're fighting for their clients and they're doing what they think is right for their clients. So I'm not mad at it. It's just like, but good gracious, man. Some of that was just a little bit much, but and it would also seem like this is something they should have done beforehand as well. So just my little 2 cents. Didn't he testify that this was what was posted to tell of Nuts undoing? I don't know. It sounded like he was saying after the fact. So, but it sounded like it's toward Nut, or I'm sorry, toward Slime or YSL. I don't know. Yeah, this is going to be wild when Steele gets at it for sure. I thought they did rule on this already. I did think they did, but the way they're doing it, they rule on it and then they change their mind. So I'm with you. It's too early for this. It is too early for these shenanigans. Okay, so there are comments on it. Okay. So there's comments on it that they want to take out. Okay, I can dig that. Hey, look, I recognize they're doing their job. They got one job and they're working for one person at this moment, and that is their client. So I ain't mad at them. I don't think the RICO's in this courtroom at all. I don't think any form of RICO, but it does seem very loosey-goosey how they're able to define it. So I'm surprised. I'm not surprised they think they're winning this. Okay, I'm trying to see. Where is Jay made a great point. What's it Jay said? Okay. How does Dennis know that the page was fake? I don't know. That's a good question. You're right. That is a good point. That is a good point. I agree. I don't know. How does he know all this? He doesn't have any notes. Now, usually they'll have a report on the table, like for the police officers, they would call this officer and then put his or her report on the witness stand. They don't have that for him. So how is he able to say all this stuff? He's just going to agree with whatever they say. Okay, lots of good commentary. Um, I think that is playing pat. I think that is that usually one or the other is objecting, but I think they're both just trying to stretch out today. They're trying to get warm, so they're probably just batting it between the two of them, volleying it. Let's try that. Will the real Rico please stand up? Who made a fake page, or who's the they? How do you know it's fake? Yeah, he said it was fake. How did he know it was fake? Now they might have done the research. They might have went and checked the IP and this, that, and the other, and did all the background. But how do they know it's fake? Because he just says it. And are we supposed to just take his word for it? It's fake because he said it. Right? But why do we take your word for it? That's my thought. Not saying I'm right. Clearly not saying I'm right. You are girl said, look, something about Dennis seems off. Maybe it's just too early in the morning for him, but something is off. Okay, I got you. I agree. Oh, I thought it was Thorpe. So Thorpe wasn't Squirrel Brain. It was Dennis. Oh man. Squirrel Brain Dennis. I won't believe it. Nothing he says. Oh, they equaling the gang unit. That makes sense. Rico got stopped at the metal detectors in the lobby. Yes, apparently Dennis is the Squirrel Brain. Yes. It wasn't Thorpe. All right, somebody got to send me the link. Which one? Who did Woody say was a Squirrel Brain? I thought it was Thorpe, but y'all got me thinking it's Dennis. All right, let me make a poll. Who has the cerebral cortex of a ground squirrel? Who are they laughing over there? We back.
Okay, and that's for, sorry, 546Y. All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes,
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
Now, as a part of your investigation, and course indulgence for a moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And when, as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
That could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause,
Okay.
unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was nibined back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
What about Jamal Baines?
Yes.
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
Yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with If Gang.
We hear about it. Where is it?
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
If Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26, 2015?
Several.
Okay. Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day, was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And then on that same day, was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes.
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay?
Okay.
15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes,
Then 2672,
yes,
and then 2801?
correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity. It's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior.
Inconsistent statement.
Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Montunk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as Stacy Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen. Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendrix was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendrix almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendrix?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Then as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
All right, slowly again.
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Daviante Fleetwood. Is that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And do you, to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled. To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim in that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
Here we go again. Okay, so let me make sure y'all can hear me. All right. 11 Live doesn't have it, by the way. They just brought it on. Okay, let's see. I'm going to switch to 11. All right, I was like, there we go. Huh. Okay, I'm really bothered by the fact that this guy is answering his questions with no notes. Now, okay, sure, maybe over his before he came on the stand, but it just seemed like he's just making up stuff. She's giving him dates and serial numbers and addresses, and he's just answering in affirmative. Okay, all right, all right. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm reading Debo's comment. He says this. Why is it not showing up? He says this. There we go. I always say Judge Whitaker slow walks her bias. Sometimes, anytime she stands on the prosecution is when the jury isn't present. That's a good point. Very good point. All right. We're gonna see. I want to. It's gonna be interesting to see how he responds when the defense has the case. Now, I'm hoping. Do you think he's gonna get done today? I'm sorry, done this morning, maybe, and the defense will have him this afternoon. What do you think? As Monica said, remember a lot of the incidents that Hilton is referring to, he was testified to prior to Judge Whitaker. Okay. It still just seems like he should have the notes, though. At least pretend like you're flipping through, looking at your notes. But I got your point. All right, they're back. Let's see what they got. Okay.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was
it does sound
where
low.
the suspects are.
Sorry about that.
Sustained.
Yeah, I think it's 11 Alive. It's just their audio is horrible. Sorry about that, y'all.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Calvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
Right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Objection asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Now, the Little Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28th, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Okay. Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demikian Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demikian Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right. Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can I don't know if you write it down or something.
That's a lot of numbers to keep in your head. Here's a pad. Oh, okay.
Excuse my hair.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes,
So this would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
correct.
Of course, it goes for one. We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second. When you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people who were, that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
yes.
Permission to approach your figure, Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all those things.
While he's looking, can we approach it?
Yes.
Why am I still muted? I don't know why I am still muted. Is it a conspiracy against me? Am I just as bad as the state is being muted? My fate. Why am I still muted? Producer Jason's going to get fired. We will be firing him today. I am still muted. This is not the way. Why am I still muted? We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this going. Let's go.
And let me ask a more
You like my
specific
singing?
question.
Oh no.
As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary said was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
How does he know that?
And it's
How does he know each person's name?
542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB. The images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA, YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
We need to delay a game. Buzzer.
Looking at 542YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks,
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Thank you. Now, during during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
No objection, behalf of Mr. Wood.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542YC, Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now,
Why they muted out? I didn't do it. Are y'all? I don't know what happened.
I'm going to show you
They just muted everybody's
what's
name.
already been admitted as
Interesting.
State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Okay, so clearly they're messing up when they're switching from the court camera to the TV or whatever like that. It gets muted when they show stuff. Yeah, that's the Goldie's with me. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. That's so lame. Oh, that's lame.
Or Club Crucial.
Not on Club Crucial. Good gracious, Club Crucial.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK.
I have no idea what that is. It's a police department incident report. Looks like a 911 call. No. Yeah, it looks like a 911 call. This is hilarious, man.
Admitted as 2LL.
Yeah, the problem is she wins and everybody else loses.
Oh, sorry, 1LL.
Yeah, he's breathing really heavy into the microphone. Melissa, it's not me. I promise you.
And let me ask you, was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either the 3 or the 4, okay.
She knows she could just like show a map with the dot for each one of these
Is it
events,
where
right?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend lives?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Demekion got beat up.
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by IF gang members?
Yes.
And was Demekion a YSL member?
Yes.
And so after Demekion gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an IF gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the land drum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
You've got to be kidding me.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 drill.
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If gang.
Oh my gosh.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
Not as scrambling and scribbling. Not just scrambling and
And was
scraping.
that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting IF gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
Okay. And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. I'm no longer even convinced they want to win this case. That chart. That chart is nasty work. Y'all, come on. I mean, come on. Do you mean to tell me that you just cannot make anything? Like, again, I'm sorry. There's no way. I just can't. I don't believe that they don't care. Yes, I did see that Martinez Arnold's plea agreement. He says explicitly that YSL is a record label. Period. End of story. Don't ask me nothing else. So this is going to be a mess. I think they should just leave Martinez Arnold alone and just say, nah, we don't want nothing with that. And just leave it alone because it's only going to create more problems. And they've already positioned themselves as being uber petty. So they're not going to be able to get away with, oh, we just did this and now we're trying to throw them in jail because, you know, we're good people. That's not it. And they are stalling. I do think they're stalling. I don't know what for, though. They're back. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are
I'm gonna go ahead
things
and
one
pass.
might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that.
The jury trial, 543Y.
Yesterday, I got my video was age
age
restricted because of some stuff they showed on the screen when we were showing. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that.
I'm sorry,
about that, y'all.
543Y, that's admitted, you may.
And why is he laughing about it? I don't understand. When they play it, I'm just going to mute it out. I'm going to take off the screen. Maybe I'll return back to the fucking episode. I don't know. But I'm not going to do that because they're going to end up. It's not really necessary. You've seen a fight before. You've seen a fight at a pool club or a strip club or whatever. It's not. You don't need to see a fight at a strip club. I'm sorry. That's just a lap too far. Why don't you have them draw pictures? Have them draw the pictures of the fight. You dingbats. These people are just dumb. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not. Once it starts playing, I'm gonna take it out. Yeah. There's defects at the strip club. There's defects at the strip club. This is just. But they don't care. They don't care. This is just a true. This is what's going to win the case. What is he doing? Y'all. Oh, you gotta make sure everybody can see it. I got it. You gotta make sure everybody can see it. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're gonna nuke that. So yeah, I'm sorry. dearwokec@gmail.com. Feel free to email management. Yeah, I'm not playing a strip club. I'm sorry. That's just not. Yeah, that's not what this channel's about right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that one. They were inside the strip club doing things that they do at the strip club, and they were fighting at the strip club. I am just floored. So like they got that man up there. Yo, I'm so sorry. They think they cooking. They think they cooking, man. Oh my word. Yeah, whatever, man. They ain't tricking the hitman. I ain't getting tricked. Not in 26, not in 2024. I ain't getting tricked. I'm sorry. Again, man, maybe there's some people that still believe that this case is about justice. This case is about doing the right thing, cleaning up the streets of Atlanta. I'm sorry. You can't even clothe the people in this doggone fight. So please don't tell me that we're trying to clean up the streets of Atlanta. There's nowhere else that you would have a fight nowhere else but at the Shaky Club. Y'all, man, this place, this thing is well beyond ridiculous. I'm sorry. All right, so I'm sorry, man. If you wanted to see that, I'm sorry that I let you down. dearwokec@gmail.com. Make sure you email management. Yeah, see, this is that dumb stuff. See, sorry, y'all.
Shall be the same, but that's a different angle. This is going to fight. It's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
So one of the reasons why I'm not keen on this is they've actually shown naked women on this channel on in the courtroom, and mistakenly people, commenters like myself, have been just following along with the case and allowing them to show on there thinking that they got good common sense, and they've let them show things, and they've shown naked women on the screen. And so therefore I've had to go through and like edit out videos so I don't get in trouble for doing it, because YouTube won't care that Law and Crime has done it. They don't do anything about that. It's that I did it. So that's why I don't want that to happen.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
So I don't want that to be the case, because I kind of like doing this thing, you know, a little bit. It's kind of fun, whatnot. But I also don't need that to come back on me, because YouTube will do that. They will absolutely. That's why even when they're using foul language, I'm like, yo, they'll come back on me and get me, even though it's them that are doing it. And it's on their channel. But it's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, we got producer Jason. No, producer Jason fixed it up. We got him hooked up, man. He's done some good edits. We got him taken care of. So yeah, I ain't got no time for that. I don't have time for it. So if in order to get the full veracity, if you're a juror number 913 and you really needed to see the shaky girl fight club thingy in order to determine
1 minute and
the
28
determinations of what's going on, I'm sorry, I let you down. I'll try to do better next time.
Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break.
Yeah, they've barely been here. Judge Whitaker is tired. Judge Whitaker is really tired of this. I ain't gonna lie. They are taking a lot of breaks. Hey, what's happening, Manny? Manny's gonna jump in. I have a phone call to take. So I'm gonna let Manny jump in.
I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all can go ahead and
What's going on
take our recess as well.
in court?
Judge Whitaker done had enough of it already.
Oh, she's spicy this morning.
She's done had enough of them already. All right, I have to take a call real quick. I'll be right back.
Can you pull court back up? There you go. All right. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? So I'm out of the loop. Y'all have to loop me in. I've been working on other things with the channel this morning. She's probably offended by the video. Y'all are a mess, straight up mess. Hey, Tina. Hey, Felicia. She sounds tired. You think the judge is tired? Yeah. Well, wouldn't you be tired if you were the judge of this case? I mean, right? Matthew, what? You don't ask questions like that. It's like watching grass grow. We were in a circus, Miss Mandy. Malika, clue me in, Malika. Tell me what the deal is. Tell me what's going on. Oh, David said she mad cause she watching the stream and see we calling her out. David is giving me the 411. Republic Room says, I don't blame her for being offended. I was feeling better yesterday than I am today, honestly. I don't know if I just took a step backwards or what, but he's ever jury done fed up, Ron said. She can stop this. She chooses to accept the challenge of this case. You know, Filipino girl, I think you're right to an extent. I think that she has chosen to accept this challenge, but I think she's doing it purposefully. I think she's doing it purposefully. I think she's doing it, one, to maybe fuel a political career. Well, not maybe. We know that's what she's doing. She's got her eye on that Supreme Court seat, right? If it wasn't a gang war. Are you kidding me, Sassy? They're trying to make it clear they investigated it. If gang, this wasn't a gang war. It's over females and fighting at Club Crucial. You are joking. Politics? Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah. Yeah, Ron, that's exactly what it is. It's so sad. It's so sad. James, I'm quit over that. James, that's Rico. James, that's Rico. No, that's Rico. That is Rico, James. Oh, that's Rico. Over love and politics. Yeah, just love should be in capital letters. Here, I'll pull it up like that. Since I'm so swollen and I look, horrible, that I'm not going to put my camera on. So sorry. When the trial comes back in, though, I'll make it full screen. I promise. Kind of same, Tina. Same. Anyway, I watched Monica Mo Justice this morning. I really recommend y'all subscribe to her channel. She broke down in flippant detail what a RICO was and why they were prosecuting it and why Ashley got all up in her feelings in her letter yesterday. It was really interesting. It really was. I enjoyed it. Those men who didn't learn conflict resolution skills. She said, in a nutshell, and I'm sure I'm butchering this, but they can charge you on a RICO indictment if you continue to do the same things once you plead to a crime, but you continue to go out in the streets and continue to do the same things. You continue with the drug charges. You continue with the gun charges. You continue with the, prostitution charges, whatever. You continue with those same things, and then you plead out, and then you do a week or two at a time, and then you go home because you plead out. And I think that's what she was saying. That's kind of what the definition of them going back and then charging you with a RICO. But then they can go back and charge you with an additional crime and a RICO charge. But that is just like, Sassy, me and you both, and I done been through there a couple of times. Ever. I'm scared to death to get a ticket in Atlanta. That is where the peach rots, man. Yeah, that's true. Miss Faith Love, Disappointed Father, Matt Rose. That's career criminal. It's a bit different. That's true. I sent you a message underneath one of your videos. I hope you saw it. I'm Miss Mandy. I'd like to help you get monetized. Unless you're just choosing not to monetize. Well, that's what she was saying on her broadcast this morning. Like, they don't actually make money with a RICO indictment. Monica, are you able to come up and talk for a minute? I'll give you a link. Yeah, I was really impressed with your broadcast this morning. It really had me on the edge of my seat. I was like, this is so interesting. Yeah, it was really interesting. It was really interesting. And I will be happy to give it to you. This is what I do it for ministry. So you don't have to worry about like paying me or anything like that. Just email me, okay? It's MISSMANDY777 @ hotmail.com. Oh, you're driving? Okay. Then please don't get online or don't get on StreamYard. To pay IRS what? That's not what it says, though. It's not about money. I'm about to sneeze. Hold on. Sorry, I had to mute to sneeze because I'm not like one of them little prissy girls that goes, achoo. No, I full on go, blah, 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 blah. And maybe they do seize assets, but that's not what I understood from Monica's stream this morning. That it wasn't about money, that yeah, that's what I thought. That's in the civil RICO. This is not a civil RICO. Which there is a difference between a civil and a criminal RICO. I was talking with a lawyer this morning who runs a pretty big channel. He's a friend of mine. He runs a channel called Mentor Lawyer, who might be coming on to just discuss the difference between a civil and a criminal RICO case with us, if you guys would be interested in something like that. But I don't know if you guys would be interested in something like that. It's about the money. It's always about money. Don't know if I can argue with you there. They just went to break. It didn't say what kind of break they're on. Maybe they're on a comfort break. Maybe they're on a, I got to go on break before I kill these people because I'm a judge and I said so break. I'm going to jump across the desk and attack people the other way instead of them attacking me. It's their morning break. Oh, okay. No problem. It's all good. While you guys are here, while we're just hanging out, hit that like button for me. It pumps this video through the algorithm, lets people know more about what's going on in Georgia, lets people know about the corruption going on there, about the bull shenanigans. So hit that like button. Let's pump this through the algorithm. It's absolutely free for you. Some people are so stingy with their likes. They're like emailing me going, don't tell me to hit the like button. Like, what? Are you joking? Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's so weird and stupid. It is. It is. They have too much time. They do. My like is precious. I shall keep it for myself. It's so odd. Apparently, the Sarah Boone case was put off. I'm not sure how long, but yeah, it was put off again sometime next week.
Limiting instruction and make sure nobody has any
Here we go.
with it. So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility of
Understood.
thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick, I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis
Knows
is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me
ready.
sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Can you turn the mic back on? I have the volume on, guys. They don't have the volume on yet. I know, it makes me wonder why they're muting so much, but the volume's on. Screen audio is on. I just double checked it. Not usually. I can usually hear the jury coming in. We have enough of those. Okay, now she's talking to. Can we have the mic on? Look, I'm about to change the feed. Yeah, I know there's no sound. I'm trying. And they don't have volume either. It's the court. I just went to 11 Alive and they don't have volume either. I don't have volume. I just checked another channel.
What happened?
There's no volume in the courtroom.
These people are crazy. These people are a mess.
I
Hold
just
on, let me
checked
look up.
7 Live. Let me check. Well, that is law and crime.
All right, I just jumped on another channel. They all sound like everybody's scrambling, scraping for audio.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh my gosh. I just can't anymore. I just can't, man. I just
Yeah,
can't. I'm almost about to make an audible and just say, forget them for the day and let's go do something else. I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, man.
only in ATL. Oh.
Only in Atlanta. This is embarrassing. Oh man. Okay, yeah. So apparently I might call it audible. Atlanta must be stopped. Go pick up your Atlanta must be stopped t-shirts, ladies and gentlemen. Oh wait, in the back. Is that you
Look
breathing?
who push the button.
Is that you breathing? Is that me? That's
That's
it.
him.
Oh, see, once I said I was gonna jump and do something else, now it's back.
Yeah, they're back.
All right, roger that. This is embarrassing. Now he's actually going over the report, I guess, because he ain't been going over the reports. He's just been freestyling. Hey, shout out to the legal good. Hey, everybody, do me a favor. While this guy is over here going through filing papers, putting in alphabetical order, real quick, can the mods drop the legal good in the chat? This is a fantastic commentator in this legal space. He actually knows what he's talking about, by the way. If the moderators could drop this link in the chat, if y'all can go by and check him out and subscribe to his channel, I believe you'll be thankful that I told you to do so. Shout out to the legal good, my man. Okay, I'm gonna find it. Oh, sorry about that. This dude is literally going through each page. I'm sorry.
What is he doing?
For the life of me, you're not gonna get me to lie to you. I don't even know. What I do know is the legal goods link is in the chat now. There you go. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for coming through today. Y'all. That's what he's doing. He's looking for Rico.
He will find him here.
His impeccable memory became impeccable.
Ms. Hilton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the
But
witness?
I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is.
It's not.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You just keep us in suspense or what?
How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th,
Nope.
15th,
Nope.
16th.
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or a
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
Brian Steele said that
You been to Miami
Young Thug
before?
had a concert
Several
in
times.
You been
Miami.
to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that one L on the screen?
And I'm going to show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's already been as 2LL.
Lord, they're bringing back this chart paper. Y'all just wrap me up. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to do chart paper again.
TWC says he's done.
I'm done. I can't do chart paper again, y'all. I'm sorry. What happened? Oh, when they go to this now, something or another that messed up the audio. That's what it is. So there's no audio when they show their screen. Boy.
They are professionals.
This is some low budget. I'm telling you, man. Hey, for sure. Legal
At that
good.
location.
All right. So earlier when I had the 0588 number,
Absolutely.
do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No. What we just talked about, 0588,
Mm-hmm.
which is 2LL, correct?
Right.
That's at 1903 Drew.
Correct.
And going back to 1LL.
Where is it? Oh.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th from I don't know the actual address. I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those three?
Say that again?
Out of the initial three, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with IF gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come out to the bench.
I'm giving you all fair warning. You all have been fairly warned. I no longer care. This case is no longer serious. I'm no longer serious about this case. I'm getting hit in the head by chart paper. I had to go dig this chart paper out of my garage. I even got my box of markers I found when I was a teacher. I'm sorry. This case is not. Now we're going to do math now, boys and girls. We just finished our language arts, and now we're going to do math. I'm sorry. This case is ridiculous. I'm sorry. So therefore, please make sure you email management all your concerns. Let us go. First of all, today we're going to do some math here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start with a very simple math problem. I mean, there are serious YouTubers out here, and then there's me, right? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's start. Got a math problem here. We're going to start with some big numbers today. We're going to work on some multiple borrowing situations here. So in the early years, it's a big deal when children learn how to borrow over the zeros, across the zeros. So what we would do is we would start here and say, you got the bigger number on the bottom. So therefore, you know, you're going to have to go to your neighbor and ask your neighbor. Well, your neighbor doesn't have any, so you got to go to your next door neighbor and say, hey, neighbor, can I borrow a 10 or borrow 100? So you say, sure, you can borrow. This marker is dried out because it hasn't been used in many years because I'm no longer a teacher. All right, so we're going to use this one. So you go over here and you go here, all right? At some point or not, no jumping ahead, Angela. Shame on you. Go to 0-second timeout. You don't jump ahead. Stop it. All right, so you borrow from your neighbor, all right, and make this a 9. And you give this guy a 1. So now you can borrow from him. You make him a 9 and you make him a 10. Okay, that doesn't look very good, Jason. All right, so we got 10 minus 7. 10 minus 7, boys and girls, is 3. That's right. All right, can you see that? You can't see that. Let's make that a little better. Let's move this out of the way. All right. 9 minus 9 is 0. That's right. And then 9 minus 5 is what, boys and girls? It is 4. What is the answer to this question? 403.
Let me ask you, after you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding, but let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police, and if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead, Father.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something. So he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling me about was after.
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was a nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a Blood, so he started being a Blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped. And he was like, pull up on me. And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on, you said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartment?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If Gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP. Hat?
With the chain on, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. All right. I don't know what's wrong with their audio. I know what's wrong with my audio. I'm listening to it on my speaker. That's what the problem is. Oh gosh, hold on. All right, I know what's wrong with mine is I'm listening on speaker. It takes my audio, so sorry. I don't know what they're doing. I know what my problem is. My engineer
Now,
Jason
did they ever
needs to
make
get
it
fired.
to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha.
Where's your report, my dude?
Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Object, Your Honor, relevant.
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, we believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
Relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigations?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator,
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Absolutely.
Well, I can,
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
you want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I
Shout
think we
out to
can continue.
musicology.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So don't what have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated, as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm going to get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm going to retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Action asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well.
Oh my word.
Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly to.
Hit
Just
what?
Go
very
ahead and do
quickly.
that.
He hitting that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work.
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of question, evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight, or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
Just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Dalbert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Dalbert order.
All right, we may have to take either a break or approach.
No, none of the above. No, they're approaching. Okay. So the issue at hand is, and I'm in the midst of reading, almost finished with Rap on Trial. Rap on Trial. And I if you're somebody who is, if you like art, if you're into, film, or of course paintings or some kind of music, anything like that, you realize that you appreciate something that maybe you appreciate it differently than another fan does. And rap is, I'm sorry, it's another form of entertainment. You might not appreciate it, you might not like it, or you might like it for different reasons than I like it, or that I might not like it, whatever. And I hate to think that they are literally bringing up, again, there's no serious study treats information like they're going to do it. This is the high watermark of cherry picking. I think the only other thing that's cherry picked more is the Bible. But what they're about to do is say, hey, there's a song and it has 64 bars in it, and there's two lines in here, the 27th and 28th line, that we think, we interpret, we believe is talking about a crime. Now, clearly, you would say that that's insane. You wouldn't do that with Shakespeare. You don't do that with Chaucer. You don't do that with any other book of antiquity. Forget it, not even antiquity. You don't even do that with modern day books, but they do it all the time. And it's really gross. I just really did not realize just how bad it was. Now, again, there are bad songs out there that talk about bad things, and I don't support. And I've told y'all, I couldn't tell you a Young Thug song if my life depended on it. Okay. So I'm not at all justifying that. What I am saying, however, is the idea and the notion that just because I don't like it, which is fair. That the music that he put out, I don't like it. That whole genre, I don't like it. So because I don't like it, it's got to be criminal. Because I don't like it, it's bad. They are talking about the worst of the worstest. So therefore, put them under the jail. That's crazy, man. That's inappropriate. That's wrong. It's wrong. I'm sorry. You cannot like it, and I could disagree with you, and we can have a hearty conversation about music theory. We can have a great conversation about the deep inner workings of it, and not using that as just a carte blanche, dare I say, a get out of jail free card for you to just express your bias that you don't like something. It's okay to not like something. It's okay to not like something and it not be criminal. I don't like Two Live Crew. I disapprove of Two Live Crew. But is their work criminal? No, I'm not going to do that. That does it. I don't approve of it, but I'm not going to sit there and say it's criminal. That's it. That's all. And it's just wild. And that's what they're trying to do. And you'll see in a minute, they're going to get into the deep weeds in a minute. And that's exactly where they're going, where they're going to ask him as a quote unquote gang expert with no notes, no files, no reports. He's just speaking off the top of the dome about how terrible these people are for no other reason, but because they express themselves in a way and have a perspective that they disagree with. I'm sorry, I just can't rock with that. And again, we can have a deep conversation about whether or not, let me tell you, you know what, here. My name is Jason, and I'm gonna be fully transparent. I still, as a Presbyterian deacon, I still appreciate Prince. And a lot of his music was the bass, man. That stuff was the bass. But you know what I liked about Prince? Prince was always putting something together in a way that made you think. Matter of fact, when they said musicology, did you hear me say shout out to musicology? I didn't know about that word until Prince put out an album called Musicology. And I started researching, like, oh, this is the study of music. Like, oh, how cool. He had an album called Musicology. So I was like, hey, shout out to Prince. Back to my point. Now, I understand that the lion's share of Prince's music was not something that I support as a Christian. I can say that, no problem. I can also say that, you know what? I can appreciate the man wanted to. He was an artist, and he put together things in a way that made you think and appreciate various and sundry aspects of life. There you go. That's it. Now, was anything he did criminal? No. Was it fantastically great? Absolutely not. That's it. That's all we got to do. We don't have to do that. But on the same note, I would not say, well, Prince is a bad person because I didn't like Little Red Corvette. I did not approve of Darling Nikki. Therefore, Prince is a horrible, bad person. We're going to use these lyrics to show how horrible and bad person he is, put him under jail. That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Somebody's going to email me, dearwokec@gmail.com. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about me if you don't mind. Don't dog me out. Because again, I see this as being something that we can appreciate art in such of that nature, or not appreciate art. Not appreciate art. I'm sure most of you all, if you go to your nearest major city, driving around downtown, they got some kind of something that passes for art in your major city that somebody got paid for that. Who got paid for that? And what the world are we looking at? What is that? Modern art. It doesn't make sense. People get paid for it. It's up to interpretation, whether you like it or not, and all this kind of stuff like that. It can be it can be inspiring. It can make you want to do something else, like that big shiny bean in Chicago. What is that? That big metal bean. What is that? What is it? But you know what? That's their right to do that.
Too early for
Let's bring this
lunch,
back.
but,
She
give
talking about
us a few
lunch.
minutes. Thank you.
She's sending people to lunch already? This one's making me sleepy. I get them all the time. I get them all the time. I've already got 2 today. Not all of them are bad, though. Not all of them are bad. This case is, I don't know what this case is at this point. I don't even know what it is. I really don't know. I don't, am I muted? I have no idea what happened to the audio here. Jason, you're muted. Song doesn't necessarily mean that you're muted. I kind of knew that at one point I was no longer muted. I just felt, I was feeling it. So here we go, we're back. What's up, House?
Ms. Hilton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, so we're checking right now.
All right, and
YouTube.
Everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
This just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all right,
discussed.
no,
Right.
but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not,
to.
right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just that
Understood, but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think that, you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the.
Okay.
And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had the Daubert hearings.
it may be
just-
that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding
I
in the
don't know.
Daubert, perhaps that might be
Oh,
helpful.
I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not the
that-
order.
It's the ruling. That
Okay.
appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence, and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection.
Doug is up to no good. Doug is up to dastardliness. Look at him. This is yeah, I again, this is not my really something I wake up to argue about, but it's very disappointing to hear again where these young men are from. The opportunities are not as robust. And
A
so
rough of the Daubert hearing. What we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless.
I think it does too. I ask about this. I agree with you.
I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do that. And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
Okay. All right. So I did something while. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think this is a bad look. So what I did was I asked my office assistant, and my office assistant, you all know is Chat GPT. I said, "Hey, Chat GPT, you are an hip hop expert. Your specialty is 1980s rap. Can you give me 5 examples of lyrics that have multiple meanings?" And so just remember these. And so this will give you an opportunity to go back in time if you're an 80s baby. Eric B. and Rakim, Paid in Full, 1987. 1987, I was 13 years old at that point. And you know what he told me? He said he was thinking of a master plan. Ain't nothing but sweat inside my hand. Now, according to Adrian Love last week, if you're thinking about money or chasing after money, you're talking about a crime. But like, what's the surface meaning of that? He's thinking of a way to make money. What's the deeper money meaning? Sweat inside of his hand hints at labor and hard work, but also signifies emptiness, that there's no money in there. Ain't nothing but sweat inside my hand. So the layered meaning could be the lines play with the idea that even his thoughts and plans are as valuable as physical wealth if executed right. And that was just, 1987. Big Daddy Kane ain't no half stepping. Your boy was 14 at that point. What did he say? Rappers step into me, they want to get some, but I'm the Kane. So you know the outcome. What's the outcome? I don't know. Let's find out. Surface meaning he's ready to battle anyone. Kane sometimes sounds like Kane, Cane, implies that he's a disciplinarian ready to beat any challenger down. Bonus meaning he refers to his moniker Kane as a king, alluding to the dominance of the rap world. Ain't no half stepping. Shout out to Big Daddy Kane. But then y'all know who they are. Y'all know how I feel. I got my Adidas on right now, matter of fact. Run DMC, Peter Piper, 1986. Your boy was 12 at that point. Not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. What was the surface meaning of that? They're redefining the slang term bad. Can be used in a positive sense. So again, my point here is that lyrics don't always mean what they mean. It's not bad meaning bad. It's meaning bad meaning good. Cultural meaning. This flips expectations, showing how rap pioneers reshaped language, setting trends in how words are interpreted within and outside the culture. So it is very possible that I could be saying something and it not be exactly what it means on the surface. So for example, it's not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Your boy was 12 then. Slick Rick the Ruler, Children's Stories, 1988. Knocked 'em out, and then I'm gone. Now I've wanted for a murder that I didn't commit. What's the surface of that? A story about a young boy getting caught up in a crime. Now, if you remember, these are lyrics within an entire story. So this can't be like you would honestly want to say, well, wait. What's the full context of this? Because this is a full narrative. This is a full story. If I'm not mistaken, it's what's the name of the little boy in this story? This is not Rick saying this. This is somebody completely different. He's telling a story about somebody. But let's continue. The narrative critiques how the justice system disproportionately targets Black youth, often blaming them for crimes they did not commit. An additional layer, the playful tone hides the tragic message about lost innocence and societal traps. So yeah, the ruler, Rick the Ruler. Shout out to Rick. So again, and I think this is a great example if we really want to parse a story that's a narrative. He's telling a story about these little boys that get caught up in doing crimes. They rob another and a sister and a brother. Remember that? So they get caught up in the system of doing crimes, bad things. But this is not Rick claiming that he did it. So again, you have to look at it in his whole totality. KRS-One, Boogie Down Productions. Your boy was 14. Is my philosophy on the industry. I think very deeply. That's the lyric. That is the lyric. 4 words. I think very deeply. What is he talking about? What does he mean? He's saying he's claiming to be an intellectual rapper, which I think KRS-One, most people would agree, was very thoughtful. He thought about what he was saying. He's one of the beginnings of the conscious rappers, right? Layered meaning. This introduces a reoccurring theme throughout KRS-One's career. Rap is a form of philosophy, education, and societal consciousness. And dare I say, a critique of society. Further depth. The implication of the statement contrasts with the depth of what he is saying, implies that deep thinking, straightforward, yet many fail to engage in it. And so, I got no problem with it. I'm 50. I'm a whole 50 years old. Thank God for every moment that I have, because I'm on borrowed time. So I appreciate it. But let me finish. Now, I asked my office assistant, I asked him to do the same thing this time, but I asked him to give me some 5 lyrics that have multiple meanings or maybe seen as controversial. So now I'll let us continue. Grandmaster Flash, The Message, 1982. Your boy was 8 years old back then. And what did they say? What did Grandmaster Flash say? Standing in the burned out husk of New York City. What did they say? Standing in the rubble of dilapidated buildings. What did they say? Don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Well, clearly following the logic that they have here in One Charlie, they're saying that that's a crime. They're going about to do crime stuff. Push me off the edge means you're trying to push me off the ledge like Looney Tunes and lose my head. Crime stuff, right? Let's just be a little, let's be a little bit more robust. The surface meaning, a personal struggle to stay sane under tough circumstances. Is that logical to say that, hey, this guy's saying, don't push me, man. I'm trying to stay grounded. Don't push me. I'm trying to stay focused on my goals and whatnot. Is that reasonable? I think it's more than reasonable. Deeper meaning, it reflects on everyday pressure in the inner city life, systematic poverty, and violence. Is that, do you make room for that to be an option, Simone and Adrian and Christian? All right. Do you leave room for the fact that maybe, just maybe, this song is not about violence, but rather just giving a social commentary? Do you make room for that? The controversy about this was it was one of the first songs to move rap away from the party anthems and address serious social issues, making some listeners uncomfortable. And I think this is one of the things that we need to look at. Uncomfortable. There were people who became uncomfortable with the fact that, these guys are talking about things in society that we just want to ignore. We don't want to address them. And it's uncomfortable because we hear it. The beat is nice. We hear it. It has a nice, it's catchy, but it's talk about stuff that I don't want to address. We don't want to address the burned out husk of buildings in the Bronx. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about these issues. So you bringing these songs to my remembrance and bringing these songs into the zeitgeist is not a good thing because I don't want to talk about them. They make me uncomfortable. That's what they were doing in 1988. Now, NWA, y'all have been asking, and y'all know that they was coming. You knew they out here causing trouble and chaos. Now, I'm just gonna read the lyrics, and then we'll talk about it. When I'm called off, I got a sawed off, I squeeze the trigger, and bodies are hauled off. Yeah, I mean, it's there. It's there. And that does sound very violent. That does sound like, they talk about doing that violent stuff. And from the initial reading, bragging about street violence and toughness. That's fair. That's fair. But I do want to ask you a question. Let's just say that is truly what they're talking about. is it possible, because he said this, and this was, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was Ice Cube. This is Ice Cube rapping. Because Ice Cube says this, what is the crime that Ice Cube is guilty of? Just talking about doing something? Just because I talk about it means I do it? That's a thought crime. We don't want to go down that street. Let's continue. NWA wasn't just glorifying violence, but also reflecting on the anger and survival mentality born from police brutality and systematic neglect. I think there's some room for that. But again, they can talk about it. You have the right to talk about a topic that maybe I don't like. And I did not experience, I will admit, from where I've come from, I never experienced a situation that maybe was akin to what they experienced in gang-ridden LA. Maybe what they experienced in burned out Husk Bronx, New York. I didn't experience that. So therefore, I'm not going to, in my position, judge them and say, oh man, there's no way that you could experience something that is different from me. That's just ridiculous. The song was heavily criticized for promoting violence and lawlessness, even as it served as a raw narrative of the urban life. If you all know me, you know I'm a very staunch fan of PE. I enjoy Public Enemy. Don't believe the hype. 1988, your boy was still a mere 14 years on this planet. Some media is the whack. You believe it's true. It blows me through the roof. Now, are they saying that they put an explosive device and blow me through the roof? Is it what is it? What is it? Absolutely not. Let's continue. Calling out fake news and misleading journalism. Some media is the whack. You believe it's true. It blows me through the roof. The group critiques how the media misrepresents Black communities and hip hop, reinforcing stereotypes. Controversy. Public Enemy's lyrics sparked debate about the role of media and the authority, with some accusing them of being too militant and divisive. I mean, I think we can have that discussion. Now, I will say, I'm gonna skip number 4. I didn't even realize that they got 2 Live Crew in here. I don't agree with 2 Live Crew. I don't think I'm not going to even try to make a pretend like I have some kind of whatever about them, any kind of support for them. So I'm gonna continue. Email management if you have a complaint about it. But I do know one thing. 6 a.m, the police are at my door. Fresh Adidas squeaking across my bathroom floor. Now, this is back when rap was literally a whole entire story. So this narrative, like, okay, 6 a.m, police at my door. Fresh Adidas squeaking across the bathroom floor. What happens next? Why are the police there? These are some honest questions. I don't even think this is even a good critique. Like, you have to look at the whole. Court is not back? Is court back? They are back up in this piece. I'm sorry about that.
He may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled.
I rolled it back a little bit. And I'm going to speed it up just a taste. Sorry about that, y'all. Thank you so much, Tina. I
Yes, they
appreciate
just
you.
went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Box is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see him.
Go ahead.
Anyway. All right. Have a seat.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Burstfield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then. So he may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify
Okay,
about
well,
what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay, well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because
All right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns, that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here. If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hilton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor. And what he was qualified in is a gang expert. And I am positive he talked about how gang
Were
members
you
use
there?
music.
Were you there
I was
for it?
present.
Okay.
And
And
how,
is this from your memory?
this is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and
Yes.
using those in your
Yes.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Daubert hearing?
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is how do gangs use music, period.
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury.
And-
Well, honestly, we
Okay,
should
and
just
I'll-
let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half of that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet?
Wow.
They're not. All right.
All right, after continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in.
That's wild.
Laura.
I'm sorry. They're slow poker for some reason. Wow. That's crazy.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hilton. You and just one member of the defense approach.
This is ridiculous, y'all. Thank y'all so much, man. 672 of y'all watching. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging in there today and tapping in. If you hit the like button, I really do appreciate it. If you like this type of content, social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective, hit the like button. Check it out. If you don't like this, just hit the like button like 3 times. It kind of does the same thing, but you get my point. So the big kerfuffle is whether or not they're going to use rap lyrics.
All right, ladies
they're
and
trying to
gentlemen,
get
I'm
me
sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch.
Amazing.
I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch. And if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
Wow. This is getting to the point where it's just like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Literally speechless. No, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that. Literally speechless. I'm going to see what they do. She's supposed to something to straighten out. Let's see.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So actually, in the last 2 seconds, Ms. Persefield has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or a few minutes. Part of it, not all of it. So honestly, you know what, Ms. Persefield, how about you be looking, and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it
Yeah.
online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh,
Didn't watch it yet.
how long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
It's an hour.
Wow.
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my Daubert here.
Okay, I don't think it's.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. That is so cool.
Most of the time. So if you give
For
me
words?
yes,
That's amazing.
if you give me a few minutes,
Okay.
we'll know if this one is searchable.
Most of them are.
Did you send it to me?
Shout out to Miss Westbrook. Shout out to you. Miss Westmoreland.
Somebody
Sorry.
be looking at the transcript that we have and.
Can you share the YouTube link with the state?
This is sharing with the state and the recording right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
I'm trying to pull it up. I've got it. You have it? No, okay. I'm not searching, I'm trying to find the link. Hold on.
Wow.
You got it.
First code, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so they went radio. They turned the mics off. So yeah, I pulled up out of fun. I want to finish my discussion about rap lyrics. We got Ice Cube's 6 in the Morning. But I also pulled up Children's Story by Slick Rick. And I just want to talk about it for a second. Hopefully we get a chance.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music, and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people, to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So I'm satisfied.
Page 51.
51, 52,
41.
41. $55. $16. All right, so he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
It is what it is. All right. She said they're coming back at 1:15. Judge Whitaker seems very perturbed. Let's just tell the truth. She just seems very perturbed right now, but it is what it is. Let's finish this up. All right. I got it right. Bang. 6 a.m, police at my door. Fresh Adidas squeaking across my bathroom floor. And these are fairly new Adidas I'm wearing right now. That's kind of cool. What's the surface is a first-person narrative of a criminal escaping the police. Double meaning. This lyric set the tone for gangster rap, blending fiction and reality in a way that reflected both the personal experiences and community issues. Just and now the controversy. The song was accused of glorifying crime, but Ice-T has maintained it was meant to reflect the reality of the streets, not encourage illegal behavior. So we can see pretty clearly here, and I'm actually going to pull it up because I think this is something, again, I keep saying, I think they need to use the whole context of a song rather than just the lyrics thereof, because we saw right here, 6 a.m, police at my door, fresh Adidas squeaking across the bathroom floor. But what is the full context? Well, thank you for asking. We've pulled those up and now we have those ready as well. Oh my gosh. That's not good, Jason. Move over. Move over. That's horrible, man. That's not going to work. I didn't realize how small this text was. My goodness, in the morning. What is that, Mr.? What is Detective Flynn talking about? I'm just going to read the first part of it, because you can tell that this is a story. He's not telling, this is not necessarily his life. Oh, who wrote the definition? These are just, I just asked Chat GPT to be a hip hop analyst and a hip hop, give a critique of hip hop. So we can always, but see, even in that, we can have a deep discussion about that. I think those definitions were pretty fair, though. But let me continue. Let me finish this up. Thanks for that question, though. 6 a.m, police at my door. Fresh Adidas squeaking across the bathroom floor. Out the back window to make an escape. Didn't even get a chance to grab my old school tape. Mad with no music, but happy to be free. And the streets to a player is the place to be. Got a knot in my pocket. Weighed at least $1,000. Now we're going to continue from there. We'll stop from there. But you can clearly see he's telling a story. This is not necessarily autobiographical. This is not necessarily the life and the days of Detective Finn, but rather just telling a story. It's just telling a story. I want to jump back over here because, oh, sorry, I meant to share this. Bang. I'm going to jump back over here because I just want to show one more example. And I just think that this is something we should consider. Again, you might not like the music, and I think that is fair. If you don't like the music, you have that as your, you can do that. You have that as your prerogative. However, I don't think we can say that, oh, Well, see, here in Slick Rick's The Children's Story, see, I'll make it a little bit bigger. Aha. Knocked him out, and then I'm gone. Now I'm wanted for a murder that I didn't commit. Well, what's going on? What's happening? Is Slick Rick outing himself? Is he putting himself at the scene of the crime, doing all these deeds? Let's go find out. Once upon a time, not long ago, when people wore pajamas and lived life slow, when laws were stern and justice stood, and people were behaving like they ought to good, there lived a little boy who was misled by another little boy. And this is what he said: me and you, Ty, we're going to make some cash, robbing old folks and making a dash. They did the job. Money came with ease, but one couldn't stop. It's like he had a disease. He robbed another, and a sister and a brother. Tried to rob a man who was a DT undercover. The cop grabbed him by his arm and started acting erratic. He said, "Keep still, boy. No need for static." Punched him in the belly and he gave him a slap. But little did he know the little boy was strapped. The kid pulled out a gun and said, "Why'd you hit me?" The barrel was set straight for the cop's kidney. The cop got scared. Then the kid started to figure, "I'll do years if I pull this trigger." So he cold dashed and ran around the block. Cop radioed in for another lady cop. He ran up by a tree. There he saw his sister, shot for the head. He shot back, but he missed her. And so you can clearly see here, this is not a story about something that Rick did. It's just talking about life in the city that people could relate and understand. And I think we're putting ourselves in a bad position when we are saying that, oh, your artistic expression is a self-admission to crimes. I think we're putting ourselves in a very sticky situation when we say that. Like, oh, if you talk about something, again, you can't. So I don't think you should. It's social commentary on the world that Rick is living in at that time. I think he was in New York. He was definitely in a major city. He was just talking about the major city stuff that happened. Maybe he took 9 different stories and put them all together. But I think the idea, the notion that this is some self-snitching, some self-revelation of his own crimes and such of that nature, I think that is a sticky wicket that I don't think we really want to go down. I'm trying to find that lyric, that the verse that they used in my example. It's a really long song. I didn't realize how long this thing was. Here, I'm just gonna finish reading it. Let's go. And hopefully you all find value in this. If not, make sure you email management. I won't do it again. Where? Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Shot back and he missed her. Looked around good, and from expectations, he decided he'd head into the subway stations. But she was coming and he made a left. He was running top speed till he was out of breath. Knocked an old man down and swore he killed him. Then he made his move into an abandoned building. Ran up the stairs to the top floor, opened up the door, and guess who he saw? Come on, everybody, say it with me. Dave, the dope fiend shooting in dope, who don't know the meaning of water nor soap. He said, "I need bullets. Hurry up, run." The dope fiend brought back a banking shotgun. He went outside, but there were cops all over. And then he dipped into a car, a stolen Nova, raced up the block doing 83, crashed into a tree near University, escaped alive, though the car was battered, rat-a-tat-tatted, and all the cops scattered, ran out the bullets, and then he still had static, grabbed a pregnant lady and pulled out the automatic, pointed at her head and said, the gun was full of lead. He said, he told the cops, "Back off or honey here's dead." Deep in his heart, he knew he was wrong. So he let the lady go and he started to run on. Sirens sounded and he seemed astounded. Before long, the little boy got surrounded. He dropped the gun, so went the story. And this is the way that I have to end the story. He was only 17 in a madman's dream. The cops shot the kid and he still hear him scream. It ain't funny, so I don't you dare laugh. Just another case about the wrong path. Straight and narrow or your soul gets cast. Good night. So we can see pretty clearly here. This is not Rick talking about his life. Slick Rick is not talking about his own life. He's talking about a story. He's putting together a story. Maybe it's a story that he saw. Maybe it was this is just one story, one person's story. Who knows? Maybe it's totally fictional. Maybe just made it up out of, had a good night and said, I got this great story. I'm going to just write out. Who knows? But the idea and the notion that this is self-admittance of a crime is silly. It's just silly. And so I'm sad to see, and I kind of understand what the defense doesn't want. They don't want this to turn into a critique of their client's artistry, because they're going to be people that are going to be biased. I think they probably are well aware that with the idea of mumble rap, drill rap, trap music comes a bias that their clients are not going to be able to climb out of. And they're not going to be able to, if they can stop that bias from coming in, AKA this guy just giving a critique of rap music and him knowing the ins and outs of it. I think that's, all right. So I think, again, there could be another way to address these topics, because I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to say, hey, this song outlines this particular crime. We have this activity that transpired and we have a 1-for-1 correlation to the activity that we see in real time. So here's the art and here's the reality. So the art does depict the reality. The reality is depicted in the art, and they can put them together. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. And so I think that's where it's a sticky wicket to just say, well, because you're talking about crime stuff, then you must be admitting to said crime. I'm not certain I can roll with that, but we'll see when they get back. Yeah, we'll see when we get back. By the way, I do want to say thank you so very much, Erica. Thank you so much. We're also hearing that the stories and tales of the good ain't Cinderella. Absolutely. They're not always good stories. Not everything in life is a good story. There are bad things happen in life. We just go ahead and roll with it, and we acknowledge it and hopefully do something about it. That's fine. And hear me. I got you. And I understand. Monica, I don't disagree with you. And there might be some, again, just show a pound for pound or a true correlation between art and reality, and you can have that. But most of this is not that case. We're talking about where they're generally just take and say, hey, you're generally talking about, again, was that chasing at the money? But that was an internet post. But I thought it was a rap lyric that they put in a social media commentary. But either way, they're going to pull in, and we'll hear it later on. There's not going to be true 1-for-1 correlations. If Woody and Tick say, yeah, these songs are about me, that's one thing. But if there's not other examples, then those other things need not be brought in my mind, in my opinion. Yeah. Now I do think they should use those specific lyrics. If those are specific lyrics that say Jason threw his black Yeti with 3/4 cup of coffee in it, he threw his black Yeti at somebody, and you see it in real time, then use that. But if you're just saying Jason said he's a mean dude, so anything that happens out there in the world must be done because Jason was a mean dude, I think that one's a lap too far. What are you saying? What are you saying, Monica? You at the crib? You want to jump on? You jumping in? And this is from Monica, Mo Justice. If you want to come on, it's cool. I always love hearing your insight. I don't want people to realize I got a little afro. I have not shaved my head. I want to go to the barber shop and I don't want to shave. I want to have my barber do it. I want to get the a full experience. But oh no. What do you have, dear? We watch YouTube. Oh my goodness. What is we watch YouTube done? Oh my goodness. What are we doing? Here we go, right here. I can only imagine. All right. Oh my gosh. What is this? You work fast. Why are you like this? We watch YouTube. All right. All right, real quick. All right. Somehow or another, I don't know, man. We watch YouTube is sinister. We watch YouTube is high level sinister. I don't know how you be getting this stuff done so fast, man. I've been over here trying to do it and I cannot keep up with you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the muted song. Why am I still muted? I don't know why I am still muted. Is it a conspiracy against me? Am I just as bad as the state is being muted? My fate. Why am I still muted? Producer Jason's going to get fired. We will be firing him today. I am still muted. This is not the way. Why am I muted?
Why am I still muted? I don't know why. I am still muted. Is it a conspiracy against me? Am I just as bad as the state is being muted? My fate. Why am I still muted? Producer Jason is gonna get muted. We will be firing him today. I am still muted. This is not the way.
I'm sorry, you're fired.
We will be firing him today. I am still muted. This is not the way. We will be firing him today. I am still muted. This is not the way.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get going. Let's go.
And let me ask a more specific question.
I'm sorry. We watch YouTube. You are undefeated. There we go, right there. We watch YouTube. You are my goodness in the morning. That one is good. I'm sorry. You've had some bangers. I'm like, man, how are you getting this? That was good. Well done. We watch YouTube. Thank you so much. Real quick, make sure you drop your link in the chat. Please check out We Watch YouTube. Makes fantastic content, fantastic videos like this one. Oh my gosh. But you know who else makes some really good content? That's Monica Mo Justice.
Hey.
All right. Monica and I are supposed to fight. Are we going to fight or what are we doing?
What you want to do? How you want to do this?
I don't know. We can get down. What, front yard, backyard? How you feeling? You want to meet me at Quick Trip? I need to go get some lunch so we can.
Let me get my hoodie on.
You gotta take your earmuffs off and then put your hood on and then do that. Okay.
Well, am I going to be able to hear you? I don't know. Let me
I don't know. No violence. No violence today. No violence.
No violence today.
No violence. We're not gonna do no violence today. All right, Monica, what we got? Talk to me. Talk to me. Set me right.
All right. So the lyrics in this case, there's going to be two different sets of lyrics. It's going to be the ones that align with probably something that happened during the course of January 10th, 2015 in the present.
Okay.
And then there's going to be an interpretation of whatever Love thought the lyrics meant. So when she took something out of context. So that would be the one about making money, or whichever one you refer
chasing
to.
money and
Chasing
my
money,
past chasing me.
the bag. Yeah, chasing the bag. I don't know, because I'm from New York. We chase the bag. I'm sorry.
Okay, but okay. Again.
But we not burnt down Bronx either.
No, but wait, am I wrong? Was that not the Bronx back in the 70s?
Oh, the 70s.
Yeah, the 70s. I'm talking about the genesis of hip hop. I know, Monica, you're only 29, but the genesis of hip hop started.
I would like to think I was brought up in the hip hop era.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, the genesis of it in the 60s and 70s was from the Bronx. And there was a lot of what was going on with apartments catching on fire because shoddy internals.
Who was making it, taking it? I forgot. Don't get me started with it.
No.
So for the record, I'm not a music fan.
Okay. And that's fine. And I'm not, and I'm sure it, and because while I was talking, I saw all the different types of genres of music scrolling through the screen that people talk about. I don't have an opinion on some of them. They're not my deal. But again, I am okay with them using it again. I think there's a song about Woody gonna bop you in the head with a stick or something crazy like that. If you can tie that to an activity, that's fine. Because I think that's an outright admission that you can use. But the fact, I think most people probably collectively laughed when you said Adrian Love is going to translate or interpret rap lyrics. Everybody in here was like, man, come on, man. She can't even doggone translate her own work. Like, go somewhere, sit down with that. So that's my problem. But go ahead.
All right. So one of the lyrics are, what is it? Release the media title E, where defendant states, red just like Elmo, but I never something giggle. YSL won't fold. God, the language. Pick his off from the balcony. YSL wipe a nose. I'm taking out cuss words, all right? So if it sounds a little weird because they're not here, but you know what's link is down. I'm something for the cash. Then she getting robbed by Tick. So what Tick said was that he robbed a woman, right? And that was what his crime was. And then this dude wrote it in a song. And he was just like, he didn't appreciate it, but he acknowledged. See, this is the problem. You when facing a case like this, right, and really wanting to have the appreciation of the jurors, you can't deny everything when some things look evident, right? Go ahead.
I pulled up the song, and you're right. I'm not going to even. They might strike me just for putting the lyrics on here. So if they're doing the most in here for sure. But that's in my. I've said if you can draw a straight line or a reasonably straight line from the lyric, from the art to the reality, I have no problem with that. I'm not arguing with that. I'm only saying, this right here. If you draw snitching in lyrics, and it is what it is. So I'm fine with if this is in the song. If you're looking for it, it's called EWW, song by Young Thug. Look it up yourself, and you'll see. And it's about the 9th bar. Talks about Tick. Then that is what it is. I got no problem with this. I would if Adams was if I was sitting next to Adams, I'd say, sir, go and have a seat. This is fine. But I have a problem with the interpretation of other lyrics. That's my problem. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know, because it's like F and M put him in a wheelchair. So who knows who those two people is? So that was considered. So that little snippet that I read, minus. So red like Elmo. So Elmo's the blood now. Like let's be real. Elmo's world.
Right, but yeah, I don't, because what was it? F and what?
F like the F. I don't know. You give me the military words because it's not F as in
Foxtrot.
Frank.
Foxtrot.
Foxtrot and who's N?
Nancy.
All right, so Foxtrot and Nancy. So that's what it said. F and N put them in the wheelchair. So all I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. My something to step over here. F and N put him in a wheelchair. So like, to be honest, I would have never known that their music was even as hazardous because I couldn't make out what the lyrics was. In my car, I was probably saying something like, hey, put them in the air, wave them like just don't like. I probably had my own little lyrics for this stuff. I didn't even think nothing of it. And I listened to the best of them.
They got F. Are you in that EWW song still?
No, I moved on.
Oh, they got F and N in this song too.
F and N?
Yep.
I don't know who F and N could possibly be, but we'll find out in this case if it means something. But again, you know, they claimed in the opening statement that they did not chase the lyrics. They were solving the crime and the lyrics came to them, right? Yep. So the bag thing would be an example of once you got there with the lyric and once you got there with the lyrics, you ain't know what you was doing. And the reason why we know you ain't chased the lyric is because in their post, right? And this is something young people do still to this day. They always are writing lyrics in their post. And you'll be thinking like, oh, somebody's sending me a she said Fanny and Nathan.
Yeah, wow. There they go. Because the lyric is F and N coming out the hatch. Well, there you go.
But you could tell that they didn't even know what the lyrics was because when Zachary was testifying, right? He had a lyric on his post, right? Now it's not a
YSL.
Jeffrey. I don't even want to say I've stopped calling it YSL. Okay. The record label. I'm just calling it Jeffrey's music right now. Whoever, because I do believe that Young Slime Life was a gang. Whoever those people were, I think they were a gang. Okay. But I'm not convinced that it is the record label at this point. That's my position.
Okay.
So if I run around here and I say YSL, then people are going to be confused. So I'm just making a distinction.
And yes, you are correct that FNN is a piece of weaponry. You all are correct. It's correct. I pulled it up. We did not know that 12 seconds ago.
Wait a second. Let me go back now to this lyrics and see if this changes anything.
It is a piece of weaponry. That's fair.
Okay, so all I ever wanted was my money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. My whatever to step over here. Anything to step over here. So my ping ping I'm sick of y'all on that ping ping thing. So put him up in the wheelchair. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I
So
got
did
you.
someone end up? All right. So now here's my question. Do they have somebody who ended up in a wheelchair? Do
I
they
don't
have
know.
a victim in a wheelchair?
I don't know. It's a great question.
I remember, one of my favorite artists is I probably shouldn't say this.
All right, don't do it then. Don't do it. Thank you, Monica. We appreciate you. Don't do it.
But I'm known to blast his music in my car all the time. But
Not bad.
I'm sure they're not. It's just crazy. I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy. Is that singer admitting he shot the sheriff? No, you only can make the transition from music to criminal activity when the person is engaged in some criminal activity.
Right, because one of the things, and I would highly recommend and encourage, not just promoting my own videos, but I did that whole breakdown of the pre-trial motion about rap lyrics. One of the things they point out is Johnny Cash. He has a song about using a weapon against somebody and just watching the person expire, right? But Johnny Cash was he was arrested. Why did they not use the lyrics? Well, what he was arrested for was smuggling controlled substances, and they weren't able to draw the line. That's what I'm saying. If you draw a line from the art to the crime or the crime to the art, I got no problem with you. I'm gonna support you. So they said Johnny Cash was he was found guilty, or he was caught smuggling controlled substances. So they couldn't bring these lyrics things that had nothing to do with the crime. However, let's say, for example, Johnny Cash had been, arrested for using a weapon against another person, and that person expiring. Well, then they could say, hey, well, he look at his art, look at the crime, and they could put them together and they would match. But in this example, you had the art said one thing and the crime was something else, and it don't match. So that's why, like with Bob Marley and the now if they found him, if he actually did expire a person, and it didn't have to be a law enforcement person, but he says, hey, look, he said he shot the sheriff, but that's why. Just following their logical argument. But go ahead.
Hey, I want to sound like you. So here's my board.
Oh, don't get me, girl. I'm so mad because I didn't realize how much chart paper I had in my garage. So I need to get some teachers. I got to do a blessing to some teachers. I'm mad about all this chart paper I got.
You got the one with the this is that erasable part on the back.
I got the big giant sticky note kind. What in the world? Some or another, when I put reactions, my screen freezes.
And it gives a big thumbs up.
Right, the thumbs up is stuck there. I don't know what that's about. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So keep talking. Show me your chart.
So yeah, well, back in the days when I was trying to explain legal terms on my channel, right, I did come to conspiracy. Let me see how to get this in the frame. So, and this is what this case is all about. It's just a conspiracy. When people work together by agreement to commit an illegal act. But the problem that they're having with this particular case is that they're unable to show how when a person created a criminal act that they were in agreement with someone else. So for instance,
yes,
Sledge testified. He was very contrite and told us, hey, I drove them to XYZ. They did what they did, and I took accountability because I drove them in that vicinity, right? So that you can establish as a conspiracy between those three individuals. But how did their act connect to the other people in the trial? you can't make that connection, or they haven't made that connection yet. They are doing, I'm not going to say a great job, but they're starting to connect the stories that they've given us piece by piece now, because we're starting now to see how one person testified and gave us one account, and then another person comes on and says, well, that's not actually, they call it an inconsistent statement, which is a lie. So they're using
Right.
we've learned a new terminology for a lie. It's inconsistent statements. So we'll have a new generation of kids growing up, instead of calling people liars, they'll be like, that was an inconsistent statement.
I'm gonna just tell my kids ahead of time. Don't even waste your time with that one, baby, because it's a lie.
What? An inconsistent statement?
Don't even roll up in here talking about, well, Dad, it was just an inconsistent statement. No, you're gonna inconsistent. Yeah, you're gonna be inconsistent. All right.
Yeah. Let me see if I go ahead. Let me see if I found another lyric. But that one was associated with tech. Now notice that lyric is an overt act.
Right,
And
because there's an actual crime that's being tied to it. And again, like I got zero issue with it. If you could say Tick said he robbed somebody, and there's a song about robbing somebody, and Tick was the one that did it, okay, fine. But if you're just saying, well, this guy's saying it again, using my really bad example here, use the Ice Cube, say, oh, well, he's glorifying crime. He must be doing crime because he said 6 a.m, police was at his door and a fresh Adidas squeaking across the bathroom floor out the back window to make my escape. So, he must be, he must be running from the cops. Arrest him. Come on, that don't even make no sense.
So Jeffrey's argument, right? Mr. Williams' argument is basically, yes, I have made music, right? Or my lyrics conform to activities that happen in the community, right? But I didn't encourage people to do that. I wasn't the leader of it. I just, it's like his music imitated what was happening in his environment.
Or he could say it's social commentary. He's giving commentary about what's happening in the world that he's in. And I was alluding to this before. When we were children, matter of fact, in the chat, if y'all don't mind, there's going to be interaction. When you were a child, what was the pie in the sky type of job as a child for you? When I was a child, it was be a cowboy, be a president, be an astronaut. There was these pie in the sky type of careers. Are you with me? And as we started getting older, the children, their pie in the skies were not as pie in the sky. You see things like, I want to be I want to be in NBA. I want to, of course, little black boys want to be in the NFL. Okay. And those kind of things like that. But now somebody wants to be a rapper. And I was calling them pie in the sky because when we were younger, we had no idea what an astronaut needed to do. We had no grasp of it. There's just something out there like, yeah, I want to be an astronaut. But as we got the next generation came, they're like, yeah, I want to be a basketball player, I want to be an NFL player, whatever. They had a little bit more grasp to it because they were playing basketball and such like that. But now it's not really pie in the sky to say, I want to be a rapper. And you could be fairly successful as a rapper, well more than my generation was at being an astronaut or whatever it was that we wanted to be. So my point in bringing that up is you're taking this field that Jackie, I'm gonna put you in timeout, Jackie Butler. I'm gonna put you in all kinds of timeout. 0-second timeout, you're out. But now they could actually be a rapper and be fairly successful at it. But what are you doing?
But no, I was reading somebody wanted to be an actor until the Challenger blew up.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that when I was in school. I remember that. But my point
what
is,
grade were you in?
Don't quote me on this. I want to say I was in 5th grade, 4th or 5th grade.
Oh, so I'm older than you. Let
me check. What year did the Challenger blow up?
In 1980 something. So it had to be like 85. 5. I was in 9SP, so I was skipped. So I would have been an 8th grader, but I was a 9th grader when that happened. I'll never forget that. Let's see.
86.
So
I was 12.
it was
Have mercy.
January. It was a
January
half a day.
28th. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a half a day for us. So yes, I was in the 9th grade.
So, and Raynette, thank you so much. This is a great point because they bring that up as a very big marker in the book, Rap on Trial. And they bring that up as an example again. And we can talk about that because I think you make a great point that NWA said like we are giving social commentary in the world that they are currently in. And I totally get it. So we can come back to that, but I agree with you. And that's what they use actually in this book as one of their major points about that. But so go ahead with yours. I was 12. I was going on 12. I was 11 technically.
So 12 was 7th grade. So that's like 6th, 7th grade. Yeah. 6th grade, 7th grade. 11.
Yeah.
11. So 12 is.
No, because Chief Executive second born is 14 and she's in 9th grade. So we back it up. Should have been 13 and 6th. Should have been
13
12.
and 6.
What I said?
No,
Lord, what numbers am I doing? 8th grade.
I was 12
what
and
grade was
7.
I? We are over here really demonstrating.
Yeah, that's right. Because when I was 17, I was already out of school because I was skipped 1 year. So
I didn't skip any year. They probably need to keep me. They should have kept me.
Don't hold that against me.
I ain't gonna hold nothing against you. I see what you did there. We watch YouTube.
What? Yeah, we just try to add numbers around here.
Yeah, we over here. I don't know what we doing.
All right, but
yes, sir.
So what
Yes,
was the song that you was just talking about? Because see, I remember being one of those teenagers that was sneaking out to go to in that day and age, they would have like jams in the park.
Okay.
So and we had our gangs in New York, you know, that I guess I didn't know any better, but I'd be running outside, sneaking out to try to get to the park to hear this music, get my new Adidas, and we be hanging in the trees because we ain't got no business out there. So we have to go and sit in the tree.
I didn't picture you in a tree.
Yes.
But where you at Club Crucial is the question. Where you at Club Crucial?
No.
Right.
You know what I was saying when I keep hearing, I was like, so the lesson learned for these guys is stay out of the club. My goodness, they couldn't go. They was between Club Crucial. Now he's going to give us a compound. I was like, them the last two places I want to be at. But not for nothing. You know, I grew up in Jamaica, Queens. So we had our clubs too. I just didn't go to those.
So I think it's interesting because I see a lot of people talking about movies and art as well as music, and then of course I see video games. And very rarely when there's an event of mass importance do they run to the video games. And even in that, they don't go after the voice actors. They don't go after again, there seems to be a disconnect in the way that they treat hip hop music and its impact on quote unquote society and other forms of media and their impact on society. Just seems to be very lopsided. But where you look like you found something in your notes.
It's so crazy right here. So looking at what is these things called? Overact 25. This one right here, it says that defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, right? I need y'all to figure this out. Either he's the leader of it or he's an associate of it, or whatever. So in your charge, you can't keep, you done told us he was the leader. So why in your statement right here, you didn't say the leader of blah, 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 right?
Because they're just
Instead,
making
now
stuff
he's an
up.
associate.
Because
So
they're making it up. Because Sledge was an associate.
it's an well, Sledge never alleged to be, he never asserted that he was the leader.
No, I'm saying he was an associate. I think he's called an associate. So
Yeah.
Sledge and Jeffrey on the same level. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you want us to believe in count 56 that
Correct.
he's the leader of it. So in
Right.
your overt acts, he needed to be listed as the leader. Like, these are the things that I would make arguments about and say that it's inconsistent. Either he's the leader or the associate, but you can't have it both ways.
I wonder, are they going to wait till the end and bring that
They
up
have to.
and throw it out the window? I mean, throw it at him right when they walk out the door. Oh yeah, by the way, Jeffrey's just an associate. To really mess him up.
Here's the thing, right? And I was thinking that this was Paige's, I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect her, call her Paige. Judge Witt. I was thinking that Judge Witt's main focus right now was to get the prosecution's case up and out. And then when they get to the stage that they would go, as soon as the prosecution rests, there's going to be a directed verdict motion. And then they're going to have to go through this indictment and figure out if they've proven, if they've submitted enough evidence for their prima facie case. Beyond, normally the burden still shifts, and people will say that, because the burden is on the prosecutors, this is the light most favorable to the prosecutor, we will leave this in. But if these things don't tie in by then, she may not be willing to put this forward based on some of the other things that she said, but then she's inconsistent with some of her positions that she takes, that you don't really know what to call her. And I thought today she made a big mistake when she was like, I don't know, because I never heard
That was terrible. That was horrible.
I was like, did she just say that?
So I've been asking this.
That's why you shouldn't be doing this case right now, because you didn't hear all the evidence.
Allegedly. I think she went over like the crib notes of it. I don't think she went through the deep matter of it, but that's neither here nor there. And I asked this question, I think of yourself or Rome King. And somebody mentioned in the live chat today that it seems like she's about to disagree with what Judge Glanville said about the lyrics. And I'm like, what happens if that happens? Like, will she be able to, can she disagree with what Judge Glanville said about the lyrics? Because she said already she don't know what he said.
Well, she got the transcript and she started going through it. They knew they was trying to fast one, because when you hear Still get up there and say, no, I'm not making that assertion, but so you already know they don't want to lie to the court, but they will definitely mislead the court.
Yeah.
So they would have just got another look at it. You ever notice how like you say one thing and folks be trying so hard. Anyway, moving on. The defendant.
I see you, Ray. Thank you so much. I'm about to hit you back in a second. Okay.
Oh, that one about what people be doing with their, when they be lying to each member of their family, and then they go into the court and tell the God's honest truth.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Lie to your mama, lie to your friends, and then
go into, that one, and then go into court and tell it, raise your hand and tell the God's honest truth. I'm just like, that's crazy. That is
So
crazy.
no. So shout out to Ray. Ray sent me. It looks like it could be something useful, and it's YSL Mondo. The problem is I done already heard some language already. I got to do a better job of isolating some of this music. I mean, some of these words. So I'm gonna have to go through and actually.
So is Mondo saying that he's the founder?
Let me see exactly what the clip is, but because
Well, he sent it to you. He ain't send you a summary. Like what?
he sent it to me. Young Thug reacts to YSL Mondo saying that he created YSL and not Young Thug, and I think it's a back and forth. It looks like a what is that called? Instagram Live.
Let's just make this make sense, right? Would you want to claim that you started an organization, right, that is currently sitting on a RICO trial? like who in their right mind is going to be like, oh yeah, I started this, but I did see this.
So, yeah.
You know the background to this guy, right?
Yeah, we could just read the title. We could literally read the first 2 sentences. I don't even have to watch the whole thing yet. The first 2 things. I'm the founder of YSL. I started this. Don't let the drugs get you your head big, dog. Let's be honest. Wasn't nobody screaming YSL till I started repping this. I mean that's him. And when the name is Slime God Mondo, what are we having a conversation about? To me, this is the part where I'm like, just stop, because y'all done gave this man YSL Mondo. He's the one that got played out, right? Or Fonnie Willis represented him. Am I right or wrong?
Fonnie Willis represented him a couple of years before she ever became a.
That's right. There we go.
A prosecutor. So when she was on the other side of crime and she was a defense attorney, she represented him. But that's the problem in this whole town of Fulton. Everybody has represented some of these guys in some shape or some format.
Yeah.
You saw earlier when I was just looking for something and then discovered that Martinez Arnold was represented by Steele.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the reason why they wanted to remove Steele from being, or not allow him to be, say he had a conflict of interest because
right.
he was going to be Williams' attorney in the case. But I didn't read, to be honest. I was just looking for the case number so I could pull up the real indictment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go back and read that that clip because I really want to read that whole. I think there's more stuff in there that's going to be interesting about
clip? What do you mean?
history. No, it's not a clip. I want to read the whole motion from Steele, why he shouldn't be removed.
Oh, got you.
But I'm looking for more lyrics. All right. So
give me them lyrics. Let's go.
Again, he's associate. Appeared in a video released on social media titled Slime Stuffing. Okay.
Slime Stopping, like Crime Stopping?
No, Slime Stuffing.
Okay.
Okay.
Right,
where lyrics state, see how we make cuss words sound so good? Where lyrics state, hey, this that slime stuffing. Hey, YSL stuffing. Hey, killing 12 stuffing. Hey, F jail stuffing. Hey.
Yikes.
So now this is probably going to get linked to the dude that had the shootout with the officer.
Okay, I'm listening.
So you know the one but I can never get that guy's name right. All these people, Eppinger.
Oh, Eppinger, right.
Well, let me see. Yeah, so it says this got a lot of cusses in it though.
It's
You
a
know,
lot. Oh my gosh.
I gotta be creative.
No, I'm looking at the lyrics. It's not worth you doing that. It's not, it don't even make like it's not even like grammatically it doesn't even make sense. Like
It's like I'm in the VIP and I got that pistol on my hip. No, you
like
wasn't.
he wasn't.
Because the testimony stated that you was in the VIP and everybody went outside to get their stuff so they could bring you out of the club. Like, I mean, like you can even contradict the lyrics that was here based on the testimony that we heard so far.
Facts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, honestly, some of the stuff you could take an approach to just based on the information that's been presented and the testimony that's been presented so far, you can build reasonable doubt based on what they've heard people testify and what the lyrics are saying. Because that would be like a prime example. Because according to Zachary, he stayed inside the club.
Correct.
In the VIP section, while the rest of them went outside to to secure the location, I guess. FF. And I didn't even find that to be a bad thing. You know why? Because if I got a friend that elevated and he decided today to hang out with us and go to the strip club, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is buying drinks all around and stuff like that, I feel personally responsible to make sure that he gets home safe. And I think that's all he did.
I agree. All right, I'm listening to you. I gotta grab my notes.
You got notes?
No,
On
not
what?
I'm sorry. No, you got all excited. No, my big chart paper from earlier.
We grabbing our charts. Let me get mine.
No, your charts are like official. Your charts are like actually needful. Mine are I'm just tired and my ADHD is kicking in. Let me grab my
Did you see Hilton when she pulled that out? Now I want y'all to notice that at least when I scrabble on my chart, right? It's on neat, so it's legible.
That was embarrassing. I'm like, y'all, how long is lunch? Lunch should be over in 15 minutes. They're supposed to be back at 1:15. Ramirez. What's up, Rome? Real quick. So we had a little class lesson today. We did some math. Today.
Pull the chair up.
Push it back. All right. So we had class today. We did Rome, just in case you were wondering.
But you did it wrong.
Wait, what'd I do?
You just said we go over to our neighbor, and then you cross the whole 10. You cross that whole 10 out and just put a 9 there. Right? But you forgot to do the whole knock, knock. Can I borrow the 10?
I did it to start with, though. I did it to start with. And I said, you start with 0 and you go to your neighbor. And you say,
Correct.
Can I borrow it? And he don't have any. So he goes over to your neighbor next. And we just walk backwards. I didn't go through each step back. I mean, you could, I guess. Okay, now that my neighbor has 10, I go ask, yeah, okay, I got you.
You forgot to do knock. You forgot to knock.
Look, we ain't in the hood now. We ain't got to knock on the door that many times. Like, hey, stop knocking.
Well, you know, in the hood, the door is open.
Facts. Hold on one second.
The door is open with a can of soup holding it across.
So then we also did, hold on one second. Plug back in. All right. So we also had language arts. We played a game. We had to fill in the words, fill in the missing word. Okay. And then we had a story starter. I am looking for, what are we looking for? You fill it in what you're looking for and go for it. That's how you tell your story. So that's my.
You know what? You were missing the hangman.
I was gonna do that. Next, I was gonna play Hangman. Look, this story is so dumb, but I couldn't think of because this was all spur of the moment. I had literally thought of it while I was sitting here. So if I had time to like really cogitate on it, I could have come up with like, how do I get them to tell me what letters to go? Because I was like, if I ask them to tell me what letter, it's gonna go crazy in the chat and there'll be all kinds of letters and it's not gonna work. I'm like, how do I pick a person? So then that was I could do a name picker. I could do that and say, hey, pick a name. I could do that. All right, let's try that. All right. I need you to entertain everybody for a few moments.
Oh, okay, so what are we doing?
Tell a song.
Okay.
Sing a song.
All right, let me find another lyric. Bad boy. Bad boy. Okay, so defendant Jeffrey Williams, you know, that associate thing, did appear in a video released on social media titled Bad Boy with lyrics stating that you better watch the way you breathe round me, for that breath be your last, boy. So Mr. 45 put a hole in his heart. Better not play with me. So and so stay with me. Oh, this is the one where somebody mommy. Now he no longer mention me. Oh.
Okay, you singing a song yet? You gotta sing a song.
Yeah, you got. I
No,
did.
not yet. Almost. No, you did not sing a song. Don't you?
I did too.
You did not.
It's a beautiful day in my neighborhood.
Look.
I do have that song on my channel. It's a beautiful day in most neighborhood. A beautiful day for a shorty.
Oh my! She said day for a shorty. Watch out.
All right, go ahead. Let's see it again.
Hold on, not yet. Hold on, I gotta get the.
You gotta get the hangman.
Okay, here we go. All right, so I need everybody in the chat. If you want to play hangman, I need you to put hashtag YSL in the chat. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, all right, go. If you want to pick a letter, do YSL in the chat. Hashtag YSL in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, we going down today. You're gonna mess up. This is how you mess up your algorithm. Things like this.
Why? What do you mean?
Because it's smart ID. That's how you ended up getting the first thing. Like it does all. It's AI, so it's picking up all of this type of
Right, but we're engagement though. It's engagement. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's engagement, but is it is it going to be the one that gets you restricted as being not a child? Not age appropriate.
No, and even in that, they went back and they changed that. I didn't even refute it. They changed that last night anyway.
Okay.
With the age restriction. Okay, so now I'm gonna do a name pull. All right, so here we go. All right, and then when I pull your name, you're gonna tell me what letter you want me to do. All right, there we go. That's how we're gonna do it.
You done got everybody's name up in here.
All right, so Simply Renee, what letter do you want? Simply Renee, what letter do you want to pick? This channel is
we are really playing.
This channel is no longer serious. I'm telling you. I don't even care anymore. Simply Renee, what letter do you want to pick?
Why?
We all getting warrants. Okay, she said A. Okay.
That's a vowel. You buy vowels.
No. We're playing hangman.
I
forgot.
Okay, I thought we was playing.
No. So there's no A.
What's the one with Vanna White?
Wheel of Fortune. You crazy? All right. No, there's no A. All right, let's keep going.
There's no A.
No, there's no A. Sorry.
Oh, I think you got to do the YSL again because your name is not going to come across there.
No, it's just the same people. I don't want to pull the same person again. Every time you put it, So everybody who's on here is already in the name picker.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't see my
right.
beautiful face come across.
I saw your face.
Okay.
Joe, what is a letter you want to pick? We are so out of control.
We are.
Joe says an E.
E. What's up with y'all these vowels? Uh-oh,
Okay,
there's an E.
Uh-oh.
He definitely got to cheat your handwriting because it's very like, he's like, the E goes this way.
All right. So, okay.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
Can y'all see it? Yeah, y'all can see it.
I feel like I know what the first word is.
Oh, you know what it is. All right. Tamara, streets. Give me Tamara, pick a.
So why do you have an E down there? Oh. All right, so I think I know the first word.
Okay, but you can't say it out loud.
I know.
Kick you out of here.
I'm just sitting here. I'm getting kicked out.
Oh, it's on a C. There is no C.
No C?
No C.
Are you sure?
I can spell.
You need to go write the word on the back somewhere.
I promise you, y'all gonna be like, oh, yeah, never mind. Hey, don't be challenging my thought here, kiddo. They're like, man, other channels, they over here serious. They read motions and having like deep over here. We're playing hangman. What's going on? Key, give me a pick a letter, a vowel, either one. This is ridiculous, man. I'm telling you right here. This is the
all right,
yeah,
come on, Key. Come on, Key. Give us a good letter. She got aura.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Man, this is craziness.
Go.
I'm so disappointed in me. I'm disappointed in me.
If you want to be in the game,
Goldie. What's going on, Goldie? Give me a vowel. Give me a B. All right, Goldie. Give me a vowel or a consonant of your choosing. I just want to go on record that I made this up on the fly. So can we get? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So everybody can see.
Okay, what is that supposed to be an R down there in the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay.
They know what it is. Ex parte. It's not ex parte. You're crazy. People are crazy. I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all gonna be like, if your name comes up, Mickey, and you can guess. All right, Amelia Reed.
Hey.
This is craziness, man. You can pick a vowel or a consonant, or you can guess if you feel like you know what it is. At this point, but only do it if I call your name, though. Only do it if I call your name. Oh, you need to see the board? Sorry.
I'm just so confused with that R just sitting right there in the middle of a word.
What does Amelie say? Did Amelie give me an answer?
Oh, I missed it. Hold on.
I don't think they did. I don't think.
Miss Reed. Amelie Reed.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Come on down.
Come on down. Okay.
You're the next letter.
All right, I gotta go.
You just went, I gotta go.
No, I'm saying like I gotta.
Okay. Let's see.
Present, not perfect, up in the building.
Let's go. Give us that letter. Woo woo.
Oh, no, I don't see. Yeah.
No, we still ain't get Miss unless I can't see.
Okay.
F.
Oh, for real. There we go. Oh, see now,
We got it.
now all of a sudden y'all gonna be like, okay.
That's it. One F.
Yeah. Wait.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the third word is.
I promise you do. I promise you do.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Go.
Let's go.
Come on, man.
Let's
Greg,
go.
Greg is gonna kill it right here. Greg, here it comes. Oh, I see you, Amelie. There's no O. I see, but there's no O in there.
Oh, you see it?
He just popped up. Just popped up right there. I don't know if it was on delay.
Oh, she must got a delay.
She must have an iPhone. Okay. Come on, Greg. Oh, yeah.
No,
You solve the
might
puzzle, Greg. That's fine.
All
You
right.
can solve it. Sorry. You can solve it.
No, you didn't.
What?
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
But is it Greg who answered?
Wait, I don't see Greg
I would have
answer. Where's
never
Greg at?
thought that. I would have never thought that.
Why not?
I don't know. But it sounds
Samsung
so
game.
you. It sounds so you.
No, we are out of control.
It just sounds so you. This is why this is the best live chat.
The best, like, where you at, Greg? Did you answer, Greg? I don't see you.
Yes, he did.
Did he? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go back up. So he's like,
I see this right here.
there
I'd like to solve, but I don't
at
see him.
106.
Oh.
106 p.m. I like to solve the puzzle, Jason.
Well, I see that, but I don't see him actually solving. But
And then
it
he
is.
comes in right after it.
Lord have mercy. Right there. It's right there. I didn't see it.
Yes.
Free the jury. There you go. See? Now, didn't I tell you was gonna know what it was?
No, I would have never guessed that. I would have been sitting up here. I would have never guessed that.
Free the
You
jury.
know why I don't be feeling like free the jury?
Tell me why.
Because when they came back from the 2-month vacation in the
You're
middle
right,
of the
you're right.
summer,
You're right.
they had a chance to go home.
You're right. You're 100% correct. You're right.
So I feel no.
You are correct. Thank y'all for playing my totally out of pocket game. I'm sorry that there's other content creators that are doing serious things. I let y'all down as a content creator. That was ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Thank y'all so much. That was fun though.
That was.
Okay, so now we know what we can do now. We can play Hangman and we can play Hangman.
At lunchtime.
Now, if I can find a way to put Hangman on the screen so I don't have to be sitting here holding up this board, now that
you could.
there's got to be a whiteboard type of effect.
I was about to say there got to be a whiteboard feature here.
There's got to be a whiteboard feature. Oh
Well,
my
on
gosh.
Zoom has whiteboard. So this got to have
Zoom
whiteboard.
does. You're right.
Zoom has
Come on, StreamYard, fix that. That needs to be a next week activity.
Zoom
That needs to be right now. Free the jury. But you know what? I might have to go back and erase this. I might throw this in the trash. Because what was it? The Prices, what's that show called?
We did a combination.
With the
We
whammy.
did,
What's that one called?
with the whammy.
Guess the price, not The Price is Right. There's a show that had this little okay. Anyway.
What was the show? We're interested now.
What is it? They're gonna tell me. The chat's gonna tell me in a second. What was that show with the whammy? It's called I can't. It's gonna pop up here. I know.
I'm waiting.
Oh, she talking trash now, y'all. Y'all better.
I don't know it. What was the name?
Family
of the
Feud. We could do Jeopardy though. I could do Jeopardy.
Jeopardy. Which one?
YSL Jeopardy. Because I have Jeopardy Labs as there's a feature. Jeopardy was really big in education. Jeopardy is like a fantastic game.
So is Jeopardy the one with the rolls going down for $100?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me just double check. Make sure I remember my
How
password.
come every time this is YouTube stuff?
I got it right here. Oh, watch this. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. All right. Y'all, this channel has lost. This channel has lost its whole way. We are lost like a ball in tall weeds. All right. I have Jeopardy Labs right here. I can create, oh my gosh, here it comes.
Not
Email
off the
management, email management, a
I'm gonna have to give
category.
you a row. I'm gonna have to give you a whole
Well,
line.
okay, here we go,
going
here we
down.
go. Email me a category and 5 questions that go in that category. So like, for example,
Well, no, 5 answers, right?
what
Because
the
the person.
question and the answer. Yes, the question and the answer. Because then I can oh man, that's gonna be
So
fun.
how are we gonna do this? Are we gonna have to do what is
Oh wow. Oh my gosh. 3rd grade place value. I forgot all. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so fun. Okay, so then we would break up into teams. I'm sorry. Let me know if the case comes back on if y'all care about that. I don't even care anymore. I'm like, whatever. Okay, so we can break up into teams. I don't know how we're gonna do this.
let me know if it's
And then we'll have them come on, or we might just have people. So we might have like Rome, Mika, and Jackie, and they come on, and then they'll just say, so like you would say, and Monica. So Monica, pick a category and a value.
what? Oh,
Yeah, on the screen.
oh,
Yeah.
well, I'm $500 word form. No, that might be hard. No, $100 word form and standard form.
Write this number in standard form, 9. And then you would have a piece of paper and you'd write the number 9. That's all you would have to do.
Oh,
But this is
I
like,
could've
this
did
is,
that for 500.
and then, so then I would get done. And so this would be Monica. I would change it to say Monica. And I just give you plus 100. And then
But
we go to the
need,
next one. But they'll be harder than this, of course. They'll be a little bit more engaged than this.
What was you the math teacher? Because
I taught. This was a math lesson. This was math. Did you not teach math and did you not learn math in 3rd grade?
Sir, that's a negative.
Well, there's that problem right there, ladies and gentlemen. We know the problem now. The problem is in the chat.
Get the $500 one and then it'd be difficult.
All right, try the 500 one. Go.
All right.
Here, I'm giving it to you.
Write this number in standard form. 101.
That's it. And you get bang. That's it.
But this is basically at the 3rd grader level, right?
This is the 3rd grade level. This was actually, I'm sorry. This was 2nd grade going into 3rd grade because we were preparing them. So that's all it is. So okay, so what I'll do, all right, email management. So anybody that wants to, email management, give me a category up here at the top and give me 5 questions and their answers that are related around YSL.
Well,
And
why don't we make the categories and people send us in the questions?
Because I just don't have time to think about it. So I'm just trying to make it
like one category could be something that has to do with love. Like, so it's not gonna be your love letters.
Press Your
and
Luck.
stuff
That's the name
like
of the
this.
game. The game was called Press Your Luck. That
It's
was
called
it.
Press Your Luck.
Yeah, and it had like this. It had this. When you failed, you got this whammy thing. There you go. It's called Press Your Luck. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't play that game.
It was a TV show, a game show. Okay, this is my point, Monica. I'm letting the people come up with. I'm letting the audience come up with their the categories and their questions. So you can say Adrian Love. You can say the defense. You can have a ex parte meetings, motion. I object, and whatever. Keep it funny, but I think it'll be hilarious. Oh my gosh.
If y'all don't stop with this motion to dismiss.
They haven't motion to dismiss in quite some time.
What? Oh, they haven't done one?
They haven't done one in definitely in the last week.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you make a motion to dismiss something when you got a judge yelling at people talking about y'all don't know what y'all doing? What did she say yesterday? I need lawyers that know how to try.
No, that's why I don't think the defense is going to. The defense is not. I think they. I hate to say it, I think they're easy going because they know that they're gonna bring this. They're gonna get the W. And I think also the fact that they're not making motions is bothering and rattling the state. Because I believe the state thrives in chaos. They like a chaotic situation. They don't want it to be quiet and calm and you can hear people speaking clearly. They want chaos. And
You
they're
know,
not getting chaos.
You know, I disagree with you. I just think the state had a good thing with Judge Glanville, right? In terms of them being disorganized, right? So they had somebody that was patient with them and he set the tone by giving them time to do things. Like we would have never saw that in that ability. Like we would have never saw that if he was still here, right? Because he gave them time off. He was so, he coddled the jurors. Oh, you got something to do. Let us take some time off. You understand? We'll come back tomorrow or 3 days from now. And you
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So you didn't get to see that they were not prepared. Because all they had to do, I mean, if you put forth a witness list of 5 people for 10 days, right, for 2 weeks, you got 2 weeks to prepare for 5 people, you would look a little bit prepared.
Let me.
But they're not, like, they had to do 19 people in one day. Not to mention that the 19 people they brought forward didn't really need to say too much of anything.
So let me again.
He was patient because he was coddling their ineffectiveness. Like
let me speak from. Let me give you an example. When I was a teacher, one of the things that was very important was fire drills. Very important fire drills.
He's not already qualified.
Oh my gosh, they're coming back. They're back.
All right. I'm going to go pretend like I got stuff to do today.
Go to work. I'm going to come back and explain why I think that they still thrive in chaos.
Okay. See you guys later. Bye.
Bye, girl. Thanks so much. Mo is enabling. Yes, make a category.
Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. You tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit, would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture
about music and gang culture.
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent.
I still think it's a slippery slope.
All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
They're done?
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training materials.
None of it.
None.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine, or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information, here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to not trying to trick you or anything, but I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it, yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right? Have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else?
Hey, in the chat, tell me what you're an expert at based upon following his logic.
Redirect.
What are you an expert at?
All right.
They're done.
So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and
I'm not.
experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine
comes.
whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him. But that's not what the purpose of.
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and
Let him
experience
finish.
as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Mr. Sharp. Oh, Mr. Swanson.
She made that dude an expert based upon the fact that he's watched a couple movies and likes rap. That has got to be the funniest thing. There's no way that this case is ever going to be serious. By the way, I do want to say thank you so much to the very kind. Thank you, Mo. Mo Mac, the defense hasn't asked for mistrial since Love lied about using that number on the Instagram post for the truth asserted. I do think you're right. I think that was the last time they asked for a mistrial. Are you smarter than a Fulton County DA? That right there, Amethyst Angel, is amazing. That's epic. Press Your Luck was the name of the game with the whammy. Thank you, Eric, for the $2 super. Reminded me of that. Thank you so much. And welcome, Jessica. Thank you so much for joining and becoming a new member. Shout out to you. Hopefully you'll continue to have a great time. I'm working on our game instructions right now, so I know it's going to be crazy.
Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
They start changing teams?
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to turn the State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
And is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
I guess go ahead and approach now.
Oh my goodness. This is craziness. I'm so over this trial. I'm over this trial. So real quick, y'all, I'm working on the YSL Jeopardy game. I'm going to put it up in a community post. I'm going to ask you to email me a category so you can pick a category of your choosing and 5 answers and the 5 questions that go along with them. And we will do this. We might do this on Saturday, I think, but I'll make sure you know ahead of time. Yeah, I don't know what down bad. I'm just giving
I'm
up
gonna
at this
also
point.
show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize Stacy's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
And what is it Stacy's Exhibit 545Y?
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay, and was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
Just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. First showing Stacy's Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
They killing me with this whole, now the audio doesn't work. This is ridiculous. This is wild, man. This case is crazy. And there it goes. It's back. Okay. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Now, looking at Stacy's Exhibit 1TT, why
Why you standing on somebody's car? That's messed up, man. It's disrespectful. Are they doing another? Oh my gosh. It's not me, Felicia. That's them. They're doing something. They have something going on when they show a screen now. It's going to mute. I have no idea what's happening. Yo, this is going to be ridiculous, man. That's a rival's car. That's messed up, man. Hey, everybody, check the community post. Oh, they're running them out. Oh, they mean business now. They're getting rid of the jury, too. One of you Twitter gangsters.
Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial.
Oh, there we go.
This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if you
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Am I back? Am I back? Oh my gosh. All right. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea. Real quick. All right. Something's going on in court. When they show pictures now, the audio is muted. So I don't know what they said, but apparently he said something that was muy, very bad. I can rewind it, but I don't know if we're going to actually see anything or hear anything. So let's pull it back in. Let's bring it in here real quick and roll back. All right, so this is where they're. Yeah, so we can't hear this. I don't know what he's saying right here. Dang. Yeah, it is something unique. I don't know. Okay, so all right, and if you're wondering, I'm just trying to find some reason or other when they've been playing videos today or pictures rather, it goes mute. Oh, that's like a dog. I'm looking on Atlanta News First, and it's still mute there too. I've looked on Fox; they don't have it. It's mute on all the channels.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
Okay, I'm looking to see.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if you can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man
Come on, Doug.
testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you.
That's great. Well, that's great then.
Thank you.
Okay. So apparently he mentioned something about Yak was in prison. He wasn't supposed to mention that. So, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention and jump around to see if anybody's got it. It seemed like the only way we got it is that thankfully Infamous Sylvia, shout out to Infamous Sylvia channel, drop her link in the chat. She's in the courtroom and she said that Detective Dennis said something about Yak Gotti and coming out of prison. And so I was trying to follow on her channel. I don't see, man, like, doggone it. Like, I have no idea what we would have been able to hear that in 4K. Yeah, whoever said that he was going to backfire, you might have been on the money. So Judge Whitaker said she's going to give him 15 minutes to figure it out. And there we are. So we're going to give her 15 minutes. We'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. Infamous Sylvia just reported that detective mentioned something about someone coming out of prison. All right. Yep. There we go. Doug was fit to be tied. That was, hey, we need some shouting up in here. Rome or Monica, either one of y'all want to jump on. I also, if you do go to the community post, FYI, if you go to community post, I put up my question for the YSL Jeopardy is up. So if you want to help with YSL Jeopardy, also letting you know that I'm having a members only live chat tonight, live stream tonight, talking about this case and other shenanigans. So come on through tonight. Monica or Brother Rome, we got a few minutes. Jump on if you can. When is it enough? That's a fantabulous question. Another song, man. This is craziness, man. I just dropped the link. Rome, just drop the link. It's right there. It's already populated right here. Link is in the chat. The link has entered the chat. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with no further ado, we have He Who Is Rome. What's up, man? So you don't let IG models stand on top of your car, man? What's up with that?
Absolutely not.
Man, you better take an $8,000 deposit and go on and get your.
I don't care what amount of money. I don't care how she looked. Absolutely not.
Man, bro, they're just trying to step up in the world. They're just trying to get up in the world.
Look,
Now they coming in. Now they coming in like just gangbusters. Look at them.
we need the balancer for this because this really triggered me. This triggered me so
All right.
bad.
Well, okay. Then be triggered. Thou shalt be triggered. Go forth and be triggered, my brother.
So we've seen this happen, and if you've ever watched any trials on YouTube, you probably see this where they certify experts left and right.
Right.
One of the key factors when you have an ex-officer or a current officer.
Hey there, Young Thug Trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal
Sorry about
alert. A mother was recently.
Go.
You're telling me this officer of probably 15 to 20 plus years of testifying, self-certified expert, because he wasn't state certified by any measure because he didn't list any actual tactical training for it. He just said, I listen to music, I watch social media, I watch movies. And the judge said, well, that's enough. He lived in a bad neighborhood. Fine.
There you go.
Okay, if you say that's cool, Judge, we can't argue it further. Fine. This is now on your supervision. And in 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
In 20 seconds, he torches his testimony as being an expert. And the first excuse from the state, sorry, we didn't intend for him to do that.
We didn't mean it. Oopsie.
That's an expert you just spent 30 minutes fighting for.
Right.
I don't buy that because he came in looking somber from this morning. I just don't buy it.
Well, what do you think happened?
Absolutely not. He did it purpose. You can
I think
tell
he
he's a spiteful type of
intentionally
person.
did it. I think he intentionally did it.
All right. Well, you know what, Rome? Since you're the most upset, we're gonna play Rapper Jeopardy so everybody can kind of get a feel. Pick a topic. Hurry up, quick. Hurry up, Rome, quick.
Experts. Oh, I'm sorry. Look,
okay.
Let's go to Young Thug.
This is a serious thing here.
Be quiet. I know, but I told you the trial is no longer serious to me. I'm sorry.
We need to be figuring out what do we think Paige is gonna do.
I don't. She gonna somehow or another. She's gonna bend over backwards. She's working on right now her Pilates. She's gonna turn into a pretzel to give Simone the win. It doesn't matter anymore.
She's
Quick, what's your
about
topic?
to
Quick.
do- I said Young Thug for 500, Jason.
Young Thug for 500. Here's the
What's
question:
the 500?
Who is Young Thug's? Who is Young Thug influenced by?
I know that answer.
No, be quiet.
I don't know this answer, but I'm gonna.
Oh my gosh, go Monica, go.
Oh, call in a lifeline. Call in a lifeline.
Go Monica, quick. Quick.
I'm good. I'm gonna go with Gucci
Lil
Mane.
Wayne, come on, Monica.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said Wayne.
No, you're right.
Oh, okay.
All right, Monica, pick a category. Quick.
Okay. Oh, I don't know these guys.
I don't either.
Jay-Z for 100. Let's go.
Jay-Z for 100. All right, quick.
I'm cooked.
What is Jay-Z's real name?
Oh, something Carter.
Oh my
I don't
gosh.
know. Camel.
I
don't know that
I ain't
guy.
gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't
All right,
know
quick
him
in the chat. In the chat, quick in the chat. What's Jay-Z's full name? Nobody.
I was right. See, look, Sean Carter. I knew it was Carter something.
Oh, he was Sean. Oh, well, the last name.
I was thinking like Sean John. I was like, wait, that's P. Diddy's
No,
name.
that's Diddy.
But you're right, it's Sean Carter. Okay, cool. All right, Rome King, grab a category. This last one.
Let me get Tupac for 400.
2 for 4. Let's go.
2 for 4.
What is Tupac's wife's name? Oh,
He had a wife.
yeah. I'm like, wait.
The girl
Jada Pinkett.
No, the
stupid.
girl he married in prison. No, he was in
Gotta
prison.
be.
He was
You
in
gotta
prison. He had a pen pal. It wasn't Jada Pickett. That's why she was, having.
Are you sure it's not Jada Pinkett? She talk about
No.
Keisha Morris.
Keisha Moore. Okay.
I don't know
I would have
who that
never
is
got it.
But he married her, I think, when he was in prison.
With
All
the
right,
way
real
she
quick,
was
last
talking, I
one.
thought
Last
they would've
one.
been married.
What's your name? Last one, Mo. Quick.
Thug for 400.
Oh, Thug for 4. Let's go. Who is Young Thug signed with?
Now?
I don't know. I guess it's a good question.
Oh no, is it Cash Money or is it YSL?
I'm gonna go
Cash
YSL.
Money or YSL? It's one
No,
of the two.
he's with Birdman. Oh,
Yeah,
he
it's
Cash
rich.
Money. I knew
It's
it.
Cash
I
Money.
knew it.
Oh.
So this was already
They got
in
too
there.
many
So I just
stuff.
was searching, and it was already in here. So
Oh, so it was already in there.
yeah,
Well, wait
I
a
didn't
minute.
correct it.
Who do we leave out? We left out. I don't know.
Sassy,
Kendrick.
hey, Sassy C, you're in timeout for 0 seconds. She said he signed with Rice Street.
Oh no!
We gotta get
Too
her out of here.
soon. Too soon.
Make sure we not missing emotion filing right
I'm
here.
over here.
Oh, they're
I'm
not gonna
over
come
here.
back that quick.
No, they
They're
ain't
not.
coming back this quick.
Well, she's
the
about.
judge has to
They
figure
told
out-
him to do that. They told him to do that.
I got a bad feeling. Let
The
me
judge
real
has
quick.
to figure out a
I'm kind of agreeing with you, Mo. I usually disagree with you because you live in New York, but I'm kind of agreeing with you. I'm feeling that you might be right. Just think about it. We've completely muddled this up. I don't want that. I don't want this to be on me per se, but there's no way to get them to demand a mistrial. So you come in here, say something stupid, it's on him, but he's retired. He ain't even involved anymore. He can go wherever he was fishing. I think you might be right. Go.
When he said he was a fan, the first thing that clicked in my mind is, okay, he's probably going to be a professional hater. There are detectives like that that will actually be diehard fans of a rapper or an artist, entertainer, and they will search things. They will go to the gossip rooms. They will find stuff actively with joy to say,
Yeah.
okay, this person is down. This person is down and out. Since when does down? That just reminded me. Since when does I'm down bad means a threat?
I got somebody down bad. I've never heard it used like he used it.
Right.
I've never heard that used like that. But let me ask you this.
What's the actual saying? What is that? Caught you down bad?
Yeah. I'm like,
that usually means broke. I'm from Atlanta. I was born and raised here.
I was just about to, like, you don't want to get caught down bad. That means you ain't got no money.
You ain't got no money. It means I'm going to the club broke. I ain't got no money.
You caught me when I'm down bad.
I'm born and raised in Georgia. Like, no, I'm sitting here listening to this guy, and I'm like, you really certified him as an expert? And now this is God. This is the guy saying, look, that was no expert, my child.
There was no expert, my son. Let me tell y'all something. Everybody do me a favor. I gotta read these super chats. Can y'all please just type Lady Shell in the chat? Lady Shell has already turned in her assignment. She done already turned in her Jeopardy questions. And let me tell y'all, these questions are lit. They're not down bad. These questions are amazing. So we're gonna go ahead and just type Lady Shell in this chat real quick because she understood the assignment. Oh my gosh. Either A, my instructions were really good, or B, she's on point.
Mo is one of those. We got some organized people in the chat that will get stuff down like professional level, and I just be so impressed.
Well, let me tell you, you would have been sorely disappointed today when I went off the rails and started making fun of them by pulling up chart paper and making fun of them. Because Simone was up there writing on chart paper, and my guy, it was like an 8 font. I'm like, first of all, it was too small to read. It was insane. It was insane.
It was like
it was not that. I could almost read that. I ain't got my glasses on. It was so bad, Rome. We were like, yo, are you for real? She's literally writing on there, and her handwriting, I'm not mad at her. Her handwriting is not great. And she's putting stuff on. Oh my gosh.
Sassy made a good point.
But she should have never even qualified him as an expert.
Exactly. That's literally that was my biggest like trigger point. And I'm like, you just had several, like, I can see if it was just 1 or 2 attorneys like, hey, this isn't right. The whole team was like, hey, Your Honor, this ain't how it goes. That's not an expert. And the judge was like, no, I feel like he has some experience, some certifications from Boys in the Hood movie. He can do it.
So following this logic, if somebody is a rabid fan of Star Wars and they've watched everything Star Wars movie wise, are they certified to talk in authoritative manner about George Lucas?
I'm gonna give you a better example. You can watch Law and Order. That doesn't make you an attorney.
Wait, hold on. I'm a pre-K law student.
I'm just being real.
I take offense to that.
You can watch.
I'm offended by that, bro. I'm kicking you out of here. Yeah, I'm offended. Y'all kick him out of here, man. You don't be coming in here offending me like that.
Horrible. It's just horrible.
Look, I'm being honest. You can watch every season of Law and Order.
Every season?
Every
I got
season.
that big book too that explains I have that. I have to go get it. But I have that
Horrible.
big book, and it is hilarious.
But my point is, you can watch someone do something. You can watch a doctor be a doctor. That doesn't mean you're going to be a doctor. You can't just be an expert just because you're like, look, I heard all his albums, Your Honor. I know all about him. I know all about gangs.
Because I
What?
watched Boys in the Hood. I watched Colors. That dude said I
He
watched
said it was
Colors.
right. He
I'm like,
said
come
it
on,
real confident.
man.
It set me off. I'm like, what?
That's like, okay,
You
that's
know
like
when
saying
he
I
was-
watched Set It Off. I watched Honor Among Thieves and Oceans 11, 12, and 13. Therefore, I can understand robberies. Shut
Look,
up.
He's been a weirdo since he said he was at the compound and he rolled up with somebody and gave them the last 4 digits of their social security number.
He did say that. He did. I didn't understand it, but he did say that.
And the person got into their car and took off because he said, I know who you were. I was
Look.
sick of him then.
Look, Jay, I'll trust you being an expert way faster than him.
Yeah,
When you
matter of
got
fact,
somebody
man,
like that, they have ulterior motives to do what they do.
we need to make a DWC live chat expert certification program.
This man said, and as he went down, and he actually said, yeah, rap and gangs go hand in hand, and it's corrupting our community. 2 seconds later, I'm a huge rap fan.
He did say that.
What?
His testimony is going to come back to haunt. There's going to be a lot of memes made out of that. That was a Woody testimony because there was so much contradiction there.
I just think she should dismiss him and no further testimony come from him.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only way they can get from that. That's
Yeah.
the only way she can salvage it, to be honest. I can't see them allowing him to continue after that because, like I said, you just certified. It's not like he's a civilian or just a common person that pops up from the phone company. No, he's not the Infinity expert. You're certifying him as a full-on officer expert.
Well,
That
I
makes
mean,
no sense.
now I kind of want to know, what was the certification? How did they know that the Infinity, the Infinity expert was offensive? Like, dude, you literally went, because I thought about it the other day and I might have mentioned it. Why did you go get the guy from North Carolina? What did he add? There are smarter people here in Atlanta. I'm not trying to be funny. There's more expert, following this logic. There are more expert people here in Atlanta. Why did you go get him from North Carolina?
He was the only one willing to crash out for the state.
Right. I don't know.
All right, but let's just use our good part of our brains, right? We know
You make a lot
that
of assumptions.
she's not going to throw this out.
Absolutely not.
So what would be the best remedy? So I just gave my
That was my
throw the whole thing out. Throw
but
his
it's not
whole
enabling. Yeah, just
throw his whole
I would
testimony
strike-
out.
Yeah, I would discontinue him and strike his testimony.
It's
period.
one or the other. If she doesn't, this is a legible type of situation. So if she ignores it, you can't. In her position right now, you can't. You're either going to mistrial or you're going to remove the witness. I'm going to lean on remove the witness because
Right,
that's
'cause-
the route that she's known to take.
Now, yeah, that's all I can say. I guess Squirrel Brain did. So
He was right.
He was
paparazzi.
not squirrel brain.
He's not Squirrel Brain, but he is Squirrel Brain. Like,
No. Him and Gaither with her breathing and talking about what was that other thing they did? What was it that she said? Horrible.
This guy.
Right? Yeah, they were sent in to destroy this. Okay.
I don't disagree, but I'm sorry. Para was asking the question. So apparently, and we didn't hear it because when they go to the screen, the audio has been cutting out. But apparently, former detective Dennis talked about how Yak Gotti was coming out of prison in one of these pictures that they posted, and he was not supposed to talk about that prior.
Yes, but the
But
thing
go ahead.
about that picture, we've seen this picture before, right? Of him
Correct.
standing on the vehicle. That's how I knew it was the rival's vehicle that he was standing on, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
why did he have to make that opinion right now? So at the end of the day, we've got to start looking at things from the perspective of, we know what they may not do, so you have to have a solution that you're willing to live with.
Yeah.
He's an expert hater. I'm sorry.
No, he's an
expert hater.
horrible.
Like there's no other way to look at it. He sat there on the stand. He made it personal just by saying that. What justice would it have served him to just do that right there? Zero.
I think the optics of it, though. Yesterday we heard testimony from police officers that said they arrested Yak and the other guy, right? So the harm, what's the harm? We know they was just arrested yesterday for being inside of a car and driving around. So now we also learned today that they were driving. We learned today what we didn't know yesterday. They was in the car because what's the guy's name was beat up. Martinez was beat up in the club, right? So he went and called Jack like, hey, they whacked me up in here. Did you come get me, bro? So he pulled up and he said, yo, I got you, man. He got the big beamer in the back and everything. And they were about to hit that block. And when they hit that block, now, according to the police officer, he made an illegal turn. According to what Yak supposedly, Detective Doofy here, is that he made a U-turn. I was trying to get, so we're just putting the story together. So if you discredit his testimony from today, right, you only have the testimony yesterday where Yak was in the car and got arrested with his friend. And we don't know that they was just about to allegedly go by and make a drive-by.
With the one pill?
No, not the no, they had the big
a drug buy. Yeah.
They had two big boys. They had big boys on deck.
Yeah, but I'm saying they found the one pill with the big boys.
The one pill and the little bit of thing
in the 0.4% purple drink.
Right. A little swallow of purple drink.
In the Fanta bottle.
In the Fanta bottle. Yo,
Gotta
real
be
quick, I
illegal.
want to say thank you so much. Let me real quick, before they jump in, real quick, Amy, thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. Now listen to what Amethyst says. She said he's subjective witness, not an expert. Anecdotal, subjective, personal, trauma-induced
Right.
testimony.
My man watched Paid in Full and was like, "Yep, I know the streets now."
I know the
guys."
streets, man. I can recite all of Big Daddy Kane's lyrics. I'm an expert. Thank
Filipino
you so
girl
much,
wants to
Chris.
know. Filipino
Chris is
girl
dropping at 5. Thank you so much, sir. Now, Amethyst, real quick, Amethyst says also create your own game. Call it What You Mean. Allow players to find their own words and phrases. You can use anything from the Oxford or to Urban Dictionary. Yo, that would be out of pocket and crazy. Red Jacks, please forgive me, with the $2 says he is an expert on lyrics, but not on how to testify. I agree. For the win. For the win right there.
had one job.
You're back.
Yeah, one job. Amethyst, they're back? No, I'm watching.
Are you
Amethyst.
sure?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
We watched YouTube said they're back.
All right, let's go again.
Oh,
in the building. Here we go. All right, let's see what happens. She looks perturbed though. She's looking at the screen like, look.
She done called Fonnie and had the conversation. They had the chat.
Let's see what the wit fix is. We gotta see.
Let's see. Can she demote him? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Amethyst.
Demote?
Use your white privilege and state me a copa.
All right.
Here we go.
What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down, reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia, 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia, 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia, 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond the single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. Was the reference isolated and brief? And whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness, pass that as well.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It
an
was a fellow
inmate, right?
inmate.
And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Last words by the state. Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done.
All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
what I was-
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court if you don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No. Yes, you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask that.
Do I
My
need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
All right, what you thinking, Monica? What you thinking?
I'm 2 for 2.
Two
I
for-
said I'm 2 for 2. I said throw his testimony out, right?
Yeah.
And
Do you have
stop
another
him
witness
from-
available?
Yeah, they do.
Yes, Your Honor. Where?
Okay.
That voice.
All right, go ahead and get them
done.
lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure
No,
if the state
he's
had planned
done.
on that
He
or
don't- he
not,
don't need to
or
come
if
back
your
no more.
sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Today's been wasted, but let's just say it's been not bad. It's been wasted.
New
Unless
Jack
you'd like
City
for me to
expert is
have
out
him
of
come
there.
Back and admonish him.
Nino Brown
But I'm not going to do
University.
it in front of a jury.
Look at
'cause I don't think
my
we
thug
need to
eating.
highlight it further.
Oh, they got blood in the water.
Okay.
There's blood in the water. They just jumping on them.
Oh, they eating good right
I
now.
kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though.
No,
Y'all
you can tell him.
just relay that.
He know what he did.
And I like
He in
to
the
tell
chat.
Excuse me, Your Honor. And I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right.
Right, so
It
what?
is denied.
That's done. That's a done. They got hit with the
Do you have another
satisfaction.
witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
You know, she's gonna need a few minutes. Like she needs a few minutes though. Like she needs to go like try this out.
She just got legal
Boo.
whiplash right there.
Yeah.
Woo! She got hit with the hit. Oh.
Yo,
Can y'all imagine if Love had been here?
she was there. She was there in spirit. The spirit inside Hilton. She was there.
Look at she is fit. She
She
like, girl,
tried
I'm
her
about to
best. Look, she texting Hilton, Miss Love
like
right now.
You
she
know
done
what
turned around like,
though?
girl, I'm
Y'all
about
gonna
to
be
apply to
mad at
this.
me.
I'm about to apply to Los Angeles. Look, they need a DA out there in
Miss Love, they did it
Kalamazoo. I'm on my
again.
way.
It's not that she pissed.
She didn't get her way.
It's no, it's the consequences when she goes back to
Yo.
the bullies.
Yo,
When she goes back to the war room, she's in trouble.
yo,
Because
that's
you
not
heard
gonna
her
be.
saying, "It's my question that did it, girl." Bye.
I wish I could be a fly in that room when they go in that office.
Oh, it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a
But
mess.
But this is why you need to really look at things and have your remedy. What are you willing to live with? And they need to be more prepared for conversations like that. Like, hey,
I knew it was gonna go left when Atkins wasn't the one that prepped it.
Mm.
We've gotten this issue out of every other prosecutor outside of Atkins, and I think Aba was like,
but what is the totality of this? Now they got no music lyrical expert.
No
this
music.
is a sign. This is you were speaking about it earlier. This is a sign when you try a case that sloppy and unprepared, it usually will level out in some type of way. It's finally
This is digging its hole. This keeps getting worse. It is fair to say, if anybody from day one, please let me know. This case was down bad on day one. This case was down bad on day one. How much better has this case gotten after 146 days?
it technically, like in my experience, it's supposed to get better over time. It's supposed to come.
This case has gotten worse, man.
Love is running down the hallway now
Oh,
with
you
a
know she-
body behind her.
She's
Right.
slamming doors.
Whoever it was that she was roughing up to get them to come in here and testify. Now she's running down the hallway to try to save and rescue Simone. This is crazy.
She's
Can't
telling
get the
Simone on the
lyrics in.
phone. She's telling Simone, "You had one job.
You
had
job.
one job."
No, but they're used to. I'm sorry. You ever seen a parent with the most embarrassing kid ever, and they're always apologetic because the kid is
Ones who be
bad?
knocking aisles down and stealing chips. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just know that if you had handled your business in the first place, this would have never happened. That's Hilton right now. You know, it's Hilton right now. If you had handled your business, that means if you had sat down and prepped your witnesses, that's why they don't need to be inside that courtroom, all of them, all the time, all the day. You understand? If you're bringing in this rotation, right? You can't be sitting in the courtroom and prepping your next witness to come up there. You need to be meeting with these people ahead of time and having a conversation with them, and not at Wendy's, Starbucks, and all this other stuff. You need to be right there in the courthouse so you can sit down with them. You're supposed to, when we prep our people, we are prepping them in the environment to show them where they're going to be at.
Bingo.
What's the condition?
So my thought was, because we do see everybody sitting at those tables back there. Like, for example, if Atkins knows, this is my thought, if Atkins knows that he has Miss Caterpillar is his witness, Atkins don't need to be in there while Mo is interviewing or questioning Miss Butterfly. Atkins needs to be out in the hallway with his client, and I'm the person, the investigator is texting him saying, she's on her last question. She's almost done. All right, here comes. Come on, walk in the door. And I do think that's part of the problem. They're never with their witness. So the witness is sitting out in the hallway by him or herself. And then the deputies are calling them out. That might be the problem.
but their investigators are harassing, intimidating, and threatening
Look,
their witnesses.
they trained in escalation. I told y'all.
Right, but okay, they shouldn't be doing that. But the investigators are sitting in the courtroom. That the young lady, looks like she might be a Latina. Rome knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, I knew Rome did. I think she's sitting in there. She should be the one that's like communicating with the attorney that's in the hallway with Miss Butterfly. Say, hey, get ready to come get ready because Miss Caterpillar is almost off the stand. Walk right out there, y'all high five, and you come in, and then you go out there with your client that you just interviewed and talk to them. Say, hey, good job, or break the kneecaps, whatever you do, because we ain't gonna see him again. But they're all sitting in there. That might be part of their problem. They're not prepping their witnesses for today. Now, they called them 2 weeks ago. They called them yesterday, but they're not ready right now. And that's the problem.
I'm still stuck on the fact that she just sat there and fought like 15 to 20 minutes for this guy to get on the stand.
And that dude came right in there.
and just burnt it all down. No hesitation.
All right. And let's just be real. She did a memorandum, right? She only looked for the law that favors her, right?
Correct.
And it wasn't even a good match because it didn't meet all four corners, right? It didn't even match everything that was her scenario, right? A good attorney, right, looks for the law that the other side is going to use against you and is able to argue why that is not on point.
If he wouldn't have said that with her, he would have said it with one of the defense attorneys. He was not built for that position to be the expert. I'm sorry. Then she tried to use another case law, and that had. How are you going to compare an inmate? As soon as she quoted it, I looked it up and I was like, "Ain't no way."
I was over here like
it was an inmate compared to a 20+ year veteran detective who was an alleged. I'm going to keep saying alleged expert on gangs.
Bro, he knows what's going on because he watched Set It Off, man.
She tried it.
And the worst thing now about Dennis is that nowhere now in the state of Georgia, in this courtroom of Fulton County, will he be looked upon as an expert in that area, because defendants are going to come up and like, well, remember when you on October 17th, 2024, when you was deemed the expert.
You can go get Run DMC certified if you want to. There ain't nobody coming back for you, my guy.
Look, are you still teaching expert classes to the officers, or like what's going on?
So where are the attorneys they had when they argued rap for the state? Like where
are those guys? I don't. But okay, let me come back to it real quick. Gladiator Girl and anybody who just came back in. So came back from lunch. Real quick synopsis. Came back from lunch, and Simone Hilton really made the case, allegedly, that this guy was an expert in rap lyrics and gang affiliation. He explained to Judge Whitaker that he's watched a lot of gang movies. So he's watched American Gangster.
He's a rap fan.
He's a rap fan and whatnot. And so Judge Whitaker, against all the better judgment, all the 1T Whitakers in the universe were like, no, don't do it. She still went against our decision. And she said, sure, he's an expert. So the guy comes in there, and sadly, when they show pictures now in court, the audio goes mute. I don't know what the problem is. It's not editor Jason, it's not producer Jason, it's them. One Charlie is the problem. So anyway, Simone asked him a question about a picture. And he allegedly says,
possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
We're back.
Why is that already before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
Yeah, master rap music.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated.
I think we did.
And it was denied, is my recollection. And so
It must be, I'm gonna check, you overact as well, and that's why I think that you're not gonna, I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder with the underlying.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
No, that's probably it.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
She mad.
The 187 is just possession of fire. So that's
189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you. Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
Okay, so
Breathing
Hack is
is
getting
an
phone
overt
calls.
act. If you
What?
breathe too hard, it's an overt
In
act.
order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
Might be right, because I think the overact with him and Martinez might be a little bit out of date.
You know
Doesn't
what I'm
fall
asking?
5 years.
Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to
How about say
their
this?
determination of overt act 189?
But
We
Your
just
Honor, I
threw
thought we
out
discussed this.
expert
The
with.
overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right, the
overt act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that,
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes
yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right.
basically. But
Just say, we're striking this dude's testimony and please erase it from
I
your
know.
mind. Like you've been
Right, that's all they
saying.
can do.
The thing is, they might have an open door to kind of deal with some
I
other
think-
issues.
yeah,
The problem is that she's impatient to deal with issues with the jurors sitting in the other room.
I
This
may
is
just
this
continue
is her
speaking.
floor.
That's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction,
Here we go.
Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
The last witness testimony is stricken from the records and you are
Right.
to remove it from your
And
mind.
y'all
That's it.
planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's conviction. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act,
Oh, she
even in
blaming Miss Love, okay.
consideration of RICO.
Right.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people, if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so how is it not in some way considered, it's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for what's required for RICO.
Can I ask for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction.
Disregard his testimony.
I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause.
She doesn't.
You know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63 and overt act is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we?
Well, I don't have
You can
189.
Strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
Thank you.
And I guess our thought is, since
You don't
you're
have any
striking
thought.
his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the
She waiting
instruction
on Miss
later?
Love text.
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now.
This is your price, Hilton.
If you just tell them
detective opened
disregard
his mouth.
that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, Great.
In the next 3 minutes, though.
In the next
You need
3
to-
minutes. My girl's already packing up. Why your niece packing up?
Bless her
Oh,
heart.
she got up to the front. Okay.
I mean, I can
I'm gonna
just
need
say
that
this
other
witness as a
indictment.
former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of
Thank you.
Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but
That's pretty
No, I
hard
don't
to
think
miss.
that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given that I do think it was a mistake.
A mistake. Oh,
No, you're afraid that when they disregard his testimony for this, they're going to disregard his prior testimony.
His prior testimony. Very good. Yep.
So you keep talking, Hilton, and get all his
bingo.
testimony.
That's why the defense is doing it. The defense knows what they're doing.
You understand? Like, you just keep running your lips.
Miss Love not there to hold her hand for this because she.
So what would you say? What would you have her say? Ron, what would you have her say, Mo?
As far as
Can you read
the
your
orders to
instruction
the
again?
jury?
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah.
Man, I hate when somebody want to take my notebook and take my pages out. Ugh, I would be
Mo,
so
you're the
upset.
only one. I think you're the only one that does that, though.
What, my notes?
Yeah, I don't think anybody else is doing that.
I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later.
Oh no, that's gonna be a problem later.
What you mean?
No, it's going to be a problem. The moment they rest their case, they're going to have to go through all of these overt acts and
Yeah.
prove how they connected them. They just lost a, oh, here come a body.
Called in the
He got his purse on his hip. He came flying in here.
Man came from Starbucks. He's sorry, I'm on my way.
Let's see if he say something. Nah, he got a Dragon
vitamin
C
water,
over there.
My man he been having a week.
Yeah.
Let's see if he says something.
What's that? A vitamin water? He got a vitamin water on deck.
He got Dragon C over
I
there.
just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with.
3 minutes.
Yeah, you said
3 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on.
He probably lost his cake. That's crazy.
This case is out of control.
I knew they would have to have somebody in there for Hilton because I just don't see her doing this by herself. Atkins is kind of just like the support animal, respectfully.
Yeah.
Abati looks like he was across town and
He
he
mad.
had his
He mad.
investigators
He big mad.
He's mad.
running
He's like, what
red
you got
light.
going on?
He ran some red
Love
lights,
blowing
right.
my phone up. What did you do now, Hilton?
What have you done?
Didn't we bench you for that ex parte? We just let you back in the game.
What a mess.
Let's see if he just stands up. I just want to see, because you know his prime time is tomorrow when he gotta argue.
I know he mad.
For brother man?
Yo, Abbott has to be furious because
How
as
do
an
you-
attorney, he probably had 50 other things he had to do. And then he had to go there for this. All because they didn't prep him.
But see, I'm saying it again. Who's prepping for tomorrow's witnesses?
Jesus.
Well, first they gotta find today's substitute witness. That's probably why Abati's back. Maybe it's one of his.
I ain't gonna even believe that.
Who's this dude?
guy.
That's one of them inspectors, investigators.
My man selling furniture.
Okay.
I would have to quit this job.
Everything.
Yeah, I would be in the
No,
wing.
I'm no good in the office. Under
Love is
circumstances
threatening.
like
All right,
that.
anything?
Oh, 3 minutes up.
3 minutes up, Dougie Fresh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, get the
My
mic.
apologies.
Here we
Man,
go,
I'm so
guys.
sick of
Buckle up.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
Yeah, we really don't want to hear
Can you
from
hear me
you,
now?
but we're gonna let you talk.
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they have prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which, it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay.
How you
All right,
walking in
so-
talking?
Our issue
Didn't
that
she
we're
just say
struggling
that?
with is that it's an overt act in the
I didn't
RICO
hear.
count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
Have a seat.
Have several seats quickly.
Right.
Did you
I don't
see how
get it.
he slid back in that seat though? He was like, "Ooh,
It's now
let me
it's
just shut
setting
up."
in. It just set in. He's now thinking about it. Like, how did we get here?
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case.
Yeah, just leave that like that.
That's it. You can been
All
done.
right. That's
They
what I'm
keep
going to
pressing.
say.
They go like you
So
said
let's get the
earlier,
jury
Mo. They
out.
can't. She can just remove everything he ever said.
Okay, so no, be quiet.
Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Oh,
my
come on.
Look, love is there in spirit.
Now don't send Matthews. Let Doug go up. But Doug is not a.
Doug is on his way.
He's on his way, but
He's-
remember, he's being tutored in this as well, right? So he
Right.
needs to have one of the veteran, one of those other folks.
Somebody
up
who
here.
knows
we're
it.
not doing camera. Yeah. Me too. Oh no, I don't got a picture. Forget it. Well, you the one who said I didn't have a picture on there.
You gotta take a
Mo,
picture of what.
we need Mo. Mo, we're gonna get you a icon. We'll get you an icon.
You know what happened though?
What?
This is a mess.
No, this is a hot mess.
No, this is horrible.
All right, so
That guy was horrible.
yeah, this is a.
He down
And the bad
bad.
thing is that when you saw the dude walk in this morning, was it this morning? Yeah. And you're just kind of thinking, okay, this is going to be just a normal day, kind of boring, not really a lot going on. Never let you down. They always set you up.
Look, he had all that to say. Look, when hating never works out well. That's the best way I could. If he would have just did his job, didn't make it personal, he would have been able to get through the testimony. Now he just shot himself in the foot and theirs. Like he put their foot on his foot. It was like, yup, we both taking this hit.
Yeah.
I'm going through there to think about all the things that they cannot use that he just said. I gotta now unthink
Social
them.
media
Like,
gone.
Yeah. Social media,
but
the rap
it was
lyric.
so
Go
much
ahead.
stuff that was so critical that he was getting out there that they had a loss.
Yeah, I agree. I don't feel bad for him though, but I agree. Oh man. Okay, what are people saying? What are the people saying? Yo, I do want to say thank you to all of the beautiful people. Thank you, Lauren, for the $10 super. She says if they stall long enough, they can get in Martinez's testimony without Ashley in court. No, because Ashley said she don't want it. So yeah, they can't do it.
Although Ashley Hand don't call for it, she's gonna get that because they've done all these silly mistakes. The judge is not gonna wanna she's not gonna want to chance it with them and her calling in, even if they had a substitute attorney. But it doesn't mean they're not gonna arrest him and hold him in the meantime. Because remember, he's the arrested person, right? He has the obligation to report. It's not him and Ashley who are arrested together, and because Ashley can't appear, right?
Well,
So that's
but
the courtesy of the judge.
why? But okay, if for example, he's supposed to testify today at 3:00. Let's
Mhm.
just say for easy math. When do they arrest him?
When he
he
doesn't, when he doesn't appear.
got you. So, but they've already done the proper steps. So he knows, just like Ashley knows, that he's going to be called today at 3:00. So they're there. I'm going to trust that if they said be here at 3:00 on Thursday, that Ashley and them are there at 3:00 on Thursday. I trust them above the state. All right, real quick, let's bring this back in.
Had one job.
You got one job, my dude. One job.
She was so afraid she didn't even text Miss Love. She texted A-Bot.
Notice Atkins is not even in there. He's in the hallway now.
Who's that? Oh, that's another witness.
Oh, we got action.
He better not be a police officer. I think we done with them for today.
Yeah. At least for the.
Officer D. Rogers.
It's another officer.
Do you mind? I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? And we'll wave you in just a second. Thank you.
Why him look like that?
I can't stand John. You're so immature. Yeah, it's so immature. This channel.
Look,
this channel. We went from mature to immature.
They did this.
They did these crimes.
Oh my gosh.
I did not cause this immaturity. They did this.
They did these crimes.
Look,
Man.
even the bearded brothers laugh. Look at it. Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Somebody come look at this.
Not the phone home.
What y'all call?
ET phone.
Bruh, they need a
I'm
lifeline.
so mad right now.
Another Zone 3 officer. Yeah.
Look, I already told you, if they've been an officer in that zone for more than 5 years, something's off about them.
I'd have quit the force. You couldn't have got me to stay in zone.
Either quit or transfer because the crime never stopped. So
Transfer to Texas. I would have transferred to Texas.
You seem right. He said, let me just get out the state.
You got the state. That's
Well,
not
it
the
sounds
time
like
zone. Time zone what?
No, they sound like they had different ethics because you could clearly hear it in his testimony.
He answered and testified pretty straightforward. He wasn't trying to do what this guy was trying to do. Like, you can tell, even Gaither shows you like the long-term veterans who were there, like how their attitude is positioned. So
that's a good point. Yeah.
They don't care about court orders or limited testimony orders or anything like that. They're just there
You
because
know what? I was gonna say, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're
though, but Hilton, the reason why that guy said what he said is because they play around too much. And you understand the banter between them when they're not
in
on
court
trial.
is showing out on the stand.
Correct.
Probably so. Yeah.
The lack of professionalism.
Yo, talking about he was trained.
I was trained at the feet of Easy E.
We can tell where his training got him.
What did the judge say? It's just lyrics to music.
I'm sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand.
Okay, where's the hands? Where are the hands?
Somebody did? Oh, snap.
Everybody,
Hands are
everybody
needed.
good?
Hands
Oh,
are
my.
needed.
Okay.
Oh, my.
All
They're
right, we
mannequins.
got a
They're,
new,
Yes.
we got a new date when
And
these people.
they're mannequins.
he's
I
all
don't
we've
care what no one
heard today
says.
so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just
So start on a new page.
I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going
They
to be?
got
Okay.
notebooks by this
No.
point.
All right.
The question is, can
So
I
just
still
flip
get
to
my
a new
parking
page now, and
validated?
we've got a couple
Oh,
more
no, you're done
hours,
for
and
in
we'll just
Atlanta. They
collect
don't
them at
help
the
you
end
with
of the
that.
day. All right. Okay.
Wow.
Call your next witness.
You're on a state called Officer Rogers 16.
Another officer.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay.
That's all they got.
That's all they got, man. Oh,
Beam me up, Scotty.
I'm thinking it's got to be the door. That's got to be
Okay,
the
he
squeaky
seems
door.
professional. Let's hope for the best. Let's see what he got.
David Rogers, DavidRodgers.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
He should have been off
Officer
cam.
Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit, and my last assignment there was at Gaines before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Okay, what was your
when you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on Gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months, while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, Were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stage somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics.
So what
Here's
these guys
that.
never
Your
testified
effect on the
before?
listener.
It's my first day, Mo.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling,
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Eppinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road. Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it still road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left onto Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Eppinger walking through the complex, at which time I made to go make contact with Mr. Eppinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hayville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also, told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. Had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time, he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And we said he started to flank you. What did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I didn't have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Course indulgence for a moment.
I don't think I would question him.
I'm going to show you what's been first amended at 32B. Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Just one or two, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Rogers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. The answers. That's all I
Oh,
have.
you should have asked
any
him,
other-
do you see Eppinger in the
All right.
room?
Right, that's what I would have
You don't
thought.
see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
Oh, Matthews.
No, sir.
Get the mic.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Get the
Anybody
mic,
else?
House. Doggone it.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and your excuse. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
Okay, so my question again is, who is responsible for this gentleman right here? Officer Rogers, who is responsible for him? Because they should be with him. And then whoever's responsible for the next one should be walking in with their witness ready to go to the podium. That's the problem. They're not prepared. They're scrambling and scraping. Did y'all kick him out? Did you get kicked out?
Yes, okay.
Look, you guys kicked me out. No, I'm playing.
Oh.
My question is, how is it an overt act when they were going for a warrant arrest, a felony warrant arrest?
So now they lose out because Thug had the song, the lyrics
Look.
that they can't introduce now.
You
Oh
gotta think.
yeah.
You gotta even look. Let's say they got
Well
that in.
done.
Let's say they got that in. Even with that, it's a reach. It's a
Now
big
let's
reach
bring it back
for
up.
So
over that.
it's wait a minute because this guy Eppinger is in.
John Davis,
I'll tell you what it is later.
JOHNDAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the
He's
City
a
of Atlanta
preacher.
Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do
Yeah, he
currently for the
cooking.
City of
I-
Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do
Oh,
you
no.
do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon doc. What is the Exxon doc?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that doc is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dax cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watch because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
So the
Okay.
event took place, that incident took place in 2022
Which one?
with Eppinger.
Got it.
So that will bring it, it's not an overt act, it's an actual charge on this indictment.
Okay, I was about to say how.
But
Is Eppinger and okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But it might, because I don't have that other, let me look and see the date here, February 7, 2022. It could be an overt act against the rest of them in furtherance. And the reason why they're saying, so they're putting Eppinger as a YSL, Young Slime Life gang member, right?
Right.
And they're saying that this is in furtherance of the gang, whatever he engaged in.
So this is the argument I'm pretty sure they would have made if they got the lyrics in. He can't make them find him for a warrant. There's no way you can, argue or debate that. So it's not in furtherance unless they're intentionally doing acts out of their way to further it.
Well, their argument might have been
Then the
that
rap
the
is just
warrant.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the warrant part, right? So he was issued a warrant because he was violating other things that he had done, and then he did this to the officer.
My thing is the overact is connected through the lyrics, right? And then
Well,
through
not necessarily. One of the overt acts is lyrics that Thug has that is about shooting officers, right?
Right.
But who's to say that the lyrics that Thug made, the date is going to be critical to link those lyrics to this event? Because if the lyrics came out before this event, you can't then say it was this event that triggered the lyrics.
Right. So that was going to be one of my points of reference is a lot of the stuff that they have present are 2015, 2018, 2019 and stuff like that. I can't make a honest conscience and so they could complete that to an over act with the lyrics even, because again, it would have to be proven like, okay, did you just make this album as soon as he dropped this officer, or like what was like what was
Right.
going
That's just
on?
wild.
No, I think when I was reading those lyrics earlier, I was in like 2016. So it definitely, those lyrics dropped long before this guy engaged in this activity.
So
those lyrics are from, those lyrics are from from March 2016.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
So the cohesiveness of their even if they got his testimony in is very like it's not present. So I get what they're trying to do, and on paper it would look good, but when you start, like you said, when you actually start dialing in.
But let me tell you something. In reading this, right? I noticed that these last acts that all come in from 2022, the ones that could be considered in furtherance of the gang, not like the other ones that are coming in under overt acts before the 5-year window, right? These have more law put in them. They'll give you the section that's being violated. The other ones are just listed as in furtherance of the gang.
Right.
So they were actually, in my opinion, put here to inflame the jurors. Like, when you just
that's
get
fair.
too much information. Yeah, because this one is written and it gives you the whole section that he violated, section 1615-4A, blah, 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 blah. And then it says, oh, they got the nerve.
Got the nerve? What they got the nerve to be doing?
So what was the guy's name that was just there, right? His name was Rogers. So they're going to charge him for everybody in the unit for that day.
Everybody
get down. Like, wait a second. So he got an attempted on David Rogers, right? A uniformed officer while in the performance of his duties.
It goes back to what you were just saying, though. You remember what you were saying? They do certain things. They also did it through the charges where they'll inflame it to where on paper it looks insane. Like the 30 people shoot this man. Like what was?
Yeah.
First of all, office and I'm not an advocate for violence against people in uniform. But Officer Johnson was nowhere to be found. That's how Officer Rogers was overcome.
This is the thing that I also had in my head as I was listening to it. Why was it so urgent that he made the arrest before his backup came? Because I know that's not policy for our Fulton County officers. That's definitely not their policy.
Excellent point.
When they're doing felony warrant, a felony warrant, like you have to come out with your mindset. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull my weapon. This is a person known for, dangerous activity, gang related. He did this solo.
I did these crimes, man. He did these.
What was the exigent circumstances that made him say, okay, I need to get him right now before I get anybody here. That's our policy to get back up for these exact reasons. So let me try to get him now. That's what I was thinking like Adams was going to ask, or at least somebody on defense, but I guess it doesn't matter since.
It doesn't matter because one, that guy is severed from their case, right?
Right.
So they're not going to be able to cross-examine or even bring Eppinger in as a witness. And the things that's harming them as a whole, when we look at overt acts, is that Eppinger is doing things in the name of the young slime life everywhere he goes. I feel as if he's a branch of young slime life that originated out of the prisons.
Right.
So when you start to look at the origins of some of this young slime life, right? When you look at Ryan and etc., I think he got his exposure from behind the prison. And if he didn't get his exposure from behind the prison, it was manifest from behind the prison.
That's another good point. But then again, it stems to where they're trying to position it. It should be much easier to qualify these as overt acts, or at least furtherance of the gang in some type of way. But the way that they have it set up, there isn't like a hierarchy. There isn't like a traditional format that they use to further themselves in the community. So it makes the story hard to picture whenever they bring somebody up there, and it doesn't help that they can't even collaborate what really happened through their questions.
So it makes the story harder to digest when you are a thinking being and you're looking for what the traditional RICO is, right? This is their conspiracy RICO, where they're just saying that a group, one or more, two people decided to enter into an agreement to do a crime. In this instance, Eppinger was by himself,
right,
running from the officer. So where was his other person that he made an agreement with?
That's the thing. I don't see the communication or like the tying in factors to where they can. I'm not on either. Before anybody comes for me I'm not on either side. I'm just trying to see like how do they connect it to where like it's worth doing this 146 days so far. Like I feel like we should be getting some pretty clear pictures by now, and we're not.
Oh, I think for me, right, if I was Mr. Magoo, the picture started to look a little bit better for me with some of the testimony, because remember, as of yesterday, I was starting to connect Bennett with the person that rented the red car that went after Shannon, which then leads me to believe that there was a different dispute going on that had nothing to do with Nut.
That's when it gets blurry again, because then you're like, these are supposed to be some gang hardened
To the
like
jury
veterans.
room for
Here we
a
go.
few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that.
Oh, what happened?
Another break.
Well, they wasn't expecting their what do you call
They
it?
end that quick, the cross and the interview of the witnesses today.
And Sergeant, I'm gonna
No,
have
they
you
was
step
expecting their
outside.
star witness,
Well, hold on.
When we
the
need you back.
expert.
She pushing out. She kicking out, brother man.
Oh,
Who she
Body
kicked
cam.
out?
Body cam police officer. She kicking him out. Not kicking him out. I'm sorry. She sent the jury out. Yeah, they are definitely scrambling, scraping. They did not expect this today.
Well, why did we just have this break? Because the body cam guy was gonna. Well, he's gonna try to show us the body cam.
Wait, hold on.
Pull it up.
Adams asked, can he approach? And then they went to the break.
And I know y'all had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
it's never anybody's fault.
Never.
All mistakes. This just happens to be the most mistake-prone trial.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. And if the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? No. Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me, and thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of that, of the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's two, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than two. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than two with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video.
Right.
And the surveillance video.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believed they had not yet set forth any objections, and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the officer Rogers, who just testified. Now, Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right. I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend. Sure. The dash cam, you can actually see it because you're unable to see everything on the body cam. The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like.
So the community had surveillance video. Okay. So it's from the furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger. And that we believe is relevant because
initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities. And this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used. And that is the final body cam video.
All right, how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm gonna need to watch. Does every one of them
maybe we don't
have
wanna watch.
hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all.
or-
It's
The dash cam,
prejudiced
I don't
against them
have
because
the-
it
The
bolsters.
dash has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
He's not in that courtroom, so
It's not even that
I'm
he's not
confused
in
on why he's
there.
there.
Okay.
It's not even that he's just
And
not
the-
in
all
there.
right.
It doesn't tie into
Let's
their
just
indictment.
watch 'em.
That would have been a better objection.
The
Both
parts you
Right.
intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
17 minutes. Oh my. Okay, they
Would think
sped ahead.
total,
Okay.
if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Wait, you think it's probably?
Oh no,
need you
not
to
their
know.
estimation. I don't trust it.
I need you to know. Come on.
While it's freezing up on them. Yeah, this is inflammatory evidence all day.
I agree with you.
Stone, are you copy? I'm going over.
This will show us what the urgency was for him to get him.
On Steel Road.
Is it bad? I know where this is.
I think I know where it is too.
Yep, checkers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right when he saw that checkers, I knew it.
With him driving.
6170, 6160 on SOS.
Take it out from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
What was the urgency?
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground.
The gun already out. Okay.
The gun already out.
Get on the ground.
That's not a taser. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And no, Miss Tina. I didn't hear an identification of officer.
I heard a shot.
No,
We need
identifying
Mandy to
himself.
pull this.
We need Mandy to do what?
We need Mandy to pull this.
Oh, okay.
Now his partner there. Okay. So he lied about a very key point in his testimony, which was he couldn't get his firearm out.
17. And you're right. The reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so that the jury can see.
Okay.
That
All right. Any objection to that?
Yes.
Stopping at 1917?
He didn't say he was an officer. He
Yes.
did. He already has
I'm
his
going to
gun
object
out.
because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
See, they should have said it doesn't
Add
capture.
403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Wow.
Hunter?
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos,
Mhm.
they may become cumulative as well. So,
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so I
don't
don't
know.
want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly.
Wow. I'm just
Favoritism.
Yeah, this is definitely not how it's supposed to play out. But let's see how it goes.
she feels she gave him an L earlier.
Yeah,
So
she's
now
trying
she
to
can
do
just
that.
give
It
him
looks like.
whatever.
Yeah. And now Hilton's
Ready for
back
the
to
next
normal.
one? Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, y'all all got laptops. Maybe one person could have the next one queued up.
So she's already planning
The
to
internet never
play
works
them,
here. Okay.
even though she
Right.
says, "Let me make the decision."
Bingo.
If we can do something like that and it would speed things up, I'll look into it.
Thank you for the 5 pounds. She said no jury on earth will be able to hold all this chaos
Yeah,
and mess in their heads.
She
The
didn't
jury's
play the
already here.
Field's going to
video.
go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
The reason why she didn't play the video for the witness is because the video wasn't admitted as evidence yet, which is
Right.
why she called the other guy up to
The body
Lay the
cam.
talk about
foundation
how to
for it.
collect. Right.
This is wild.
Yeah, this is going to be super inflammatory because even if they don't know the specifics of it or agree to what he said on his testimony was incorrect, to be honest. So
Document
that
on
should have
an
been the
easel
main reason.
pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
His
we
testimony
already
explained.
have
He told
all
him
of
who he
those.
was. You know, he tried to talk to him.
So
He
That's
told
what he
him to
said.
stop.
that needs to get
He
put
went to
with,
reach for his
I don't know
taser
which part of
because
it
he
it
didn't
was,
have any weapon in his hand yet.
but that needs to get put with
This
the
man
other
jumped out the
evidence
car,
that was provided to Ms.
gun out
Winfrey,
ASAP.
so she can have it all together. Okay, thanks.
But that's how you do a felony stop. He just didn't have the backup. So I'm curious why he lied about it. Probably the policy, now that I think on it.
Well, don't
Okay,
they
that
review
works.
police engaged shootings? Isn't
Not in
that why
That's
we
Fulton.
about
had
shooting. Yeah.
the other guy said he was
I'm gonna be honest. In Fulton, they rarely see wrongdoing in
no,
officer involved shootings. So if an
the
officer
other
gets hurt,
officer,
oh, I'm
the
sorry.
one, remember the officer that has the television show? I can't think of his name. He
Oh,
said
the
he
guy
was
from the first 48.
no, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't investigate that one.
You sure? Who are you talking about?
No, that's the one, but he investigated the shooting that went with the car that went into the laundromat.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
This is crazy.
Yeah. I'm very surprised.
But bolstering would be a good objection. And, since
Yeah.
they're watching our streams, that's what we should be telling them in the chat. Objection, bolstering.
Wow, man.
I just feel like this isn't gonna help them too much in the long run. If they, I'm curious to see how they're gonna do on cross, because when they cross him, they're gonna bring up these points, what I had said earlier. So it's gonna be interesting to hear.
Well, the same way all of us saw the video now and we heard the testimony, you can now determine if you choose to believe the testimony that was presented. The jury gets to determine the credibility and what evidence that they will accept. So he was better off with the story he told than this video, because
Bingo.
this video gives you an inconsistency and closing arguments. All they have to say is that the video doesn't align with his testimony.
I'm gonna let you know the number of shots we heard. That definitely wasn't from one firearm. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Well,
more than one firearm.
also, I think it's fair to say that during closing arguments, you need to point out that the person that did those shootings ain't in here. Like, this doesn't even make sense.
The issue is they're trying to tie him into the gang, so he may not be present, but they're pretty much saying, well, this is one of those reasons why they're a criminal gang right now.
And you would have to say in closing argument, you would have to make some kind of suggestions to the jurors that if they should consider that this was a gang, know that we wasn't in concert with this dude. Like the argument has to cover. You can't just cover the argument and saying we wasn't a gang and then leave it flat. You really have to cover all possibilities of what they may come to a conclusion on.
Right.
But that's also based on whatever gets put in as the more I look at Judge with the lack of confidence I have that she will remove some of these things off of the indictment.
True. It's like she's pretty much letting them roll the dice. And I just don't feel like that's right concerning like how much is at stake. This isn't like 5 years in prison. Like this is a lot of time.
This a lot of time because they making it a lot of time. Because when you look at the low number, like it has a between this and that number.
All they need is to get charged with 2 of the things on the indictment, and they'll be stuck for like 15 plus. One of the members, Goldie, he said he might have PTSD, which would explain why he may not remember the story. I'm guessing.
No, let's see what happens. This is dash cam.
On the ground, what? On the ground. On the ground.
No identifying. Listen to the shots. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's the part shooting back. Okay.
There's a partner.
I was about to say, I was like, I know that Glock 17 ain't got that many shots in it. Wait a minute.
For sure.
But he doesn't have to have an identifier. He's in a marked car.
Talking to the mic.
I'm saying as far as
Sorry, that's
identifying
just
and
part
so
of the
forth,
actual
because
shooting,
it's a
Your Honor,
lot
which
of
be
policy
different than
stuff
what's
that he
seen on the
stepped
body
over.
cam.
All right, that's certainly
It
different.
would have went easier.
Yeah, but I
if he
don't.
followed.
And there's no. All right, okay. Any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all 4 of them and
Okay,
determine
Tracy.
the
Okay, he
cumulative
said he had his gun out,
objection,
but holstered it for less lethal.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no time for it.
I don't know about cumulative.
I would let these go
between
in.
that and
Me
some
too.
other one yet, but it's not cumulative. It's between the body cam and that. All right,
Yeah, they
let's
can make
watch
this
the
work for him, the defense, if they
surveillance
try.
video.
Yeah. What I would do, I would then go get his testimony that he testified to, and whoever's introducing this video be like, "Hey, do you see when he was laying on the ground and the person was shooting her?" Like, I would take apart his testimony through whoever introduces this body cam footage.
Right. That's why I was like, it's going to be interesting to see how the
Your mic
defense
is loud,
tackles.
Mo. Somebody said your mic is loud.
But yeah, I was going to see how the defense tackles it. It should be an easy tackle. So I'm expecting one of them to kind of just shut it all down.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a sec.
And then that's the wrong neighborhood to kind of rush up on
Okay.
somebody in the car with a gun out.
Go ahead.
Wish that was a marked car.
Wait a minute. What's the point of showing this?
205.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two
You can
cars.
see
So
that
what's
from the
more
first car.
important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what
403.
happens is Officer
Miss Hilton.
Roger goes in to apprehend him,
Uh-huh.
and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson
Sergeant William Johnson? Yes, you are.
or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All
Thank
right,
you.
show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video. Your
Oh,
Honor.
my
Oh,
gosh.
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This-
She went from 4 to 5.
What is we doing, baby? What is we doing? Those first 2 videos are perfect to show.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're showing the unmarked car was the partner. So Brother Man was in the
Your Honor,
Atlanta
this will
police
just
car.
start at the
Okay, let's see.
beginning.
Right.
And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Oh, now we gotta look at something. specific.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Why they not it all up?
Portions of it? I have to start over because, all right.
Yeah, you
If you
need
look
to.
towards the back of the video.
I see him. He's jumping out. Okay, there he is.
Why?
That's the only video they need to show.
The first
Really?
2 are better.
So that
The
shows
first 2
the
videos
other
are way
officer's
better.
location and interaction
Ooh.
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on
Hey,
that?
listen.
And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
I didn't see nobody jumping on top of
All right,
nobody
that
and
one's in
swinging
it without
around.
objection, and
Nope.
then, well, it will be, and then the apprehension.
I don't even think he wanted to holster his gun. That's my whole argument. Like, I think his gun was out the whole time, and he just didn't think he was gonna get shot at.
And you think he had the taser out that he downgraded?
Yeah, I'm not believing that. Not in that neighborhood.
I need that last video though, because that was a good show that there was no struggle.
When do you see people make an arrest before they say, "Put your hands up, let me see them," turn around, walk back? Like, this is not a felony stop that I'm used to seeing.
I don't even hear that we got a warrant for you. I don't hear
Nothing.
Eppinger, like nothing. It's just like, hey, you.
I kind of want them to go back and play that first one again. Is this it? No, maybe not. I
No,
kind of
we
want
got
them to
more
play
to
that
go.
first one again.
Now we got 2 more to go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. 'Cause I want to hear what he says when he jumps out the car, when he pulls up.
Sassy C is correct. It's not even the de-escalating part. With a felony stop, you get out, you have your firearm drawn, you have your backup, and you stay by your car until you can see their hands and they actually listen to your commands. You don't engage unless they try to run. So instead of him doing that, he just jumped out with the gun out, jacked him up a little bit.
Right, grabbed his arm.
And just for people who are not from Atlanta, if you're doing that in that neighborhood, in that area,
Expect
you're
that.
asking for problems. I'm sorry.
Expect that outcome. Wow, this is craziness. Okay. What is this?
Oh, is this a ring camera? No, body camera. Him running inside the house.
Inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. She cover that window, okay? I'm gonna stay right here, all right?
That one's not necessary.
Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her. Y'all come on. Is anybody else in here? All right. I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, bro. Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me. I'm wide open. Straight to the back. Right hand side. And we need to know what door. We're on the back. They said he went out. Right hand side. In the back on the right hand side. Christian. What's his name? Christian Aperture. McKessie. I got no bigger. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro. Yeah, Christian Aperture. If you hear me, say something. Yeah, switch places. Switch out one more. What's up? Switch up here. Christian Aperture. If you hear me, say something. Looking at the building from the front. All right across. Is that correct? Up here. I want you up here on point. Yeah. Christian Aperture. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him. If you hear me, show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air. You can't hear me. You talking real low. What's his last name? Christian Effinger! It's Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out. We had the place surrounded.
That's what they should have did at the first stop.
Christian!
This is how you do a felony stop, right here.
All right, let me see your hands. Hands first. Crawl. 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 No, sir. Crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up. Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. On your belly. On your belly. On your belly. Okay. On your belly.
I'm tired.
Crawl backwards.
You're going to be tired for many more days.
Crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, we don't want to.
How he going to crawl backwards on his stomach?
Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards.
Too many people are telling them what to do.
Right. Get on the ground, let your stomach crawl back.
But he's still alive, so.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Step out. Step out. Step
I don't believe that.
Nobody
How you gonna step
wants
out?
to shoot you, son.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Christian, hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here. Let me call my mama. Christian.
No, let me call my mama.
All right, y'all feel comfortable. Who's taking stairs?
This is
You got
big
stairs.
bad. Okay.
Go. Call my mama. I got to get right here. Ain't nobody in there.
Mama not helping
And
you
why
today.
is that
I'm sorry.
relevant?
I agree.
Previously, there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular independent community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day, where Mr. Evans is alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were
tried to get him out in a
He
way
harassed
that
him when he jumped out the car.
keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the
This
inferences
is not
of
social
how
commentary.
officers respond in this community. So that was
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of
Okay,
cross-examination.
well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No, it
so-
started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Call on him. Call on him.
That's okay.
Call
So
on
there
the
were
Lord.
officers that initially
Don't
talked about a lot of
say
drug
something.
cases that were happening in this neighborhood.
No.
And there
You don't
were
say.
cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this black
That's
community.
not what this case is about.
Essentially
Right.
that no one,
What?
Hold on.
they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers
remember
that
'cause you're
were
lying.
questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner because
He shot somebody. What are you talking
earlier
about?
as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams
they
that
get
respond to
that.
high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly
Who
police the
said that from the
community.
defense?
He just
And
shot
so
somebody.
Given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect.
Nobody
of that, especially
inferred
given
it.
on the day that this occurred.
No.
Their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
No.
Your Honor,
At the time.
if I may, that is a
Bolstering.
complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor is talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some
No.
counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under
Yes. Praise his
403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's,
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
okay, all right. So let's get the jury out and let's get through these, what, is it 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by
No,
5-ish
no.
or 5:30?
Girl, bye.
Who's the
Good
3
night.
witnesses?
Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And
You don't even know who it is. She's so tired.
are you showing them with this witness or another witness? Okay. All right.
Yeah, this adds drama. This is not necessary. But I'm glad that they at least gave him that. That body cam was crazy.
Did he get to call his mama?
I don't think so. I think his mom when he got to jail.
I've been traumatized. Forget the judge.
You wild, girl. Oh my gosh, man. This is just so wild. Y'all, real quick, tell me what y'all thinking. What are y'all feeling in the chat? Let's go ahead and drop the emojis. Show me what y'all are thinking. What are y'all thinking right now?
Thank you. All right, those two exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed. Yes, you may.
Why your girl try to add social commentary to the middle of it? He said, now's a good time to talk about how they're over policing this community.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2 SS. And we're going to begin at 1804.
You up on SOS? On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. You got paper. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro. What's that? 2637 on Hayville. This shit was on the
And we're going to stop the plan in 1908. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1 SS.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Get 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 on the ground.
Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 1742 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time. True?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
For Eppinger, you mean?
That's
no,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, sir.
Okay. All right.
Do you notice that he's not in
Would you
here?
agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground. Did you hear Eppinger saying, I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, correct.
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing, it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say I don't do nothing to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I withdraw it. I withdraw. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears. Looking at the video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Call Sergeant William Johnson.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell the first guy stand for the court's knowledge.
William, William, Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right, and let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry. The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
Right. And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno.
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Right. Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Overruled.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio. So I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Okay. What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby, and that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what if anything occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was gonna just give up.
Speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking to apprehend him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What if anything happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what if anything did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what if anything happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Did you think he was going to just wait around for you?
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did it appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the purpose of them asking the same question? Did he go to the hospital? Well, yeah. What's the purpose of that question? Okay.
Is she showing us more film?
She's showing us the same film over again.
What's wrong with her?
And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur?
Didn't she rule against this one?
No, it wasn't this one.
And have a.
It's the one going into the community.
You sure?
Yeah.
No, she ruled against the one in the house when they was
The one in the house and the one
house,
looking.
it was one more too. Yeah.
And the one looking into the community when they drove in.
Okay.
Through the gate.
Yeah. Speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
I still think he actually got some shots off. He just didn't hit him.
Oh no, he did. He said he ran out of ammo.
Not just
Yeah, but
him.
he
I'm talking
told
about Rogers also.
Yeah, he
Oh,
told us he had a taser.
Yeah, that wasn't
I
a
don't think
taser.
he ever got his taser. I don't think he
Are
ever
you in
holstered
that black
his gun.
vehicle?
Yes.
You wasn't even there yet.
Nope. That's what they was talking about. Adams
And
when
was
he just
that
pulled
you
up in the second
ducking?
car.
Yes.
Ducking?
He's smart. He know what's going. Those complexes, like he's lucky it was just one guy shooting back. That's the best way I'll put it. They're usually in groups.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute.
You can
Like
stop now.
like Shell said, one of the commenters, Shell B. It sounds like they kind of set the rookie up there. Like,
It sounds like it. Because he definitely don't seem like he followed protocol.
At some point,
Not
did
at
you
all.
have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
No, we don't indulge. Bye.
Yeah, this is
All
really.
right, are there defense
if
questions for
Eppinger
this
wanted to
witness?
end him, he would have got ended. That's the best way I'll put it. I think that was a reflex shoot back.
No, if he would have waited for Grady, he would have been ended.
Good afternoon, sir. It's Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
Where?
He was standing in front of the store.
At the gas station.
Okay. And at
found
some
him
point, he
before.
walked away from the store, and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle, and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so, in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off, and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in, and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself, though, at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out, you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime.
He's an honest cop. I appreciate it.
Firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
He's regretting his answer.
Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been effecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it.
That's cap.
Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one.
Drop a cap in the chat.
But it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions?
I memorized APD protocol.
All right,
That
who's
is
ready
not
to redirect? Go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
Sustained.
Okay.
She tried it.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not, did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Uh-oh, what's the training from?
As a investigator within a gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified. It'll be the foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's
Yeah, you do.
sustained
Yeah,
to
you do, Your Honor.
leading, but the rest of them,
As a member,
rephrase your question and let me consider it.
as an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Bye, Hilton.
Yeah, you need to go. She's trying to drag it out because she don't want to go look for
there
love.
in spirit. Miss Love
Yeah,
is
she don't want to
there.
go look love in the face.
It's time for the next witness because she
Yeah.
said she had 3.
Sure.
Bless your heart. Look at this. Atkins writing notes.
Did you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Y'all still passing notes?
You remember she said she was only
And
going to ask him
Do
about
you
the
know
shooting.
Durante Beebe through your work in the gang
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
Like you know what's into the chat.
approach?
All right.
No.
She literally like tried to. She tried it, and I hate how much she tried it.
Okay, so tell me, what was she trying?
She's trying to implement other people that are on that list inside this stop that has nothing to do with this stop.
And she's trying to say that there could have been other people because
Tied to it because they want to prove that it's gang related or some type
That's
of
what
way.
she's trying to do. You're right. I
so
got
what
you.
the reasonable doubt that they put out there, which is what they're supposed to do, is that hey, when you caught this guy, he wasn't in no gang. He acted independent. He
Nobody
was all
pulled the
by
trigger for him.
himself. You understand? So his actions in that particular activity was not a conspiracy because he had no agreement with anybody else. He did that on his own volition.
Gotcha.
Some nasty work. That's the best way I
Nasty
can
work.
put it for the state. This is some nasty work. That man sat there and lied. Anyone can probably look this up online. That is not their protocol for a felony stop at all. And it's for a reason.
Warrant. It wasn't.
It's a felony warrant.
Felony warrant, right?
Armed robbery.
Well, first
Like
of all,
we've had these type of situations on the news. Like we've had so many incidents like this in Atlanta. So they made protocol specifically for this. Just for these type of situations.
don't they use words like he could be armed and dangerous? He's a textbook for that right there.
Right.
I sat there and I looked at the second body cam. You hit it on the nail, Mo. It shows the partner wasn't even there. He was just pulling up, like, yeah,
He was just
I
pulling
get
up.
there.
They made it sound like they were rolling together.
Nope.
The way they
No.
like that's
I
He
funny
think
didn't
because
even see what happened. That's why they didn't show us his body cam footage, and that's why they didn't show us his car cam
if
footage.
they would have showed the connected body cam footage, I guarantee you that would have some adverse effects on Eppinger's case, because there are a lot of things that they did that can kind of muddy the waters per se, and it's not necessary.
Yeah.
But
Well, Eppinger got his attorney that likes to tell everybody, she likes to warn people.
That's Martinez. So you see, you just made
Eppinger's attorney is the one that got arrested for
oh yeah, Fanigan.
Yeah.
Nicole
that's
Fagan.
his attorney. Fagan, right. So
Okay, I'm sorry.
look, he just bad luck all around.
He just
The women in
he
his
down
life,
bad.
the women in his life always see cops. That's what I learned today. Like if you're around Eppinger and you're his woman, you're gonna see a cop at some
Yeah,
point.
facts and evidence.
well, Eppinger's not coming back outside.
Yeah,
No, he needs to stay inside.
right.
You don't ever need to come back outside.
Man
He needs to
talking
stay
about
right
let
up
me
in
call
there.
my mama.
He's calling his mama.
Let me call my
Look
mom.
like you wasn't calling for her when you was shooting.
Right. You weren't doing it.
Man
then.
up. Man up, buddy.
He should have called her while he was upstairs hiding in whomever's house that was.
But she wasn't gonna do nothing, so he should have just been quiet. He shouldn't have been
Why
doing
did
what he
that
did.
lady leave her kids inside that house?
Oh, that was some dirty work. I was like, look, most parents, I know my mom, she's not going nowhere till we all out at the same time.
Man, I would
Well-
have been beaten.
It don't matter how many firearms are there. My mom would not have just been like, yeah, I'll trust the cops to get my babies out. No.
Yeah. I'm sure all these people have flags not to approach alone. I guarantee you. Don't try to apprehend them. Who's that from? Public Enemy? Don't try to apprehend
I
them.
think they back.
He's armed
Let's go.
robbery. Like he's engaging in armed robbery.
It might mean he's armed.
You think?
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Object again, he has not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had
Why is
as
she
a member of
doing
the gang
this?
unit?
She's mad about.
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings.
She's trying to
intel
replace the
meetings,
expert from this
information
morning.
There's
meetings.
an
We have formal
objection right
training.
now.
Probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
No objection. We're in redirect.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
Oh.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object.
She's trying to replace the other
And
guy.
you lost your expert 10 minutes
Based on
ago.
his knowledge
Yep,
training
this is
and
the backup
experience.
expert. now. On the
What
spot.
are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And
Judge playing a
specifically shooting at a
dangerous game.
cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
This is outside the
I have no
scope
further
of
questions.
direct.
All right. Any recross?
Recross, yeah. So you know what series we're in.
Adams,
Recross.
come on up there, Adams. I know it's Adams.
You know it is. You know it is.
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both.
None of
It
those.
could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
He's not in this room.
Mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I'm just asking you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you see Durante BB?
You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
This is so dumb.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right.
You sure?
Right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do at this phase.
Right.
Right.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Adams
All right,
Ramsey. He just cooked.
Crushed
Anybody
him.
else?
Thou shalt,
Okay.
thou
All
shalt
right,
be
thank you for your
cooked.
time. You are excused.
Can I play the let him cook
Is there one
again?
more witness there? Okay.
Go
Call you
ahead.
next.
Go ahead. We got room.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
Abati's coming up, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what he up here for?
I don't know.
They sped up his witness, so he got to get up there.
He
now.
mad.
He a day ahead.
He had to spit out his soy latte earlier and rush in here, so he's a little bit perturbed. Y'all,
No,
stop this.
It was what was that? A vitamin.
3 fish tacos. What you mean?
Vegan fish tacos. Why we got another police? Yo, who's been keeping track of how many police officers we got?
Look, it's been 50 police officer witnesses. So this is the witnesses they were talking about. That's the community. Okay.
This is the community. That's right.
It's the community. All right.
Like Hill Street Blues, my guy.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessie. Last name spelled McKesey.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you
so
been
he's blind. Okay.
supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year was 20 years. This year be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. I also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those wanted fugitives.
And back in October of 2021. Can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Epinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the city of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the criminal investigation division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather as much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
She wasn't paying attention.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, was Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a perimeter, a wide perimeter in an area. We try to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there, there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we just put him in handcuffs, everything be good. But it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B, and previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the
You should have been here earlier.
mark
We already saw a
on
picture of
the
him.
cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your
I
observations,
want to know what the
seeing
tattoo
him in
is.
person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Oh, I thought that was a birthmark.
That's what I'm about to.
No, I saw it on Twitter. It's supposed to be a YSL.
Look, they need to fire that tattoo artist.
The tattoo artist. That was their first day on the job.
He did that himself.
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Oh, wow.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Wow. Okay.
That's all they got.
And I think that takes us to the end of today.
Yeah, you get that video
So
in.
I will remind you
The
all,
expert
as
messed it
I
up.
do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe
Whatever, Heather.
any kind of
Saying
coverage
don't go
or
to
social
YouTube
media
and look at
Don't
the
go
commentary or
home.
news or
I'm
anything,
expecting-
about this case. Or
I'm
anybody
expecting
involved
16
in it.
people to be added to
And
the
do
chat
not
in
talk
about
to
5
anybody about this
minutes.
case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach
Oh my
our
gosh,
jury
this is
deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves.
So you want them to take
And
a
I
road
will
trip
see
to
you
Tennessee,
all
or
tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
They got to take a silent. They got to take a caravan because they can't talk to each other.
I wanted to address somebody in the chat named Tone. Tone said we agree with gangs being in our community.
Sure. If that's what you think, I'm sorry. I'm not. I have none today. If that's what you think, then go ahead and believe that. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Hit the like button on the way out the door. Tip your waitress. Come on, man. Get the gracious man. Come on.
Oh, why y'all even answered? I just handle business.
I'm just sorry, man. That's just. I'm sorry, man. Come on,
I
bro.
try my best to try to outline everything I say specifically for that reason.
I was like, oh.
All right, let me see who's. Let me see. All right, Lady Dear Woke Christians pulling in the garage. All right.
Here we go.
All
Got
right.
motion.
Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening
yeah.
before we break?
This is wild.
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right, and of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet?
He just told
That's
you.
it? That's it
checked out.
is the
She's asleep.
investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
Viverito.
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things from Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was two different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
We know you don't know, Paige.
I
We
need
know.
to look
She's getting
back.
up.
I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that would be
TMI.
contingent
not another
on
folder.
whether or not what he says here, if it's
They
the
find this one
impeachment
too?
or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with
It's a
still?
whole lot.
Matthews is moving a lot today. Is that me?
Yeah, he is.
He is moving a lot.
He's being the team player today.
Hey, I ain't mad.
Yes.
Go ahead, brother. Do your thing.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
And
Uh-oh.
You know it's serious when that black and white coat.
I
get
can't
out.
stand you. I can't stand you. I can't stand you.
I needed that coat this morning. Like,
It's a little cool outdoors.
That stood up. I focused on it.
Renette, he got a Herculean task. That's all I got to say.
it's possible with this DA team. That's the
Well,
funny
yeah, that's a
part.
good point.
So how many
Your Honor,
witnesses
there's
you think
some
we got left?
discussion trying amongst my
Probably
colleagues.
50.
That's why I'm not answering.
40
I mean,
of
they
them
got
are-
through how many witnesses they get through this week?
Probably
25,
around
20?
30
Well,
or
while they're
something.
discussing, I'm going to ask the state,
Probably 30 at the most.
have y'all had
Probably, yeah.
the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call
You
Arnold?
might as well give it up.
I need to confirm
applied,
with our
pressure
investigator, see if he
applied.
sent the message. We have the date.
What
Let
date?
me just confirm if he emailed her.
See?
Okay.
That's what I'm
And
talking about.
That's going to be more than just confirming the day. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with
That's
her and
scrambling,
hammer
scraping.
out whether
Why
in
they
the
won't just
scope
contact me?
of any
You-
kind
Your
of
Honor,
an
you know
Why don't you
immunity.
reach out to him? Why do you need
Yes,
your
Your
All
Honor.
right,
Okay,
okay.
I'm
Let
sorry.
me know that in the morning if you don't
You know
mind.
the
No,
game
he
plan.
needs to send again.
Miss Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them,
So we said we got
one of them, the
30 this
drone is
week.
just sitting on the floor.
Yeah,
The
we
other one,
definitely litigated that.
yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome
Why you had
was.
them drones, dude?
Yes, Your Honor, we told.
People have
the
drones. They're
court
just
counsel
I got a
that
drone.
untoys.
we will
Yeah.
get,
Not in the
for
middle of a
recording.
RICO.
relevant portions.
Oh, you're right,
It might
you're
be a
right.
spliced
What do you
together
mean?
video, but we will get to them, the relevant
So
portions of the body
because he's
cam
in Rico, he can't have
All
a
right.
I mean, not the
drone?
body cam, the
That's
drone.
still
but yes.
outstanding.
I don't
then.
understand.
Yeah.
Help
They're
me.
gonna say he
we'll
delivering
look at
drugs
that.
to Ray
We'll take a
Street.
look and let
And
That's what
when,
they're gonna
when
say,
do you
but-
plan to
It's just, it's
provide
just
that?
that in the middle of a
If
RICO
we
right
can
now.
just get till maybe next Wednesday. I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday. Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last two portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proper, it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but she has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand.
Agreed, Judge.
And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully. He said
Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right. And one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but
yikes.
That's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
She be hemming and hawing like, boy, it's going to kill her.
There's no date for Ashley because they won't make direct contact with Ashley. They're doing their same game with the same investigator doing the telephone game.
Which makes no sense at all.
They're waiting for the last minute. This is their pattern.
But I must say, and they are, okay, they really did cut it off. I love it when they've been cutting that feed right at night. I think, like I said before, they thrive in chaos. They like things to be chaotic so that they don't have to be responsible. And I was giving the example earlier, a teacher that's not responsible, a teacher that does not have his or her stuff in order, love fire drills. They love them because they know that it's going to throw off the day. And they'll make, and you know, I know somebody, I don't want to put them out there on blast, but if they know that the fire drill, you know, the secretary says, hey, by the way, there's going to be a fire drill today at 10 o'clock. they immediately go and change their lesson plans for the most unprepared lesson that they have will be at 9:40. So listen, just getting warmed up, boys and girls. Come on, here's my lesson. I don't really have it planned. Oh, there's a fire drill. Guess we gotta go. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
She just gave them 10 more weeks.
Easily.
I was predicting they would have 16.
So she said by the Christmas holiday. I thought she was gonna come out of her mouth and say Thanksgiving. I just knew she was gonna say Thanksgiving.
So
she might as well just gone and said MLK.
Hey,
roll up in there and be like, hey, make sure you're done by Valentine's Day. I mean, that's
said
about
it
it.
was ambitious, you know, little understatement, but
whole understatement.
Well, is it really ambitious? Because all right, we know
For
they
the
had
state.
100, and then they
I don't think
put
they had
three
a true
people. No, they had 100. Then they put on 3 people, so they was down to 97. Then they added 20 more back on there.
Girl, I can't stand you.
And then we know they did 19, so they might be back down to 97. And then we just had 3 today, and Lord knows how many we had yesterday. So they might be about 90 or 85 deep right now.
Look, 85 of them are officers, guaranteed.
Right. Okay. If the last guy, can we just look at the last man? What did he honestly add to the equation?
Well, which last guy?
experience?
The last dude that's just up the sergeant, the gang sergeant dude.
His
just was up there.
Well, here's my
nothing.
I would have did a cross.
She needs to stop doing that. Like if you see a pattern that the defense is not cross-examining them, it's very and you like, oh, everybody in a uniform, the defense is not interviewing them. Maybe y'all need to stop bringing them.
I don't think that was the thing. I think the whole plan was planned around their expert today. So a lot of their testimony may not sync up because little buddy struck out right at the start.
Right.
Like, he didn't even get in the game.
What was it?
And let's
He's a movie expert.
That
BET
witness,
certified.
the last witness was supposed to introduce the video of them taking, the community service video of them, the humanitarian effort to not shoot and kill.
Right.
This person who's just taking out an officer, and they didn't get that. But see, here's the problem. When the judge threw out their evidence, right, which is what that person was supposed to introduce, they should have not put forward the witness because he had nothing to introduce anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's my point. Like, they don't pivot and say, oh, we were planning to go this direction, but something has changed. So we got to go in another direction or got to move a little bit differently. Once I heard him ask about the apprehension, I was like, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring back in that video.
Look,
and so
I'm not gonna say
but the video was already thrown out, so he should never come up.
I'm not gonna say they don't pivot. Hilton tried her best. She tried her best. She tried to make lemon out of like bricks. So
lemonade out of bricks, right? For sure.
The downside to this right now is that they lost their gang expert, right? And their music expert, whatever he was going to do simultaneously. So each police officer witness that now comes forward, they're going to try to sneak them in as being some kind of gang expert based on their experience to try to incorporate what
she
they
tried it with Rogers. Like that's what I was saying. She keep trying it because she was trying to implement other names into his cross-examination and everything to try to format foundation for a gang so she can still get evidence in for the gang. So when I was just like, why are you doing this, Hilton? Like, look, I know that they've been rough, baby, but just go home. Take your admonishment from Big Fanny. It'll be all right.
Right. She texting you. She calling you right now.
But she refused.
Well, what's left? We still got Ryan's whatever happened with Ryan, right? That they didn't put out. We still got a little bit more with Christopher Eppinger based on this over at They got some things, you know, with them wearing clothes and gang signs and some other stuff that they
Drip.
submitted. We didn't hear anything yet. We still got when it appears that when Martinez comes up, him and Yak were involved in a lot of things together. So we got to see what that entails of what they're going to get out of his testimony. But there's some overt acts that involve him and Yak. Then we have to go all the way back to our dude with the 19 things. You understand that?
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna get done before the end of the year. Not realistically.
Well, and then I guess, did we miss anybody? Because I guess the only crime that and then they're gonna really have to. I don't know if they finished with Nut, because I still don't know who got him. So
At this point,
yesterday, well, they started to now tie in. We picked up this shell casing here, and then we put it in Nibin, and that guy testified, but then he got demolished because what's the name was like, so all you did was, you're like the record keeper. You're not the person that actually did the Nibin match on this stuff.
yeah, that was pretty rough. That was pretty harsh. Because he really was positioning himself. He was padding his resume.
He tried. I give it to
He
him.
did. He did. Yeah, there's absolutely no way they're going to be done by February or March. I mean, like I said, it's going to be late. It's going to be late summer next year. If
I'm
it's
just
done
excited that it's closer to the defense getting their time up, because that's when you can see how they can form stories out of the state's own witnesses.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see how they can, with their own prep witnesses, with their own questioning, how they'll be able to format their story. So it'll be nice to see that for once.
And they do have a lot of covert acts here that involve in the prison. Not since, this is prior to the indictment. So these are dated since 2022, but the February month. So once Eppinger got himself up in there, right? Then he wreaked havoc inside of the prison. And we got all of those things that they was involved in. You know, fights and stuff like that. But
stuff, yeah, you're right.
If you take, so I just want to be realistic, right? If you take people off the street, and so you have a war going on between party A and party B, okay? And now you take them all off the streets and you put them in one little prison. Did you expect party A and party B to stop fighting?
Sure.
Because they're in jail, right?
Sure. What could go wrong?
Oh, nothing.
So they're in there in a self-contained unit doing all the other stuff. No, they got nut juice going on, not soap dropping.
Pardon me?
That's what they said in the
I'm gonna
shower.
put you in timeout. I'm gonna put you in timeout.
I'm zero timeout. Oh,
Yep.
You're
back. All right. Wow,
zero
man.
timeout.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Oh Lord.
So, all right. So tomorrow, I must still say it. If Antonio Sledge's revocation hearing is available, I would like to watch that.
It doesn't sound like we're gonna see it.
Yeah, it might not, but I'm just saying. We'll be here, but if that's available, I'm jumping over there because I would like to hear how they try to do that.
This is crazy because she said we gotta stop tomorrow at 4:00, right? Because one of the jurors gotta go home. But we all know that there's a 4:00 hearing.
Facts.
For the other dude. So why is she just
Maybe that's where Adrian's been all week. Getting ready for that.
Preparing for that.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Maybe she's been doing her new training course that she was mandated to do.
Right.
What was it
But
on?
the Brady one she's supposed to be doing.
No, they did the Brady. They did the
They probably
Brady.
made her do it 3 more times.
She might need to do it a couple more times. She might need. We need to check
Brady
your
in
score.
September.
You need a 98 or greater.
She got bad memory.
For sure. Antonio Sledge, Montunk, has a probation revocation hearing tomorrow.
You know what's so bad about Judge Whitaker though, right? She's like that parent that is going to be like, you're so afraid of them because they're gonna give you the big punishment. And then when it's time for punishment, it's like a walk in the park. You be like, man.
I'm gonna say it differently.
Please just don't do this no more, baby. Please.
No, I don't think
That's
she's not.
Paige.
Yeah, I don't think she's a
Just
parent that
don't do
gives
it.
big punishments. I think she's a parent that's constantly helping her child, and her child is not learning how to manage
Enabling.
his or herself. So she's the one that's writing the kids' homework. She's the one that's doing all these things. Come on, little Johnny, you know you can do it. She's running
Parents do
alongside
that?
them in PE class and all this other stuff. She's a helicopter parent on steroids. That's what the problem is.
Jason,
Because
parents
she's
do
doing.
kids
That's how
homework?
she. Say again.
Parents do kids homework.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we're gonna leave that alone.
Boy, I just learned something new today.
Yeah, don't
Must be
that.
nice.
But no, that's her, man. She's the parent that won't let the child do and learn for him or herself. And the kid might even be saying, like, Mom, I can do this by myself. No, baby, let me help you out. Let me show you. And she's always helping. And now the child is much older, 146 days into this case, and they're completely deficient on able to manage themselves.
Right.
So they can't. So they're almost, in some instances, they're looking at her. That's why I would love to be able to see their faces when things happen. I know Adrian be looking at her like, you gonna help me? Are you gonna help me? Because you're always helping me. I know she'd be making facial expressions to her. Because a lot of you all are commenting about Miss Winfrey, the black court reporter, and the faces she'd be making. So I'm betting 10 cents that Adrian is making faces at them.
Oh, absolutely.
Because she don't know how to do it. And that's my thought.
What do you think that face is really about? You think that face is a help me face, or you think that face is one of these like,
don't let that mean teacher give me a C+. You tell her that I deserve a B-. You tell her, mommy. That's what you
Why are you doing this to me?
Why are you doing this to me? You know I'm your favorite child, and you know I work really hard on this, mommy. You don't let them do that. You don't let them do that. That's what she's saying.
That face be like, come
That's
on.
the face she's making. You know what's the face she's making? Don't let her do it. No.
Look, all I know
Big
is
meanie heads over there.
all I know is the state has a extremely uphill mountain battle to fight right now. I'm not seeing how they're gonna tie anything that's significant right now to kind of make their unreasonable doubt disappear right now. And they're running out of time and witnesses.
Yeah, it's over. It's a wrap.
Unless they bring in whatever this lady's name is.
Ooh.
You know,
Lady Luck?
they got one. No, they got one more detective from the gang unit, woman, whatever her
Another
name.
gang unit.
Another gang unit.
You know,
Stop.
the one that the Spanish name one.
Viverito.
Oh, so maybe she's the Italian name one.
After
whatever.
today, I just heard this man say he's doing training classes for gang unit officers. I'm not sure how much weight that holds at this point.
Who's doing
Buddy came up this morning and said, "Yeah, I train all the gang unit classes. I do. Where do you get your training from? Colors, the game album."
Secondary jobs are going to have a hard time keeping their secondary jobs after this. Public
Adams is going crazy in there. You're right. Adams did his thing on that.
I was cooking today. He said, let me show you something. Hey, put a little bit of seasoning on this thing for you real quick.
Boy, if I see a subpoena, look.
Can can we talk about Doug's reaction?
Yo, let me find that.
Any
Doug,
attorney would have that reaction. I promise you. It's like that's one of the peeves. That
But
is
it's
one of the
so bad
peeves.
because we didn't get to hear what
I
happened.
hate it. Nobody could though. What does? It was
Only Sylvia can see it.
I sat
yeah,
right there and I got upset by accident. I was just like, oh, I was
yeah.
like,
That
what
was
is
something nice.
this?
Doug was like, no, this is a mistrial. And I'm just sitting back here saying, no, let me see how we could do this. See, that's what I do at work. I'm the
Doug let it be known, and that's why I respect Doug a lot for that. That was much needed. Much needed.
All right, let me find. I'm trying to find Doug's explosive, shall we say?
When you have situations like that happen, I want people to kind of picture themselves in a situation in court. It doesn't have to be this severe, but you see somebody get on the stand.
Spoke about.
You see them get on the stand, and it's somebody that's trying to, rob you of your freedom, or should I say your rights, and they're kind of just like, I'm an expert because I said so. The judge lets it ride,
Correct me if I'm
even though
wrong,
in
but I
your
do not
heart
believe
you know it's not right. You as a citizen know it's not right. Your lawyer knows it's not right, but you listen to the court anyway, and then as soon as it happens, all your worst fears about that person stepping on the stand happens.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's check it out. This is after this is them still arguing that he's an expert.
In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified.
No,
about
that's
the bad
afterwards.
character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it
I
was
be-
seasoned
Yeah,
officer.
No, I looked. It's not.
It's
It
an
was a
inmate,
Oh, was it?
right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I think there's
Yeah,
a
this is after.
distinction
This is when
between
he
a fellow
checked their
inmate
case.
and an
They
officer
tried to
with
do some
decades of
case law, and it was
experience.
You're right.
crazy.
Okay, I'm
And it's
sorry.
not just I that think
Let me
that.
back it up because somebody
I mean,
might
I
have
think if you
missed
go
this, and I'll
about the
find
bad character,
that
is that
clip.
correct?
They said, how long did the
I don't know if it was
the
seasoned
gang
officer.
lyric
No, I
expert
looked. It's
testify?
not.
About 20 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
My boy
After
came
he
out the
was,
gate. and
Classic is that they just ruled him to be an
they
expert.
just ruled him to be an
They just
expert.
fought tooth and nail about 20 minutes for him to be the expert, even though everybody in that courtroom knew otherwise. The
Yeah,
judge said, what's the worst that can happen? You never have that expectation as an officer of the court. That's the first thing I want to make clear. What's the worst that can happen? 10 out of 10 times, the worst will usually happen.
right. Well,
I'm
you're gonna
still
find out.
mad at her saying that it ain't nothing but words to beat.
Yeah, she did say that. All right, let's let because Wavy Thomas. I'm sorry. Somebody said what did Doug say? Let's let him play it out. I'll find the one that got this all started.
In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm
Yeah, you're
wrong,
okay.
but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's still the
I
same
don't
one.
know if it
I
was
be-
seasoned officer.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It
an
was a fellow
inmate, right?
inmate.
And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152 Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
You know what? Where Miss Love at?
We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
Wish
So
that was the first time.
Yeah, I wish that was the first time. Okay, I do apologize. I did not I was trying to manage this, and y'all keep talking while I pull up the one that got it all started with him saying that they should have a mistrial.
Look, that
I'm
was
just thinking, here's a hypothetical. What if happens tomorrow, the state comes and does a motion to recuse the judge because she now has thrown out their witness.
ain't no way.
I know. It's just
Ain't no way.
it's
Look,
just
look.
crazy.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Maybe you might. They might.
Because they're just gonna say that she went to the extremes now. She done threw out their witness, she done admonished them, like whatever. She wouldn't let them get in there. They're perfect examples of gang, of a perfect arrest.
When I tell you, it was the epitome of arrogance and like it was a vendetta inside the witness per se. I don't even want to call him an expert. The witness had a vendetta in him. You could feel it. As soon as he kept talking, as soon as they got him up there trying to certify him as an expert, and they objected, it was like he felt insulted. He was like, no, "Wait a minute,
Wait, how dare you? Look, I got all the Beastie
I
Boy albums.
watched
How
all
dare
this.
you
What
think
are you
that I'm not
talking
an
about?
expert? I'm an expert.
I heard 50 Cent rap yesterday. What do you mean?
I mean, really.
Who's
I'm
better
listening to
certified
Too
than me?
Short on my way up in here.
When he said he teaches other officers, he trains them.
Y'all.
Boy,
okay.
look, Atlanta in
All
some
right, so
dark days.
we're gonna work backwards a little bit. Just so the people that might have missed it, because it's a long day. I ain't gonna lie. All right, let's go.
Well, Doug was very upset though.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't blame him.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops and educating them in the gang unit. A lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books.
Yeah, Word of magazine don't work.
Treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training
that.
materials.
Man reading the source.
No. Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we're able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton because a lot of gang they were privy to a lot more information
in Atlanta.
than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book? Is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Right. Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life,
Why would he need to watch the movies
have
if
there
he
been
lived
any,
it? Like,
for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gang?
Is
He
this
about to
normal?
He's about to show his intersect. Well, yes, you mean the judge asking her
Or the
own
judge asking
question?
the questions? Because it seemed like she realizes something's wrong with this guy.
that's usually when they do it to kind of convince themselves. They'll kind of like do that last minute
That's what I was
certify.
worrying about. Yeah.
And it sounds like she, she just wanted to clarify any type of issues that the defense might have raised. So she does this thinking that it will, remedy the issue of doubt in the air. And it
Okay.
doesn't.
Doubt, but it's her own doubt. See, this is when you have that you have that voice right there on your side saying to you, don't do it, don't do it. That's what
shouldn't have
she's
did it.
dealing with right now. And she ain't even smiling. So now she's really wrestling with this. And it come back to haunt her.
It's gonna come back and haunt her. And literally within a few
What
moments later.
What should have clicked in her mind was when he said, I grew up in gang infested neighborhoods, but I still got to watch the movies and listen to rap to,
Understand it. Yeah.
So what was the point of your
Was he from
childhood?
Chicago too? Because again,
I don't remember where he came from.
we got people coming into neighborhoods, right? That really came from gang. So this is copycat gangbangers, right?
Basically.
Versus the real gang, right?
Right. Hey, let's listen to this because I do want I am going to do that live stream tonight at 8:30.
All right.
Talking about Woody. But let's go. Oh, sorry.
Gangs.
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but
that you can.
I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. Regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay.
That's why your educated self got kicked out.
Once again, I'm
Yeah.
satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to
maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and experience as a
What
gang
training?
investigator.
What training?
specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap
Education.
lyrics as it relates to gangs.
What's
He
the
has not
curriculum?
given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
no different. All right, let's
Words
get the
set to a
jury in
beat.
here.
Words set to a beat. That
And
sounds
that was
like a
the last
t-shirt.
word. That was her last words before this man crashed out.
He crashed out. He crashes out. It's legitimate. Hold on, let me find
You know what?
Let me find the
He
actual
probably
crashing.
didn't want to be deemed. He was sitting there saying, "Don't deem me an expert. Don't
Right.
deem."
He was trying to throw himself out there.
Look, he knew
Not
he was
saying
getting
he's
a
an
free
expert.
check to train officers for nothing. They was looking at Instagram, listening to mixtapes, and we was paying them to do it. We was paying them to watch New Jack City. Come on.
Mixtapes. Not mixtapes, man.
That his education and background.
Miss Tina, I don't know. I think he is married. I think I did see a ring on his hand.
Now
Look, you in
looking
the
at
same
Stacey's
boat
Exhibit
as me.
1 TT, while
Okay. Here again, I don't know what was the problem they were having with technology today, but here it is.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in.
Okay, I don't know what happens. I'm gonna
Pause
just
a
start.
minute.
Now looking at
before you
Stacey's
do
Exhibit
that,
1.
pause 1 second. So they had all these technical problems until it got time to show us the video of the other thing.
You know what?
I'm just saying.
You're right. I totally forgot about that.
Ain't no
When we need to hear the
coincidence.
pew 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 sound, we could hear it.
And that
You're right.
other picture came up with what's his name, Eppinger at the end and everything. I don't trust these people no further than I can throw them with my education and background.
Yeah, that's a good point. I totally forgot about that.
Ain't no
Okay.
coincidences in Fulton.
Yeah.
Carry on.
While
Okay, so right here, there's no audio.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
He was up there like 5 minutes.
Your
before he
Honor,
crashed out.
that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator?
Get him, Doug.
He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually
yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless, it
intention.
happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, and that's
Case
another
law.
problem I have.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion.
Okay. So go ahead. What was another? What did you say, Frank?
But when they are up there, right? See how the judge points out up here with us, you didn't have like you understood that it was the state, it wasn't their intention. So you do understand that, but then you come and you perform on mic for the public as if it was an outrage. You know, like it was like the worst thing that ever happened, but it sounds like it was kind of like a all right.
Easy slip up moment.
Yeah. Oh,
I
know you didn't mean to do it.
But it nevertheless is still a foul, and a foul is a foul. You know, it's still
Yeah. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't mean to do it, but you did it nonetheless, and it happened. So
She sat
therefore,
there in total bald-faced law talking about, I gotta find some case law for. There isn't any, Hilton. I don't
I'm
even have to
picking it up.
look. There isn't a case law where you will find someone that broke this rule as many times as your office. It's not there.
Yeah.
she didn't find the case law. She found something else.
You
'Cause
found
it
an
wasn't
inmate.
Right.
This lady found an inmate witness and tried to compare it to a 20+ year veteran officer / trainer / expert.
Expert.
Look, allegedly.
Self-taught.
Look,
This dude went to DeVry for gang teacher.
I don't even think DeVry would have taught him that, to be honest. This man was, look, he was on something else.
But today he got caught down bad.
Please make that meme. Make that meme. Dennis got caught down bad. And then we could ask, what does that mean? What does that mean? And give 4 examples of what it could mean.
Y'all are out of
The state would like to cite the court.
Please make that.
Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reason for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and move for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm going to skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement, the other evidence in the case, and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention, when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture, the state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at
in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. Was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictment, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purpose of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony will not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
Okay, let's explore that.
And we have instructed our witness.
They heard the indictment when? Because when we heard the indictment, when the case started, Judge Glansville only told people how many charges was against people. Like, it was a very brief run.
Yeah, I don't think they went through it. Right. I agree with you.
Unless they heard the indictment when they was getting voir dire for jury selection, I didn't do jury selection. But when I sent you that clip last week, it was a very abridged count. It's like, this person got this count, this count, this count, this count against them. And that, that was just, it was very, very brief.
Sassy C, I honestly think I won't be that harsh. I don't think Miss Hilton thought he would say that either. Like Mo said earlier, they're so comfortable around these officers, and you can tell like they clearly talk about the case outside the courtroom.
Facts.
So he felt comfortable enough to kind of give that attitude remark and the little flex, like, yeah, he just came out of prison.
That's exactly what it was. It's that little slip of the tongue. But here's the thing. That picture has already been put in evidence. So it is a 403 issue anyway. It's cumulative. Same video, same picture of him standing on. So why was she revisiting that topic?
I don't know what it had to do with gang and rap lyrics. I stand on cars.
Look,
spitting bars.
never in my life.
I get from behind bars and I stand on cars. What are you doing? But see, that's her fault.
This man basically said all you have to do is listen and watch urban community activity or music or read the literature. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, so you're profiling at best.
At best.
At best. So if they have a nice car, that's a drug dealer. I hear them bass. I hear it's
gotta be a drug dealer. But is that not what Adrian Love said? Again, I'm gonna bring it back. You chasing after that money. You gotta be doing something illegal.
Look, we all we all fellas at this point.
No, it's just words set to
oh yeah, it's words set to beat. Like the thing is, like, this is so silly that it would be comical. It would be a comedy skit. And I really hope, sadly, I think I know what SNL is working on for this week, but I really hope that they need to do a whole episode of this
I thought
case
this was
alone.
Dave Chappelle for a minute.
I thought it was Dave Chappelle too. I plead the fifth.
You know what though, Dennis? I'm sorry. He has creeped me out.
She ain't studying Dennis. Dennis is not.
Because he was working his second job. No, because he was on his second job at the compound. He wasn't a police officer. He was doing security at the compound when, again, they started this. he went to he saw one YSL person get out of a car, and he went to management and said, "Don't let them in because YSL is here." Right?
He's a hater.
So now,
He's a hater.
so no, this is a fact. So Tickenham, who all paid $500 plus to get in, were denied access, right? So when the bus came around, these are individuals that don't know how to resolve conflict in a meaningful way, right? They went for violence. So they chased behind the bus and shot it up, right? But for, right? And this is causation. But for the police getting them blocked from coming into the venue in the first instance, there may not have even been a shooting of that bus.
Dennis don't care.
No, the experts don't care. The experts don't care.
He got his socials. He got his socials. Dennis don't care. He got the socials.
They profiled them and they caused them mayhem. You understand? See, these are youth that started from the bottom and they was here, like, and they can't stomach it.
And they're still being treated like they're in the neighborhood.
Correct.
Right.
That's the thing that just bothers me about that. But that's that's what happened with the compound. That's the evidence that they've put forward, unless I misunderstand it. But Dennis saw them coming out. I'm gonna go back and listen to that because I want to be 100 when I say that. But Dennis is just, he said, I saw them. He blocked them from going in there, and that is what enraged them at the compound. But they want to come back now and say, no, that's not what happened. It's because Thug was having a dispute with his mentor, like the person that he actually loved as a
content creator, as a musician,
like as a musician, like he idolized him, kind of, sort of.
No, he did. He was naming his albums after, he was following after him in his album naming. I mean, yeah.
Well, they said that was a diss. They said that he took on the Carter thing and it was part of that beefy thing. But you can't even tell because you got so many people manipulating the path in which these people travel in. So you can never really tell. But I have to go and pick up my child.
I gotta get moving as well. Good people, thank y'all so much. Everybody.
See you later.
I will see y'all later. I'm gonna do it again at 8:30. So members on the live stream, we're gonna be talking about Woody. We're gonna go through Woody's video interview. So if y'all are interested in that, follow on through tonight, 8:30, so about 2.5 hours, give or take. But thank y'all so much, everybody. Appreciate you, Monica and Rome, for hopping in. I know y'all we're chomping at the bit for this. This is wild, man. Such a wild day, man.
Have a good one.
You got it. Y'all be good. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us. Live stream, y'all the best live chat on the planet. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you all. I gotta get out of here because I'm starting not to see straight. So in the meantime and in between time, Lord willing, I'm gonna see you real soon, everybody. Grace and peace. Take care.
Hit that like for a deal with Christian. Yo, for a deal with Christian. Smash that bell for the upsy. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for a deal with Christian. For a deal with Christian. Smash that bell for the upsy. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for a deal with Christian.